我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友？在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Don't be impulsive. The world isn't what you think it is. What is this? Am I wrong? Wait a minute. I found it. I know what I need.
This is going to be my masterpiece. I will bring you back to life. Do you believe in me? I will be the greatest doctor in the world.
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。 平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。 比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery
哦，我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Ha ha ha!
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都混在寂寞里，静待喜盼。
This is not a game. It's a race with no winner. Only a survivor.
Again, we are back, speaking to you live from the live coverage of the Great Race. Don't quit now, or you'll lose.
No matter how many times I race, I can't run away from that shadow.
Cars are ready. The crowd's on their feet. Hey, buddy! Watch out!
The race obsesses us.
Catch me, Ryder.
No one can fight alone.
Just keep going!
We're gonna get crushed.
My Rocinante.
Speed up! Speed up!
You lost your nerve.
Never. Is it all over?
If someone has to end this, it must be you.
And welcome everybody to day 2 of the Call of the Abyss for Southeast Asia qualifiers. I cannot believe I don't know where that came from. Top 4 already. We're gonna be your MCs. I'm Mark Takuno. With me is Potchvice. Potchvice, it was a long night.
It was. Can you get a hangover from Identity 5 action? Because we went overtime, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm excited. You know, we're all rested up. I know it was an intense back and forth match, and No, we do have to crown a champion for today, and I'm so excited because we were able to talk to some of the teams, and they're pretty excited. Some, some excitement in the air, and also a little bit of nervousness coming from my part. If we can bring in the hype, and I think we can, because we're so excited for us to crown a new champion today.
Yeah, really excited. I mean, day one was ridiculous, to be honest. It was ridiculous. There's a lot to talk about. We wish we can talk about it during the broadcast, but anyway, you guys get what I mean.
Yes, mental connection right there.
Mental connection.
But here we have the brackets, ladies and gentlemen. FP versus BL and VX versus MP. After that, so we're going to have the grand final. So total of 3 matches today, all best of 3.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. All best of 3s in which case. Leading towards that one spot to get an in for the global finals of the Call of... Let's talk about these. We have 2 semifinals to play out today. First one of which is going to be FP versus BL. So excited because BL did amazing yesterday. So did Merc, by the way. Merc, oh man, I wish we could watch more Merc, to be honest. FP will be the first time we'll see them because they did have a bye going into the semifinals. Second, best of 3 is going to be VX and Mad Penguins. So VX, of course, another one of the teams that is very well known. Have quite the reputation of being in the competitive scene. Mad Penguins, I mean, dang, that overtime. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how Penguins is going to perform today.
We spoke to Anchan, and he seems like pretty energetic. So I'm guessing, they were just warming up yesterday. So they'll be leveling up today as they go on to face VX. But let's talk about the match we're about to witness now. It is going to be FP, Fire Phoenix, versus BL. And we were able to talk to Liquor of Fire Phoenix. They're feeling excited at the same time, pretty nervous because the background of their team, they were just friends that met in ranked, and all of a sudden they're here on the big stage. So this is just I think this is a story for everyone to actually take notice of, because if you guys are just playing ranked with friends, you could be here like Fire Phoenix is. So I'm excited to see them go, because looking at their lineup, they have a pretty interesting hunter. We're just going to wait for them to show it, but there's interesting lineups. I don't want to spoil anything, but let's talk about BL now.
Something to look forward to. Okay. Yeah, looks like we're going to have to prolong the discussion on Fire Phoenix a bit more, because I hope I'm pronouncing everything right. Pirouette? Givenchy. I know how to pronounce that one. Next Door, Liquor, and Savage Cat. So, wow, it's like the full 5, no substitutes. It's just them as the core team, and that makes it even more exciting because it's just going to be no substitutions whatsoever throughout those rounds. It's just going to be all on them.
Yeah, that's confidence. So here we have it, where we have is it Pirouette?
Perroquet? Even maybe?
Perroquet? Pero. Let's call it Pero for now. So Pero with the Joseph best seduction 62, 37% with the win rate, 49 at normal attack hit rate, 11.4 normal attack hits, average terror shock is at 1.1, photographer damage by the merging worlds 4.92. We're gonna possibly see a Joseph.
I can imagine Simcourt going crazy right now just seeing.
I'm going crazy.
Oh my god. So Givenchy.
Yes.
Best deduction 35, survivor win rate at 52.6%, pallet hitting hunter rate at 8.6%, average decoding progress at 137.4, average rescues at 0.7, and seer average owl blocks at 0.5.
Yeah, looking at their lineup, actually, I really think that they play heavily into the meta, but it's the hunter that really excites me, because we're going to possibly see a Joseph. Pero, we might actually see him, boast other hunters, but we're going to move on to Next Door, another seer out there. Best deduction 48, survivor win rate. Again, we probably need to get more data on this. Average decoding progress 196. Average rescues 2, and seer average owl blocks is at 1. And as we mentioned, this is just a snapshot, right?
Yeah. Also, just to highlight, if there's some because obviously, survivor win rate, that's impossible.
That's definitely impossible.
It's because there isn't enough information to grab.
Exactly.
So that's why sometimes it might not reflect. Here we have Liquor, who we had the honor and pleasure of talking to earlier. We had interview rehearsals earlier. Best deduction at 5, survivor win rate at 28.1%, pallet hitting hunter rate at that's nice, 30.6%, average decoding progress at 130.4, average rescues at 0.8, and Gravekeeper average rescue at 0.71.
And just to note, Gravekeeper has been making his rounds here in the qualifiers, so he has been the little brother of the mercenary once he's banned. Now, here is the big brother, Savage Cat, as the mercenary. Best deduction at 11. We have survivor win rate 21.1%, Decoding Progress 130.4, Average Rescue 0.6, Mercenary Rescues 1.5, and then the pallet hitting rate, maybe he doesn't want to go for it. Maybe we don't have that much information. But again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just a snapshot. Doesn't really translate to that real stats. The real stats will come in as the game starts.
And we saw that yesterday, in all fairness. Sometimes those stats, you can't really rely on them because it's just very different when you're playing a ranked game and when you're actually on the field. Like, I've worked in other games before.
Oh, for sure.
And worked with other teams. And something that we note is that when we're scouting for new players, it's like you can't just rely on how good they do in rank. But before I continue that discussion, let's look at BL. So we have Zen, Aris, Ram, Yorhan, Quanli, and MX. A lot of familiar names here, and I know a lot of fans for some of these players. So we already kind of ran through the stats yesterday, Poch. So let's just talk about each player in whenever they come. So let's talk about this first hunter, in which case it is going to be Zen, who did, oh my goodness,
amazing,
so good.
Granted us with that geisha yesterday, and also I believe, was it a Dream Wish or Bloody Queen? I'm not sure, but the stats speak for itself. They were able to get 12 points versus Mercenary, who got 2. So just amazing all-around team. And Zen is actually one of the hunters to be very wary about. And talking to FP, they know that. They were watching closely yesterday, and they're aware of how deadly BL is.
Now let's talk about Rem, because it's an interesting dynamic here. You have Rem and Ram on BL, so it's eye-catching in a way when you're going to be watching that. And Rem did pretty darn good. Actually, everyone on BL did super good, but not to discount Merc as well. I'm, again, like I said, I'm so disappointed that we can't watch any Merc games, because I've become a fan, to be honest.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everyone as well. Shout outs to the Vietnam community out there. Do show your love and support. Moving over to Quan Lee, the Seer main here. Best deduction at 834.55. Actually, you know what? As we're talking about these players, you know, Quan Lee's presence was definitely felt with those with those owls come in, and also going back to Rem, the captain of BL. Brilliant. Again, I'm just gonna shout him out. It's brilliant, guys. Boy love. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I know a lot of fans of like those series, like Together or whatnot. But yeah, just for the clarification, yeah, we had Quan Lee, Ram as well. There you go. Yeah, BL, they look like they're going to go into the semifinals. It's basically a battle of a team that's fresh to the scene and happy to be here. And of course, a team that has so many familiar faces. But if there's one thing we learned from IVC last time, you don't want to discount the fresh faces. Because sometimes it's the fresh talent that, you know, that's why we have new players that keep on emerging. It's because there's just like new players that are just happen to be better.
Exactly. Yeah, never count anyone out. Also introducing MX, the forward, and we have to talk about how the forward has been, you know, punching his way into that triumvirate. And we didn't do our homework. We don't know what to call the triumvirate now. The five, the priestess and forward are there, so they're 5. The penta, yeah, it's penta.
I have to be careful with that because there's a term that I use for a different game that probably shouldn't make its way here.
Oh, okay. Yep. I'm not sure, but yeah, they're 5 now. So we've been seeing like bands come out here and there, but the forward and the priestess are in that mix, and the usual ones, the usual suspects, if you would, the seer, the mechanic, and the mercenary. So very map dependent, and also very preferential to the hunter.
Yeah, actually, it's something we did talk about yesterday, where sometimes there are certain maps where a priestess would really, really shine, and like automatically just ban. In which case, well, can't blame them. Yeah,
and also just to clarify, also remember we talked about that first officer ban. It was just a misclick in here.
Yeah,
and there
we go. Yeah, it's good we got context on that.
Yeah, we did. So shout outs to BL, just clarifying that situation. So I mean, I was excited. We did see also first officer in the mix afterwards. So again, I think they were planning to ban a seer. So just clarifying the context, because we were so excited about that. We were like, wow, like, interesting. Yeah, so that's the context. We said that we would investigate just a little bit because we thought that it was a specialty survivor, right? So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. But looking on ahead to this match, it's BL versus FP, Fire Phoenix. And I also asked what the name, how did they land on Fire Phoenix? There's a bunch of names they said that they had. I mean, like any team or any, like, let's say, let's start a band. Oh, let's throw some names out there. They landed at Fire Phoenix.
totally get that. When coming up with the name, I don't know if with Poch Spice you just got it. So we prefer Articuno. Took me days of contemplating. I remember I started a business recently. That took me 2 weeks to figure out what I wanted to name it. So nonetheless, stop talking about naming convention. Let's talk about how pick and ban is going.
Ooh, so at Red Church, we're not seeing the Seer. Optimal ban here from Zen. And shades of yesterday, actually, he got rid of that Seer. Did not want to deal with that. So interesting, because probably did his homework against FP, because as we look at the stats, a lot of Seer preferential characters from the mix of Givenchy and Liquor.
I love saying that name.
Givenchy.
There's just something satisfying about that name, as you say. It just naturally slips off the tongue. But so far from what we're looking at, okay. They have a Gravekeeper and Mercenary and Forward.
This has been a very popular lineup. Then just sneaking that mechanic there. Optimal target for Zen to go after that, but you do have two characters that can eat a lot of hits, and that Forward as well. And I'm sorry, my apologies. It's actually Liquor is the Gravekeeper in this mix. So, you know what? Just that the Seer's not there. It's all fine. You got to roll with the punches, and now we're going to work with this type of lineup.
Exactly. And now that we have these Hunters, I really didn't think there was going to be any switcheroos going once we got the highlight on those survivors. So it's a good step up for FP, in which case, like I said, this is the first match we're getting out of them. They clearly know how to play to the meta, going to be very comfortable with it. And another person, though, that is going to be very comfy is Zen, instantly locking in that Dream Witch. No hesitation whatsoever. I mean, can't blame him, especially on Red Church.
Yeah, Red Church Dream Witch is insane. And just to recall yesterday, Dream Witch matches have been snowballing for the Hunters. So very optimal pick by Zen, since it is still on the table. And let's see how this will fare out, since majority of the roster is still available except that Seer.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to... I think this is a great way to start this series, by the way, Punch. Because like we said, we don't really have as much reference for FP, but this is a good start. Like I said, it's just very meta-oriented, and that really goes to show how much preparation there is to an extent. They know that they need to adjust accordingly. You kind of need to do that when you're competitive. But you know what, guys? Let's find out how this will go, as we'll be heading into the first half of round number 1 between FP as well as BL. We're going to see how these two teams fare and ultimately determine who that finalist will be. So, you know what? Let's go head straight into the Red Church.
And here we go, Dream Witch on Red Church. Zen making his rounds at the graveyard and probably spots Givenchy. Will he do the full commit on that, because this is the most optimum target? And yes, he would, Articuno. How many times have we seen these Dream Witches run just havoc against mechanics?
Okay, we're only a few seconds into this game, by the way, and stars easily aligned for Zen. Not only does he already get the first hit onto Givenchy, but on top of that, a mechanic? We've always been talking about this. That's the hope and the dream as a hunter.
It is, and you know what? Zen making sure he capitalizes on that early down, but we do have some progress in those ciphers, so FP will have to do some rotations here just to see who will be the one on chair saving duty, as we are still at the probably near the shack area of Red Church.
Yes, but you know what? Nonetheless, it might have been a shorter time for the hunter to nail this mechanic right away. But on the flip side, look at how FP's Cypher progress is. That's actually, within the few seconds that we've gotten into this game, that's already a lot.
Very true. Even though it's 5 ciphers, they have been pushing those objectives, and I believe it's the forward... Oh, sorry, Mercenary. It's Liquor. That's on the way. Nice, eating that hit just so Mechanic can get out of that chair. Now switching survivors, Givenchy on the chase there. Ooh, nice movement from Mechanic. Trying to move through some real estate here, but the last effort will be popped. Bought a little bit of time, and some ciphers will be popping soon.
Yes, so Zen, in which case, gonna be looking to get back on track towards finding members. Looks like we'll manage to find out Pero here, but question is there gonna be a commit? Yes, there will be, as a follower will be committed towards this forward.
Yeah, I love the proactivity of this Dream Witch, just making sure that he dwindles a little bit of the resources of these survivors, even though the focus is still on sharing that mechanic, and you can see that she's still using that doll. So you know what, Zen can't rest on his laurels just yet. He still has very 4 active survivors.
This is. Am I gonna say it? Yes, I will. It's Zen doing Zen things. I feel like this is just very consistent with the performance that we've seen from him earlier. But like I said, I do love. Look at this. There's already additionally 3 ciphers that have some significant progress. But I think it also owes to the fact that, correct me if I'm wrong, it's only the mechanic that got sorted out. We'll go back to the manor, unfortunately, but I believe the puppets did go untouched in all of this.
Yeah, the puppet was pushing those ciphers, and as you saw, like, even though she's spending a lot of time in that chair, she was pushing those objectives. So unfortunate for Givenchy, she will be going to the manor, but we still have, you know, these 4 ciphers remaining, but they have been pushed significantly.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does kind of concern me though whether or not it's going to go full throttle, but FP has the makings of it. There's just already a significant amount. Whether or not they could work with these 3 survivors, that's going to be the challenge for them right now.
Wow, big move there, going for that blink, and he was able to hit that forward. Luckily for him, it was the leech survivor. Mercenary will be falling down slowly, but you know what? So far, Zen has not let go of that pedal, that gas pedal, and he's still pushing the offense on Team FP. So here we have it. Trying to go for some heals here is next door. That Gravekeeper has to. Wow, another blink on Zen. So Gravekeeper was trying to go for that shovel hit, but you know, Zen just denying it.
Tricky. In which case, FP, they're trying to roll with the punches, but we just can't deny it. Going up against a Dream Witch, especially as the pool of survivors that you have in this game diminishes, really causes problems as far as working towards objectives, because you're just naturally going to be forced in a position where you're constantly going to be chased out. And when you have 2 survivors that are, if you have a 2 out of 3 down, then that means that technically nobody can commit towards a cipher, because that sole remaining person will have to go for a rescue.
Yeah, Zen knows that type of math, and he knows that early on the Dream Witch has to control the early game, and wow, the Mercenary now pops back up at the Gravekeeper, trying to go for that rescue. Then no, wow, the blink hit again to the Mercenary. Has a limited time while he's still up. Can he make it to that forward, as we see the Gravekeeper balloon and about to be chaired?
Okay. Now this is, that is unfortunate. Liquor will be falling. Zen will be committing a follower just to go for that last pickup. And I think, Poch, at this point in time, it's a good done deal. That will be all 4 survivors back to the manor with 5 points going into the pocket to start off BL in this best of 3 series.
As you mentioned, Zen just doing Zen things. GG's.
Yeah, there you have it. That was first half. Very explosive performance from Zen, I gotta say. But you know what, Poch? On the flip side, I do look forward to how FP is going to be progressing moving forward, because sometimes you just need that. You need that warm-up game to get a feel of the competition, and this is their... I believe this is their first time just competing on such a big stage, like COA. And sometimes once you get that feel, that's when you really get the gears spinning, rolling, rotating for a team, and just don't want to discount them just yet. However, we can't deny it either on the flip side that Zen just doing Zen things. Phenomenal performance on that Dream. I think with how that went down, it's just very textbook what you expect of what a Dream Witch should be doing in the game.
Yeah,
really.
Going after that mechanic, we did see, even though the mechanic was sent back to the manor, very impressive decoding progress still done in the chair. That's why she's one of the top banned survivors. Looking at it as well, the Hunter containment time just really racking up here with 32.9, 17.2, 45.1 seconds. But next door, getting that triple digits when it comes to decoding. Zen, though, just very proactive there. 78.6% attack hit rate, so he was hitting constantly and just going for activity. And he just knew which survivor to pick off first, and that was the mechanic.
Exactly. I feel for our FP there, in all fairness, because sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved, not gonna lie. If the hunter just so happens to go in the direction where a mechanic might have spawned, and the mechanic wasn't able to establish as much position in a way, then it's really a tricky thing to deal with. It's easier said than done, really, to say that try to do something to make sure that the mechanic is spot out. But the way the probabilities work, especially with IDV, leaning towards mechanic particularly, that's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, and also just managing where you guys spawn, especially where he caught him. It was I think it was the back part of the map near Shack area. There were some real estate to work with, but especially if a Dream Witch catches you while you're mid transitioning, and they just capitalize on that, and that's what Zen did. He was able to manage the spawn points and really share the mechanic. So it was quite unfortunate because the mechanic was shared at a spot where there really wasn't much to work with as she was able to kite. And as you guys know, mechanics don't really have the fastest pallet throwing speed or vaulting speed. So you know what? I think the FP played with the cards that were dealt with.
Yes.
The best thing they could do now is shake it off and go to round number 2. Much better as a survivor team. But we still have to see the next, the switcheroo, as FP's hunter will be the one doing the hunting.
Yeah, I'm really excited. This is where we'll finally get a better view, better picture of how FP is as a team. Behind the scenes, by the way, me and Potter are spectating from our phones. We just confirmed all the players are now in the lobby, so should be exciting, in which case, as we'll be heading into pick and ban in a teeny tiny bit. So also, talking about FP's hunter a bit more, because we already got all the opportunity in the world to talk about BL yesterday without much. So let's give a chance to highlight FP as well. So I'm wondering if for the survivor side, FP can easily just lock in on meta survivors. Then I wonder if it holds the same for the hunter side as well, or if will we be seeing some more of those special effects? We did kind of go crazy over that photographer earlier. Will it see the light of day here at Call of the Abyss 4C qualifiers? We haven't seen it yet.
Articuno, I think yesterday we were baited so many times until the lock-in comes in. Let's not get our hopes too high. The photographer is on the table, so that's a little confidence that's brewing in me that we might see another one of those, fan favorite hunters, if you would, especially with those awesome skins out there. Who knows? I know that a lot of, since Red Church is probably a favored map for a lot of hunters and survivors, they might go with the Joseph here at Red Church. It's not too big, not much real estate to manage, and I'm sure that a lot of photographer mains out there would know the hiding spots of the survivors once he takes that photo.
Yes, and while we're waiting, in which case, I guess it's a great opportunity as well to remind everyone, like we did during IVC, we have an unofficial hashtag. I say unofficial because we're the ones that are coming up with it on the desk. If you have any thoughts about the tournament, hashtag COAIVSEA. Anything you have about the tournament. I know there's a lot of opinions that actually need to be voiced out. I know people have a lot of thoughts, and I think it's great that the people that are watching, they show so much care for the teams, and I encourage people to do that.
Just passion and care for the community. It's just a very just voice out your opinions as well. You know that we care for the community as well, and especially in tournaments like this. Another thing, something to care about is the players that we have here. So it's really important for you guys to show your support and give them all the love and care that they have, since they are performing in a huge stage. And winners here will be representing us in Call of the Abyss 4. So it's a huge deal.
Indeed. And sometimes we love to hear that feedback as well, what you guys have, because we also learn about things in like thoughts that we might not be able to catch right away, which we kind of did. We got so much information earlier, including that tidbit, like for example on First Officer, which was supposed to be a seer, like stuff like that. That's super important to make sure that if whatever information that we're allowed to say during the broadcast, then deliver that. Whatever we kind of can't, then trust you guys to make sure that those opinions are pushed down on social media.
Yes,
wink, wink.
for sure. But we are listening, and we do value them. And I did receive some feedback from me though. Someone told me, stop saying Leo's memory. It's not gonna happen, Poch. I was like, oh no, Leo's memory. Let's go. I'm kidding.
Okay.
No one told me that. So I guess we could still keep pushing for Leo's memory, but you can't deny it's a huge map. It's huge. But I do have to say, shout outs in IVC. That was like the first map we hunted in.
Oh yeah, actually, now that you mentioned it,
Yeah,
like,
right.
all of a sudden it's like, sorry, Poch.
It's okay. That's cool. But you know what, Red Church, one of my favorite maps here. It's really, I would say it's pretty even-sided, depending on where you find the survivors. Usually you'd want to be at the graveyard side or the ruin side. The top broken and bottom broken, pretty hard until you knock down those walls or you really know how to maneuver around it. Especially with Priestess, when you use those portals inside the church. So, yeah, pretty interesting. I really wish we could have like a mini game with these guys, with everyone at home, if they can have like a map bingo or something.
I did something wrong, Poch. I accidentally exited. Can I watch on your phone? Behind the scenes stuff, guys.
If you see him freaking out, yeah, that's
Yeah, it's like
That's
yeah,
fine.
sorry
Just look at
about
Rainbow. I don't know if they're listening, but yeah, they'll definitely get you back in there, so we can see it.
If not,
in real
then
time.
it's fine. I'll just watch on Poch. But yeah,
That's fine. It's cool. We work what we're given. But yeah, the teams are still about getting ready. I think everyone's in the lobby, and I think they're just discussing some game plans.
Yeah. What also kind of happened was I accidentally, you know how you can switch with a certain. I accidentally pressed the request to switch with the hunter.
Oh my god!
So
You
I
were gonna
panicked.
hunt?
Yeah, I panicked and then I accidentally pressed exit as well. So yeah, at least
Better exiting than actually hunting.
Yeah,
you see Articuno hunting. What?
I'm gonna get so if I end up being the cause of
You're gonna
points
flame.
suddenly, I'm so dead to the community. But yeah,
That's true.
thankfully that's not the case.
That's cool. We could always share, dude. It's fine. So yeah, they're still getting ready. It's quite interesting to see FP's Hunter. I'm really excited again, since they have. And I was talking to some of the players, and they said they don't really know much about FP. So I'm gonna extend that invite to everyone else. If you guys know a little bit more about Fire Phoenix, do let us know, because we do want to tell their story. We did speak to Liquor, and she did just give a little tidbit of like how they all met and how they they made their team. But do show them some love too, because again, it's not easy to be a pro player, especially in this stage.
Especially if you just so happen to be, like a group of friends that just so happen to be good at the game.
Yes.
And then you're suddenly in this entire arena of other players that have been doing it for years. That's pretty nerve-wracking,
Oh, for sure.
And a huge accomplishment, by the way.
Very true, very true. So I believe the picks and bans are coming into play now. So it's only a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen, until we see the selection process of FP versus BL. So far, so good for BL, but never count Fire Phoenix out. Phoenix just rising from the ashes.
Yes.
And it's on fire. Phoenix are always on fire, right? Harry Potter?
Right.
I don't know. Right?
I'm so bad at my mythology. It varies sometimes, and I think it's because of watching too much anime.
That's fine. I'm a casual when it comes to Phoenixes. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
So here we have it. We are seeing another seer ban. All right, Savage Cat will be doing the hunting. So just to note, Pero is actually the one with the photographer. So maybe we might not see the photographer. Savage Cat, love the name by the way. Might go for more of the meta pick, but I'm sure BL, probably gonna imitate the same lineup. Maybe a switcheroo with that Gravekeeper, but for sure we're gonna have a forward and a mercenary.
Actually, there you go. The forward comes in. Let's see that mercenary as well, and then if you up for the
okay.
Yeah, that
Priestess.
too. That works too.
Yeah, that's granted. Priestess is pretty up there.
And mercenary, right?
I don't know. I've been proven wrong before. I always welcome that too.
Happens a lot lately for us, huh?
Oh yeah. No. What? No.
I mean, he looks like mercenary. I mean, the green, but it's not mercenary.
No.
It isn't 100%.
I have to say, the Thief has one of the best, like shouts. where he just freaks
Oh,
out.
I thought you were gonna say costumes. I'm like, really disheveled?
No, I don't have an. I don't play Thief that much, so I'm not quite knowledgeable. But I do know whenever I enter someone's house, I always do that Thief like.
Oh right,
He
yeah.
just freaks out. So, are we? Okay, there we go. Okay, subbing the Gravekeeper for the Priestess. Again, we did mention how powerful the holy keys are in the church. Now, very strong lineup.
The cleaner guy in green, in which case will be the lock-in for BL. Yeah, and highly agree. Once again, it's highly expected of BL again. Another one of those teams that could just easily play with what is of higher tiers in this tournament. But
oh, okay.
Nice.
Axboy is welcome. We've seen another
Dream Witch as well. Both, I wouldn't mind either of them. Axboy, so far, I believe, has had a pretty good time in the qualifiers, particularly.
Yes. We've seen a lot of great Axboy performances from the Hunters in the qualifiers, and very welcome. But if the Witch is on the table, you gotta respect that Witch. You gotta be able to pick her before she gets banned. Especially with how efficient Zen was, it just shows how you can utilize the Dream Witch. But I want to take note with what Savage Cat is going to do in terms of the difference between their Dream Witches. Especially in high level, will he be carrying that Blink like we saw, or Patroller? Who knows? Only time will tell, and the teams are about to get ready for this match.
Yeah, with all said and done, this is it, guys. Both sides have locked in their survivors as well as that Soul Hunter. Let us know who you are rooting for. Be sure to use the hashtags #BLWin or #FPWin along with the hashtag COAIV to let us know, to show your love, show your support, give them all your energy, all your power heading into the Call of the Abyss 4 qualifiers for our region. So let's get it on, folks. I'm so excited.
I feel the energy in the air for FP and BL. Savage Cat now rocking that Dream Witch. Can she spot the most optimal target? We see Rem though, the main body can't be seen. So will he be going for that full commit on this Priestess? The main follower will be closing in, and now we have a leeched one as well.
Early start once again. So okay, this is where I got a little. So it is the Priestess actually. I thought it was Rem. So yeah, that's a little a small plus. In which case, at least the mechanic will be left untouched for the meantime. But what is going to be a little bit of a struggle is Ram already suffering the first hit.
True. So Ram really has to utilize the real estate as well as her holy keys. And now here's the difference: Patroller Dream Witch is such a deadly combo. And especially with, the Patroller can really look around the areas where he's at. But the wherewithal of that Priestess, making sure that a pallet was down for her to vault.
That was greatly planned, in which case by Ram. And as a result, that's going to be a lot more time being bought out by BL here. Look at the progress on those ciphers towards the upper right portion of your screen, ladies and gents. All of which are already towards the halfway mark. So that's already a huge plus for BL. But on the flip side, that's going to be Ram down. That's going to be the max so far. But first time on the chair, that's still pretty worth kiting.
Yeah, Savage Cat really able to stop the momentum of Ram before he could transition to more optimal spot, but cut her off right there. We're still at the, I believe now we are at the shack area. Yes, optimal spot for her to be able to chair this Priestess. Now, the rotations are going to come in. Who will be going for that first save? Will it be the forward or the mercenary?
Yeah, FP, in which case Savage Cat off to pretty good start. I will say nonetheless, 2 ciphers have already been popped, but as far as what he should be doing as a Dream Witch, you know what? Did take a little bit of a while to Ram, but better than nothing. Ooh. Love the Patroller drop earlier on.
Yeah, just to hinder the save here, and the Patroller is still going to hamper the Mercenary. But we have Tide Turner and last effort just before that Priestess can make that vault. So great cleanup on the side of Savage Cat.
Yeah, Savage Cat, in which case, that's something that's going to be a benefit, at least by getting the hit earlier on. It's not going to be a prolonged kite that he has to worry about. And as a result, should be easy in which case to just easily send that priest the second time around. However, what will prove to cause some complications is the presence of Quan Li in this area.
Ooh, wow. I love the patience on Savage Cat. Just making sure that the leech would probably chase away Quan Li and just get out of dodge before she picks up this priestess, because the priestess is seeing the second round on the chair. Wanted Order is with that mechanic, and the mechanic has been doing a lot in terms of pushing those objectives.
Yes, and in all fairness, like, the thought was there for BL, but Savage doing a great job with that response by keeping the forward away, and it's going to be risky for Quan Li in which case, because that's two followers that are easily in the vicinity to get the rescue though. But how much can Ram kite around this area? That's going to be the pallet drop right there. Going to try to go for more, going to try to prolong the time here.
Yeah, and just to take note, he did switch to Excitement already, probably the respect swap because of that forward, and now we have a almost down priestess because the last effort was popped, and just to make sure he's able to chair this priestess. Still two ciphers remaining.
In which case, two ciphers still remain in which case, and that is gonna be sayonara to our priestess, but a lot of time bought nonetheless. It granted so much time for the rest of BL to make sure that they pop these ciphers. It's a bit unfortunate that they weren't able to pop in time in a way where by the third time the priestess would drop before being sent to a rocketeer, they could potentially salvage by getting a last cipher pop. But you know what? That's just how it is. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
And as he was transitioning, the heal coming for that forward, Mercenary now will have to buy time for his teammates here. Savage Cat still looking at who he'll be able to commit to, and I believe it is still the Mercenary here at back exit. Now Savage Cat with that main body, probably just making sure that wants to spawn the right follower to whoever the survivor is, and still just monitoring the area back and forth. And it is MX. I feel like the full commit will be coming in.
Yeah, and already starting to close out on quite the distance. Will that pallet drop come in time, though? Yes, it will.
Excellent stuff. Great timing on the side of MX still. You know what? Moving around and using the real estate to his advantage. Savage Cat still being very focused on this Mercenary as one cipher is remaining, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, they will push that end game, and Savage Cat is facing some pressure here on the side of BL.
Agreed. And it's actually an interesting build-up from what we've seen. In all fairness, the Savage Cat already had a decent start, but what's going to complicate things is that last Cypher Pop. Everyone is on the run, but the tension is on for this Hunter.
Yep, still anyone's game. Savage Cat needs to, pick off the survivors very methodically here because you have a Mercenary, a Mechanic, and a forward. Now MX, great use of that elbow pad to just get into a better kiting spot here. And still, the MX has been doing a lot of the kiting. Can he kite for longer? Wow, tried to go for that hit. MX once again just getting out of dodge.
Yes, meanwhile, big question is how progress is going for Rem and Quan Li on the other side of the map. It does seem like that should have been enough time to open up the gate, so it's all going to come down to whether MX can rendezvous with the rest of the team or maybe make a dungeon escape.
That's true. Oh man, that would be a big statement by BL. MX trying to look for it, heading on over to the graveyard here. And I bet Mechanic and Forward are at the reception area. Does MX have any utility? No, he doesn't. So he really has to utilize all the structure for him to be able to transition over to that exit. And MX still in graveyard. You just sticking to the pallets here to make sure he doesn't overextend himself. Slowly but surely, Savage Cat is right behind him. Oh, wow, he doubled back for the pallet hit.
That was great, in which case coming in from the Mercenary, but is MX going to make it all the way? That looks like he is starting to rendezvous with the awaiting Rem and Quan Li, making his way to the gate. Follower not quite in the distance to try to intercept, and that's going to be it, ladies and gents.
GG. Incredible performance by MX. I saw that he got the best deduction. I lost count with how many seconds he was kiting that follower, but wow. BL, one of the formidable teams here in the qualifiers, but you know what, you can't, you have to also praise Savage Cat for just focusing on just downing that priestess and focusing on that Mercenary.
Indeed. So, okay, talking about that a bit more. Like I said, it was a decent start off here for Savage. did manage to land a priest early on. I think what complicated things is, like we said, if you're not able to get that mechanic earlier on, then that definitely proved to be a heavy benefit for BL in this game. Not to mention, Priestess was a bit pesky to chase.
Yes.
Even though eventually Savage did manage to land the Priestess, it's undeniable that looking at the progress of Cyphers, there was just already so much work done. And I think the cherry on top here for ML was that the mercenary was able to buy just enough time to not only keep the followers distracted, to allow the rest of the team to open the gate on the other side, but also he himself was able to make it all the way out of the gate. So
yeah, it just shows that BL was very comfy. The team was very comfy around that map. They really utilized the structures well. And as you mentioned, if you let the mechanic just roam free, even though you don't see her, you will feel her presence in that Cypher Rush. And I can't wait to see the game data, because I'm pretty sure she reached those triple digits when it comes to decoding. And there you have it, 300% decoding on the side of Rem. And he was not spotted at all by there was no containment time at all. Ram doing a lot of at the start, being chased early on, but it was MX that had the most containment time. But look at the activity here on Savage Cat's side. 4 pallets destroyed, 50 attack rate, 3 knockdowns, and I have to say the patroller pick for the talent there was a pretty op pick. It really helped the shorten that chase.
Yes, and as you can see with the match results, it is currently 1-8 in favor of BL. Not only does BL get the first round win, but also they have a lot of points banked in for themselves moving forward, so it's looking pretty good for them. However, like we said, this round 1 for Fire Phoenix, it's a good, feeling ground. That kind of sounds wrong, but it's a good feel for them of what they're up against, and hopefully they'll be able to adjust accordingly going into round 2. Because sometimes you need that. You just need that one, you need a half each for the survivors as well as the hunters to figure out who they're up against, especially when you're up against someone as experienced as BL, who has gone through the process already, and not to mention in a much more hefty way, because take note, IVC's format, they played a group stage into a playoffs. This is single elimination, so teams only get, if they lose, they drop out automatically. It's not the same as IVC where you have that rotation where you get to go up against everybody.
That's true. And as we mentioned, warm up, feel like a jolt of energy, I think, just to make sure that you're playing with the formidable teams. I think we've seen it time and time again that round 1 is not an indication of what would happen. Round 2, we'll see how that goes. But if history repeats itself, BL has a good track record since yesterday for them to be able to control the round 1 and round 2. So definitely going back to the drawing board of Fire Phoenix for them to be able to shake everything off and for them to be able to bounce back from this.
So we'll just have to see, in which case time will tell once we hit that next half. So we're just waiting for the teams to head into the lobby. For those that have just tuned in, by the way, welcome. You are watching the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss for Southeast Asia qualifiers. This is our second and final day today. We're currently playing top 4. Right now is the semifinals to determine who will be the top 2 to fight for that one last spot as the representative for our region
Southeast
to join
Asia.
OSM.
Very true. So want to find the best of the best here. Currently duking out is BL versus FP, but after this, it's going to be Mad Penguins versus VX. So do stay tuned, because we will crown a champion. Right now, BL in a formidable lead, 7-point lead. It's 8-1. Fire Phoenix, maybe being like their name will be Phoenix rising from this, and they're able to bounce back, because never say never attitude with all these players. Even though the nerves are there, they realize the learning experience is here too, because this is the time for them to be able to experience high-level Identity 5 for Southeast Asia.
Exactly. Now, we got the invite, by the way. There you go. So we are currently in the room. It is going to be FEP on the survivor side once again, and BL on Hunter side going into this. So, big question what the map is going to be as well.
Here we have it. Oof. Let's check this out. Yep, we have BL going to be the Hunter first. Will we be granted to see another geisha?
I would love that, actually. If we could get another geisha, boy. And in all fairness, that geisha was pretty darn good yesterday.
It was pretty good. It was
Did
pretty.
I exit again? I swear. There we go.
There we go. There you have it. So, yeah, FP going back to the drawing board. And what's interesting here is that you said that it's the main 5 here that are doing the surviving and the hunting. So, I guess they're all warmed up. It's a double-edged sword if you're the main 5, right? So, if you're not feeling a certain map or you're not feeling a certain matchup, you have that sub. But here, you know what? You got to give praise to Fire Phoenix for them to be able to really utilize their core team for this tournament.
Yeah, they have to soldier through all of this. And sometimes we have to recognize how important having substitutes are, because it happens for whatever reason. Maybe, like, if you look at a team like IVS, for example, they have both Penmochi as well as Long Dip Try, excellent hunters. That grants them much more flexibility with what they can bring to the table. Penmochi obviously showing us the picks like Dream Witch, for example, some more meta-heavy hunters. If ever, unfortunately, we didn't get the opportunity, like if they want to use Long Dip Try has a phenomenal history being known for one of the best photographers in Southeast Asia. So it's kind of similar. Fire Phoenix doesn't have that, but it's understandable because we already know a little bit about their history. They're just honestly happy to be here, and it would be great to see fresh teams make it farther into tournaments like this. But yeah, it's a learning experience.
For sure. Yeah, it's a learning experience for us as well, learning their backstories and learning how they were able to be formed and telling their stories as well. I think that's one of the beauties of this qualifier, because we're definitely shining the light on different regions as well as emerging players.
Nonetheless, looks like we have already caught wind of our players already ready to go. So we're already starting pick and ban in a little bit. Saw something. Not going to talk about it just yet.
Oh. Yeah.
Something to look forward to if it does push through. But yeah, here we go, guys. This will be the first half of the second round. Momentum is definitely on Beal's side. There's no way to beat around the bush about that. But trust FP to maybe bring something much more fresh going into this. But talking about bans, FP playing it smart. Very smart decision here. Just take away the Dream Witch. Do not want to deal with it under any circumstances. We already seen it not once but twice from Zen yesterday, now today as well. So this will force Zen on a different hunter. But on the flip side, Zen has his own ideas as well by just banning 2 out of 3 of the Triumvirate. And it will indeed be the Seer and Mercenary.
And looking at the map, I believe, it's Arms Factory. So very compact. Definitely want to, I agree, like taking away that Dream Witch is a smart decision, especially with how Zen was so optimal with dealing with the survivors using that. But now we see a pretty heavy lineup in terms of rescuers, since Mercenary is in the mix. We have his little brother, the Gravekeeper, Mechanic, Forward, and a Coordinator. So yeah, 3 of these survivors can definitely protect that Mechanic.
There we have it, in which case, look at these guys. Love FP. Once again, nothing out of the ordinary. Even a Coordinator, I would say, if ever they do decide to go for a Coordinator. Coordinator having that hard crowd control to deter a hunter if used in a properly crucial moment. Not the best, though. If ever, let's say, Zen does manage to scout the Coordinator first. Like, you would ideally want to use the gun for supplementing teammates in a very dire moment.
Yes. So she has to be, again, it's a one-shot thing. And would that grant the Zen to carry excitement? Because we do have 2 stunners here. But then again, as you mentioned, it's a one-shot thing. So it really has to time that well. Liquor with that signature Gravekeeper. Givenchy with that Mechanic. And now heading on over to the Hunter's Elevator. Who will we be picking today, Zen?
I wonder, is it going to be a geisha? Zen is also very capable of bringing other picks, such as this one. There you go. The Bloody Queen is very feasible. No hesitation whatsoever. Zen is a hunter that knows what he wants. Auto lock-in on the Dream Witch earlier. Now, you know what? I don't even have to think about it. Bloody Queen it is.
Yep, not wasting any time. We did see some shifts here and there when they were loading on the phone, but I really think this Bloody Queen, again, is the queen of Southeast Asia in terms of hunters. So Zen locking in with this, but I am pretty confident in FP's pick because it is a rescue heavy lineup, and that coordinator can be make or break for them. Again, the question is, will Zen find that mechanic early on, or will this lineup actually, harass the hunter enough for them to be able to secure their round number 2 to push for round number 3? We'll find out in just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is FP versus BL, semifinals of round 2 of the first half. And you know what? 7-point differential, but it's still doable for the side of FP, so do show them your love and support. We have FP versus BL once again.
Yes. So, here we have it, guys. Here we go, guys. It is time for the second round, first half between BL and FP. BL, Zen already on the prowl, but FP, let's go ahead and see if they can step up their game to make sure that they can ferry themselves into a round 3. Will it happen? We'll find out.
Ooh, Zen spotting out Liquor right away. Excellent mirror there for, just to catch the Gravekeeper off guard before he's able to shovel. And now Liquor using her skill just to make sure that she won't be falling down soon, but she was away from her Cypher. While the plan for Zen is probably still looking for that for that mechanic, but you know what, that's a consolation, finding that Gravekeeper, hitting the Gravekeeper as well as using the shovel. Now next door, spotting another survivor over there at the factory, and wow, finds the coordinator in that process. Tries to move in. Givenchy is in the area, and wow, the carnage on Zen.
Indeed so. Look at all the hits that are happening right away. This is like investment coming in from Zen, where he's going to try to wear everyone out, and it forces FP into a position where, do we keep on decoding even with the damage that we've already taken?
Ooh. Oh, wow, look at that. Great play by the Bloody Queen. Brought the excitement just to counter that flare gun. And now, you know what? This is a good job by FP, making sure that it's the coordinator that gets cheered while the mechanic runs out free.
That is interesting. Like I said, it's an early investment for Zen. It's kind of forcing FP where it hampers their Cypher progress a bit, because they're forced to decide, do we continue to keep up on decoding, or do we commit a few seconds every now and then to try to recuperate? And they kind of need to play to precaution here, because they have a lot of points that they need to catch up on.
Oh, for sure, but Pero making his way over to save that coordinator. Now, no flare gun, but wow, Zen chasing Pero first, while coordinator still in the area outside of the factory, and next door gets swiped once again. Zen so efficient with these hits.
Now, okay, the switcheroo comes in. Next door trying to establish as much distance as possible, but yeah, with that said, unfortunate thing here is that even with the distance, it just so happened that the basement was nearby, so that's gonna prove to make things a little bit more trickier. Luckily though, coordinator didn't really see the half mark just yet in the midst of being in the chair. Zen will continue to pressure these Cyphers, in which case, look at all these hits that are just landing from afar.
I know, so efficient with these mirror hits, landing a hit on that Gravekeeper, while Zen still is, patrolling the area and basement. This coordinator is seeing her last seconds in this map, then she'll be sent back to the manor. Zen is still just investing in making sure this coordinator goes away. 4 Cyphers remaining, but you still see 2 of those Cyphers have some activity done in it, and you know what, they're playing the efficiency game, just trying to heal up, but the forward will eat us hit.
This is just huge pressure that Zen is pushing right now. And take note on the Cypher progress. It's decent once again for FQ. However, it's a bit tricky right now if you think about it, because there is progress, but with 3 survivors remaining, not to mention the constant pressure coming out from Zen, it's going to be a tall order to try to keep up the pace on objectives.
Yeah, the objectives have been moving, but not at the pace of FP wants it, because that corner did go away, and now we see Zen focusing in on this forward, while hopefully the mechanic and Gravekeeper, yes, the Gravekeeper is working on some ciphers, but how long can this forward last? He does have a rugby ball to work with. Oh, switch to Blink. Excellent hit by Zen.
This is Zen having no chill whatsoever. Like I said, this is the new thing, guys. Zen does as he pleases, and what pleases him this game is to take Pero to that rocket chair. And like we said, FP is in a position where they are forced to have to deal with this. They're trying their hardest in this game. You gotta give him that. But it's just very clear the onslaught of this Bloody Queen is on. It's a rampage.
Yes,
much that we're looking at
that's
here.
a great word. It is a rampage because she's so efficient with her attack hits and so on point with where she spawns those mirrors for those mirror hits. And now it is Liquor that will be going for that save. Eats the hit, and now Pero just running for his life just to gain a little bit more distance and tries to gain as much just waste as much time as possible. Pero going for the football here, but the last effort once again by Zen.
Yes, and of course, Pero right here going to try to establish as much distance as possible, but there should be a rocket chair within the immediate vicinity, so that is going to be a easy take back onto this forward towards being sent back to the manor. And luckily though for Pero, still at the halfway mark, so that will give a little bit of breathing room for FP still, but time is ticking. They're starting to lose out on resources. Speaking of which, if there's one person that's really making quote-unquote long-distance relationships work, well, Bloody Queen's doing just that right now.
With those mirror hits from like coast to coast in the map. Givenchy now making her way to the rounds to get that save, eats that hit just so he can come to the aid of Pero. And now the mirror cooldown is about to finish, and Zen focusing in on Givenchy.
Exactly, and there you go, another swipe just like that, and not gonna be at all hard for Zen. Actually, okay, double whammy combo.
Yeah, he's definitely piling on the hits, and just the carnage on Zen. Just focusing on one target. Even though like we thought he was gonna shift his sides over to the mechanic, he knows that the forward is on his last legs, and he'll be heading back to the manor. Now it's up to the Gravekeeper. How will the Gravekeeper make this rotation? Because it's quite tough, but look at how much Cypher is remaining. 2 remaining and 2 survivors as well. Tall order, as you mentioned, Articuno.
Yeah, look at Zen. I love how there's no hesitation to bring Givenchy to a chair, because Zen knows that so long as he spots out where the wiggle is anywhere on the map, could just easily go for a mirror image switcheroo, and calculated enough, with enough confidence in himself as well, he knows that he could take down Liquor before mechanic even expires, so that he doesn't have to worry about a dungeon escape.
Yeah, that's the confidence that that Zen brings to that table. Usually we see them really make sure that the survivors expire at a certain time, because again, Gravekeeper can go for that dungeon exit. And now Givenchy, Zen probably making his round just to check if Gravekeeper is there, but he was able to use his mirror already. Zen just checking up on his target just to make sure, rotating around Shaq to see if this Gravekeeper is hiding. And now the attention was gained by Zen, and now he's zoning into Arms Factory.
Yes, and look at this. Zen now with full awareness of that dungeon just in case. Definitely needs to start getting the ball rolling though, because mechanic is already not even near expiration, but has already expired. Will be sent back to the manor, so definitely wants to try to close out here on Liquor. There you go. That's the first swipe. Just needs one more. Can Zen do it?
Oh my gosh, the crows. He was running for his life, and it's over there. Zen trying to make, just trying to avoid those pallet hits, and Zen just chasing him. This could be GG's for Liquor, and he will be getting that dungeon exit.
Yeah, in which case Zen, we're gonna see Liquor make it. There you have it, folks. That is the first half of round number 2. So one way or another, we see a 1 survivor escape. So that's a 3-1. But it's still very clear. The points are still adding up. Now it's a 9-point difference that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's quite the uphill battle for FP, and you saw how efficient Zen was, and even from start to finish, he just knew where everyone was at all times, and so efficient with that Bloody Queen mirror hits. So quite the formidable hunter, I would say. So now all is left for Savage Cat. Savage Cat needs to, get 5.
Yes.
If they go for a tie, actually, if they get a tie, they push for round 3.
That's true. That's another feasible thing. So it's either 3-1 and 3-1 up.
3-1 up. There you go.
That's the win condition here for FP.
I have to say that I think Identity 5 is making us really good at math now. Like, we have to make quick math.
It's like Kumon. Like on the spot Kumon.
Exactly. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Givenchy and Liquor pushing those triple digits and decoding. But you got to give it up for Pero with 45 seconds kiting, as well as Liquor, 31 seconds. Next door was the one. Was it the coordinator that escaped? I believe it was the Gravekeeper, the one that escaped. But you got to look at the attack hit rate of this Bloody Queen. It's 69.6%, but you have to admit that the efficiency of this Bloody Queen was so on point.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, this is quite the build-up here for BL. And if anything, this is, assuming it is BL that makes it to the next round, they're going to be going into the finals with such a confidence with them. Yeah, always have to keep the confidence in check, of course, but it's undeniable. You know, it gives your spirits up. But that's if BL manages to win this half. Like true. I said, Fire Phoenix, just like the Phoenix, gonna rise from the ashes. We still have that one round to make it count. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if Savage will. If we saw Rampage earlier from Zen, let's see if we could see plus Ultra Savage from Savage here.
Ah, yeah. Never count anyone out, ladies and gentlemen. But it is undeniable that BL will be playing with confidence here, since they were able to, you know, as Articuno mentioned, you know, put in the investment with all these points, and the pressure is alleviating from them, since they really able to shift the pressure over to Fire Phoenix. And I have to say, they are really being tested by BL, one of the best teams out there. And I'm sure that they're definitely changing things up, but we are changing things up over here. Sub-player, Yorhan is coming into the mix while MX will be stepping down. Interesting.
What's up, Yorhan? Another familiar name. And okay, so that's a entering swap for Rue. We'll be given a chance for Yorhan to play this out this time. I mean, BL has a lot of allowance to work with. Let's go and see, though. Who knows? Like I keep on saying, I keep on going back to Savage here. Savage did decent during the first round. So I expect that there was one survivor taken back to the manor. So it's still, there's some pretty good signs of life here for FB. That's why I just can never discount.
Yeah, for sure. But just to give some context who Yorhan is, Yorhan, so MX is actually the forward main. Yorhan is the explorer main of the team of BL. Not only that, he also uses the forward and has a 50% win rate. So that's just some context for Yorhan. But as you mentioned, Savage Cat still coming into the mix. Maybe he's, you know, a diesel start hunter that he needs to get a little warmed up. I'm sure that they're gonna ban that Dream Witch because that's what he used. So let's see what other pocket hunters Savage has.
Sorry, just another behind the scenes thing again. I was the last to accept. I think I was the reason why the lobby wasn't starting yet. Oops.
Yeah, we always got to look down, just for someone to just give us a signal. I remember yesterday, like, they were screaming at your ear, except, right, okay, here.
Go Menasai.
Here we go. That's all good. We're already in the mix. And now, banning the Dream Witch, a very respectable ban. Do not want to deal with Savage Cat's Dream Witch, especially at Arms Factory.
Yeah, and okay, so far that is totally merited. Seer as well as a forward. Very logical, very sound decisions coming in from Savage here. So it's a decent start off to pick and ban here. Of course, where we'll really see things happen is once the Survivor and Hunter picks come out. But talking about these Survivors first, again, the no-brainer here is Mechanic and Mercenary are open for the taking. If you want to add another layer of survivability where you can also rescue, then Gravekeeper is another guy you can add into the mix.
But we see a wildling come into that mix.
That works too. There we go.
Since Gravekeeper is the little brother of Mercenary, Wildling I would say is the older grandpa of Forward because of how he's able to use that boar. And Yorhan, living up to his Explorer main, is going to try to sneak one in here, locking in. So pretty interesting pick. It's half decoders, half rescuers.
I wonder though, what are we? Is this going to be the final? I wouldn't mind it though, because again, this is another composition that's still up there for Call of the Abyss standard. So BL is once again on the right track for picks. And if you think about it, the double rush you're gonna get out of a mechanic as well as an explorer. It's not just that. Let's say in the uneventful moment that a mechanic and explorer is targeted as the first target, the hunter, then it's not as much of a loss, I would say, just because you still have the other heavy decoder that is up and ready. So I think BL is really going to want to push the speed on this game because they know what the win condition is this time around. They just need to make sure that they get 2 or more survivors out of the gate to make sure everything is A-okay, and that's the lock-in right there.
Yep. Now it is Savage Cat's turn to be able to pick. Are we going to see a Bloody Queen? A Sculptor maybe?
Oh, Wu Chang!
Not wasting any time here. Wu Chang, Fire Phoenix, ladies and gentlemen.
Lock it in. You know
wow,
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, blessing us with Wu Chang here. You got to show them some love. So here we have it. Wu Chang hunting over at Arms Factory. This is great. I'm pretty sure Savage Cat is going to get a lot of lovers already for him to be able to choose Wu Chang in the mix.
Yes, I mean everybody knows I love a good Wu Chang. So, in which case, let's hear it for you guys. What are you guys thinking about these picks that we're seeing so far? It's I wouldn't say it's different, but it's definitely it's a lineup that makes things more interesting as a spectator. So let us know what those thoughts are continually in chat as well as on social media by using the hashtag COAIVSEA. Use the hashtag as well, hashtag BLWin as well as hashtag FPWin if you want to see either one of these two sides make it further as your first finalist for the Call of the Abyss for global or finals. Yeah.
So here we go, guys. Semifinals, round 2. Will FP continue their life here at the qualifiers, or will BL be punching their ticket to grand finals?
Yes, here we go. It is time for FP to really bring it to plus ultra if they want to keep their dream alive in this series. It is the second round of the second half between FP and BL. BL already has quite the heavy points under their belt, but all FP has to do, of course, is to make sure that they get 3-1 and up to make sure that they hit into a round 3. Can they do it now? It's all on Savage Cat. We'll find out as we get the game going on.
Yeah, Savage Cat just really making his rounds and now fully committing to head over onto Factory. Still, again, we explain it time and time again, Wu Chang needs to be fed early on for him to be able to really exploit the skills he has. But wow, very apt pick. He finds the mechanics dull. And we have to be, Ram has to be very careful here. Oh, but no. Shifting, teleporting to make sure to find a Cypher moving. Quite the interesting strat coming out of Savage Cat. Now, Quan Lee is in the area of Sandbag, still close to Factory, so he can still probably go after that mechanic if he chooses.
This is interesting communication that we're seeing from BL because it's very obvious that the communication is on point because they're just, like, before Savage Cat makes a transition, they're already on, like, before he physically makes the transition. Members of BL are already on the run, but okay, looks like Rem will finally get spotted out here.
Yeah, but the pallet drop. So Savage Cat has to, have the mini victories. He was able to spot out the mechanic, so that does stop, as you mentioned, one of those heavy decoders from really pushing those objectives. But you know what? You also have to worry about Yorhan. He is making his way around the map, finding those pages.
Yeah, and this is really good for Savage Cat, in which case it did take a little bit of a while to narrow down on the target, but you know what? Rem is going to be the perfect one, in which case, question is, how long is this kiting going to be going for? Because Rem has been, like, as a mechanic especially, has been buying a lot of time. That's just natural kiting ability that's coming into play. But there you go, Savage! Finally landing the first hit here onto Rem, and not going to be wasting any time making the transition over. Going to try to spot him out. Luckily closes the distance quite nicely, and Rem is going to have to be very, very careful.
Yep, Rem really utilizing like just basic kiting here, just to, oh wow, again, just utilizing the pallets to our advantage, since you know what, the mechanic is going to be a factor once he gets hit. But wow, again, Wu Chang's umbrella able to catch this mechanic as she was vaulting. So Rem buying a lot of time because we only have 2 ciphers left.
Yes, and this just really goes to show how this communication from BL is, it's just proving to be top-notch in this case. But Savage Cat not wasting any time transitioning back to the next cipher. We'll be finding one of the puppets though, but you know what? That's totally fine. That's kind of what the FP needs to look out for. They want to try to hamper the progress on these ciphers. There you go, the quick sitter from Savage Cat once again to make sure it kept everyone in check. Rem was rescued, so Savage Cat has to get the ball rolling again.
Yeah, he knew that teleporting there and going back would be easy for that Wu Chang umbrella. So in that process, though, as you mentioned, the communication was so on point, because once the teleport was going to be used, I'm sure that the mechanic, Rem, already signaled to his teammates that you can come save me, it's safe for now, as this kiting session would go on. And now spots out Ram, the wildling here, going to eat a lot of hits, but can for sure feed this Wu Chang to get those skills in place.
Yeah, there you go. Charging up once again here, Savage Cat, trying to look at whatever options are available.
He negated the... Oh my gosh, that was insane play by Ram.
Crazy, in which case I was already ready for Savage Cat to make that transition, but this wildling timed it so beautifully. And you know what? Savage Cat, he is not having any of that at all.
But Ram, again, being such a pesky survivor there, just living up to his name, ramming this Wu Chang. And just when we thought the teleport was going to happen, I'm like, wow, that's a new skill. He's just teleporting slowly. No, he's being tackled by that boar. And now they push for the end game. We have a detention Wu Chang coming into place. And one of the puppets there over at the exit gate gets that terror shock in there, but gonna get a sniff out of that mechanic.
Yeah, big question is, how is everyone else on the other side of the map? What is the progress exactly? We do see the shift coming in from Savage Cat. We'll be spotting out Ram, who is currently back on his mighty high, I'm about to say horse, but I know it's not a horse.
His hog, his boar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So here we have it, Soul Siphon come in. Ram, again, just really utilizing it, but now the boar is gone, and we are going to see a fully fed Wu Chang. Can he get some survivors back to the manor? Savage Cat switching targets now, teleporting over at Water Tank, over at that exit, but exit gate's open. I don't think there's any survivors in yet. Quan Lee was able to exit it, but he got out of dodge. This is the mercenary, so he can't eat some of those hits, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, there you go. Savage Cat already landed the hit right now. Now it's all up to Quan Lee to make sure that he first himself safely right out the gate. There should be more than enough time, more than enough life to work with. That's already 2. We're going to wait for 2 more. That's already 3. BL, they want to go for that full 5, and they will. Ladies and gents, introducing your first finalist for the Call of the Abyss 4 Southeast Asia qualifiers. It is going to be BL4 Brilliant.
Brilliant performance throughout, especially with how they excellent communication, excellent kiting ability, and you know, it just really gave Savage Cat a real hard time. They were so slippery, and they really exploited Wu Chang in the sense that made sure that until he doesn't have all his skills, we'll be able to tight kite when we have to. We'll be able to transition well. And the Ram with that wildling just living up to his name.
Ramming in, ramming on that Wu Chang. I was surprised. I was already starting to build up, going for this way. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I was like, wait, why is he like hovering there? Oh, he's getting tackled.
I was like, is that some kind of new animation or something?
I was going to consult the patch notes. I'm like, is that how he teleports? Like he's just going to just float there? But wow. leave it to BL to give us a highlight reel. But I mean, show your love to Fire Phoenix.
Please
because,
do, yes.
Because again, they faced one of the best teams out there, and they really took it to them. And you know what? They never gave up. That's the important thing. They were able to just show up and just show that, you know, a group of friends who are just found each other through rank can participate in big tournaments like this. And I hope we see more of them because, again, this is a learning process, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people think that the journey ends here, but this is just the start for a lot of these players.
It is. It really is. And I hope that we see more of Fire Phoenix in the future. Like we said, we kind of got to talk to Liquor earlier. You know, I just love seeing, because when we did a rehearsal of interviews earlier with the players, they also send us like the video feed of them as they talk. And like Liquor, you could just really tell was just happy to be able to compete. And that's the energy we continually need here in Southeast Asia. I just love the positivity coming from the players, making sure to support the community. And that's the ultimate thing. We are here to support the Southeast Asia community more than anything else. All said and done, though, we have the results, and it's going to be a BL win for today.
BL, congratulations. Moving on over to Grand Finals. Still more Identity 5 action to take place, and I think we still have to see the game data because I want to see the stats when it comes to containment time as well as Cypher progress, because again, that was a very hard lineup to actually go up against. You got two decoders and two heavy rescuers, and you saw how the mechanic was so slippery at the start, and utilizing the arms factories, pallets, the terrain to her advantage. So it just shows that BL has been putting in the work, and they have been, you know what, really grinding it out for them to be this sharp in Identity 5 play.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. All said, this really makes me look forward to what the finals is going to look like, because BL has proven themselves to be a formidable foe in this qualifiers. The big question, of course, is who they're going to be facing. That, of course, will be determined in a little bit of a while once we hit that matchup versus with VX versus FP.
MP. Mad Penguins.
I'm still like 5 Phoenix. Still hungover this
That's
game.
true. Wow. Penguins versus Phoenix. That would be cool. That would be a great matchup, actually, if we had them together. But, yeah, we still have the Mad Penguins versus VX, so that's something to look forward to. Plus, you know what? I think BL over here is going to be just watching the competition closely. Here we have it, a four-person escape. We see triple digits from Ram, Yorham, and Kwanli. Ram having a lot of kiting time at the start. And it just shows that they also have their pallet strike game on point. FP Savage Cat had a 50% attack hit rate, 5 pallets destroyed and 3 knockdowns. Excellent stuff. I mean, it was really a tough performance on the side of Savage Cat because BL was so prepared.
True. Truly. And with all of that, here is the match result, guys. Oh, I didn't realize it was a 1-8 again. So, yeah, 1-8.
Oh, yeah.
That is a 2-16 super hefty build-up. Once again, congratulations to BL. And we are like to thank FP for their participation here at the Call of the Abyss 4C qualifiers. Like we say, we are here to support all the teams, and I know for a fact that the C community is so supportive of all our players, and towards the end of this, they will definitely have supporters and fans that will be looking at their journey. But I'm excited about this, by the way. MVP, it's not a hunter, it's a survivor, and it's going to be BL Ram. Very well deserved in it.
The only thing you have to look at here is 2 things: decoding progress and escapes. 300% decoding progress.
Wow.
Man. Didn't even meet the hunter, so Ram was really able to. That's the one you have to highlight, but he can kite, ladies and gentlemen. We're just getting a snapshot of his best performance. 300% decoding, 1 escape. One of those tricky survivors to deal with. Let's check out the highlights here as we wrap things up. Xivon Chi unfortunately gets that last effort in. Again, Zen, such a scary hunter when he gets that Dream Witch in there.
I would not ever want to find myself facing Zen in a ranked game. In a custom game, then chase me all you want, Zen. But in a rank, then I'm just going to say sayonara to my points if I end up being on Survivor side. But yeah, talking about things here, we see the interesting difference. Bloody Queen as well really worked like a charm for this guy here, and this really goes to show how deep his pool can scratch that, not deep, but rather how his pool just easily can play to the meta. Here we have Savage thankfully bring us another Wu Qian game, tried his hardest Took a bit of a while. I can't blame him. Because it was very clear how communication was so smooth for BL. Savage Cat, I feel, was making some decent decisions. It's just that those transitions were always proving hard to commit to a target. And the highlight that we were talking about earlier,
yeah, that Ram there, Ram living up to his name there, just showing us that the Wildling is another force to be reckoned with in terms of competitive Identity 5. So just shows, yeah, BL has come here to play. But you know what? Again, Fire Phoenix, amazing stuff. Please show them your love, ladies and gentlemen. Show them the Southeast Asia, welcome here in the Identity 5 community. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much again for joining us. But after this very short break, we will be moving on to VX versus MP. We have been your MCs for today. Watch Spice and Artsgono. We'll be right back right after this.
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢？他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都混在寂寞。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment. Yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
This is not a game. It's a race with no winner. Only a survivor.
Again, we are back, speaking to you live from the live coverage of the Great Race. Don't quit now, or you'll lose.
No matter how many times I race, I can't run away from that shadow.
Cars are ready, the crowd's on their feet.
Hey, buddy, watch out!
The race obsesses us.
Catch me, Ryder.
No one can fight alone.
Just keep going!
We're gonna get crushed.
My Rocinante.
Speed up! Speed up!
You lost your nerve.
Never. Is it all over?
If someone has to end this, it must be you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Southeast Asia COAIV qualifiers, Botch Spice and Articuno, day number 2. We just saw FP versus BL, and BL punch their way to grand finals, and now we need to find out who they'll be facing. Will it be MP or VX?
Yes, and gosh, it has come down to the. I can't believe these days have gone by in such a blur. Watch, it feels like just yesterday. We were doing the other qualifiers for the other region. Now we are currently focused on our home region. Lots of love, in which case, from the community.
Lots of love, a lot of positive vibes too going
Yeah,
around.
a lot of positive
and a lot of
vibes.
support as well, a lot of passion, and that's why we want to take care of this community and always promote. Yeah, just to support your favorite players and support your region as well. Just want to make this community thrive, right?
Exactly. And yeah, before we start talking about the teams as well, like I literally just made a tweet praising the Southeast Asia community. I mean, you know, there's some thoughts floating on social media, which I definitely agree with. And it's done in a, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, the word I use is a classy manner, because, you know, it's voicing opinions out on the tournament, which is great, by the way. It means you guys are keeping active, number one. And number two, it's done in a way where it's constructive in a way, and it shows a lot of concern without, you know, stepping any lines. And that's why shout out to everyone in Southeast Asia that's making their voice known. Continue to do that in a respectful manner. And yeah, just look at my tweet, guys. But let's talk about this bracket again, Putch.
Yep, we did witness FP versus BL moving on. Now we're going to witness MP versus VX. And after that, we are going to have our grand finals. All of this being a best of 3. I'm sure BL is waiting in the wings, just wondering who they'll be facing next in this matchup. So, scheduled for today, we are at semifinals number 2, best of 3. VX versus MP, and now 8 o'clock or 20 military time. Finals, best of 3, BL versus To Be Determined.
I almost have to look at it twice. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, To Be Determined, the team that is, because we'll be looking
a
for...
surprise entrant.
Yeah, surprise. It's like one of those reality TV show twists. We're introducing a new contestant.
Oh, man, that would be crazy just to snatch it all away. But... yeah, VX versus MP. MP was, I would say, one of the highlights there was the overtime and how crazy and how intense that match was and how high level it was. We spoke to Anchan. He was full of energy when we were speaking to him, so I think they're all ready to go.
I adore Anchan. It was just so fun to talk to earlier. And so was the rest of it, because, like I said, there's familiar faces like Shuni, for example. Which is why I'm really happy to see MP, in which case, and well, like I said, everybody really. It's always fun to see the players from Southeast Asia here in the qualifiers.
On the flip side, we do have to acknowledge that VX, being the known players and being the ones that were able to see COA. Again, we were interviewing a lot of these players, and they said VX is the toughest competition that's going to be here. So big step for Mad Penguins, but making the rounds on social media, a lot of support going out to both teams. But MP in particular, a lot of people are showing their love and support for that team, the Mad Penguins, being the underdogs in this matchup. And I'm sure they gain a lot of fans in IVC as well.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, in which case, we're in the lobby right now, by the way. And before we talk about what's further ahead, let's go ahead and introduce our players once again. It's VX72S, Gadre, Captain Kun, Lingtian, Earth, Lizzie. I'm gonna nickname you Lizzie. Lizzie and Naru.
Yeah, we did see. I mean, 72S and Gadre, they are known hunters in the Southeast Asia region. We were supposed to talk to 72S, but we talked to Captain in that rehearsal interview. But Gadre with that, Wu Chang, but yesterday he was using that Dream Witch, so best deduction 7. Again, he says that he uses Wu Chang, but not much information on that, so could he pull it out today? Not sure. Moving over to Cap Kun, though.
Yeah, Captain Kun, another one. He's the guy that we rehearsed with earlier in the interview with VX. And like you said, VX is going into this with much confidence, just the right amount of confidence, of course, because you never want to go into this overconfident. They're going in with confidence, but with still as much, just looking at each enemy team equal.
Yeah, especially with how they have been practicing. They said that their performance yesterday, they wanted to practice even more. So I get where that confidence is coming from, but then again, they can't look past anyone. That's why they put in the hours, and they're revved up to go. And also to point out, Earth as well as Capcom boasting that Priestess. It did merit that Priestess ban early on in their matchup yesterday.
Priestess has been quite the anomaly, in which case I couldn't really blame people. And speaking of which, no, that is not that the survivor is stuck. That actually is VX having a lot of people that are pretty much favorable towards Priestess, but now we have a switcheroo. Ling Tian, everybody knows that Ling Tian is a pretty sick mercenary player. And it's VX. Again, we constantly peg them as that well-oiled machine on the Survivor side. God J doing God J things. However, I will say this much. We're starting to see a few chinks. Is that how you put it? Like chinks in the arm? Kinks.
No, I think that's a different word. Chink in the arm. Holes in their game? I'll say
Yeah,
holes
like-
in their game.
Yeah, like there's some dents in the
Dents,
armor
dents,
already.
let's
There
say
we go.
dents.
Let's keep it at that safe word.
Yeah.
There's like dents in the armor.
There, yeah.
That. Speaking of which, Mad Penguins can exploit.
Yes, so Mad Penguins, we have Shi, Mochi, Anchan, shout out to Anchan who we just talked to, Shuni, who we just interviewed before everything, LC, Yuri, and Siru. Now, Mad Penguins have been showing a constant evolution, and it just shows that, you know, when push comes to shove, they're the overtime kings. They were able to win that.
Starting off with Shi here, who was one of the reasons why they were able to make it this far, getting 5 points when it matters. Not just the 5 points, but also a speedy game, which, interestingly enough, was on a Dream Witch, right?
Yeah, Dream
Yeah,
Witch,
Dream Witch.
as well as, I think there was a Wu Chang at one point, and there's just so much happening yesterday. We should really watch the VODs and figure out, because she has both just a plethora of hunters.
Yes.
And looking at it, she does have like a Disciple, an Axe Boy, and as well as this very scary Bloody Queen. So moving on, we do have LC as the as the Prospector. So we were pretty hyped to see this Prospector. So hopefully we'll get a little more highlights coming out of LC and just Prospectors in general.
Definitely. And it just really goes to show how MP, when push comes to shove, they are very much well capable of rolling with the punches. And they're going to need it, because that's the kind of team that VX is as well. Talking about Anshan right here. Very, very good. I mean, even though, looking at the scoring, Survivors didn't have the best time yesterday in this MP versus rename matchup. But on the flip side, I think it's understandable, because the hunters are maybe crazy, honestly.
True. Yeah, and as you're mentioning how crazy the hunters are, it just has, maybe the Survivors have to be more defense. Moving on to Siru, Priestess. Siru also, the fun fact that Siru was the hunter in IVC. I think she played that Bloody Queen. So now, another Priestess. Priestess has been really making her rounds in Survivor ranks in Southeast Asia. And Shuni has the Prospector here, but one of the MVPs in IVC, having that God kiting session against, I believe it was 72S. Containment time was 207 seconds.
Yes, so there you have it, guys. Those are the lineups that are going to be coming into play for both VX as well as MP. I know for a fact, following social media, this is a matchup that people are really looking to see how it unfolds. I know there are fans of VX that are raring to go. There are also some new fans of MP that really want to see them win this series for whatever reason. I know you guys know whatever the reason is, but here, we're just here on the desk to compliment the action.
Yeah, we are here to compliment the action, give you guys the action, and I say we're professional fans throughout this thing. And we just have to call it down the line, and we're seeing VX starting with that banning. God J, will he be doing God J things, banning that mechanic? And very apt ban. We saw how effective the mechanic was in the previous matches, and if you let that mechanic through, she will do a number on those ciphers.
Yes, sirree. So, I wonder if MP has any plans of finding a supplement to the loss on mechanic, because in all fairness, a lot of the games that we saw for the first round, first half, or second half for that matter, nobody really puts mechanic as high up there. And there you have it. That will be the, what's the word I'm looking for, the substitution for mechanic, to make sure that they keep the decoding on point, and it will be explored.
Yeah, for sure, 100% in terms of finding another character that can really push those ciphers. And now a Priestess. Interesting stuff, because usually you'd see like a Seer or a Gravekeeper, but this mix is pretty good, since considering we're at the Red Church. So I'm sure that MP has some strats for them to be able to set those portals if Shuni will be on that Priestess, it's going to be pretty scary for the side of Godjay, because Shuni on that Priestess is so slippery.
Indeed so. Nonetheless, here we have the 4 likely suspects that'll be heading in for MP. I don't really see any reason why anything should be switched out. I mean, of course, another option is to put in this year, but I would agree with this composition either way. You can make, you don't always have to have the 3 on the board, whether it was banned or picked. You can always play to something that you feel would work much more better to how your team plays, and that is exactly what MP is doing here right now. So that said, since it's very likely that we're going to be seeing the suspect, this lineup of hunters for MP, there you go. We have that confirmed lock-in on our end. Let's figure out what Godjay is going to be bringing to the table. To be honest, I'm just going to say it right off the bat. It would almost be a no-brainer or a shocker if Godjay does not take this Dream Witch.
Yeah, for sure. If we look at IVC and look at his previous tournaments, he always goes for that Dream Witch. He locks it in. He's very confident with it. So if MP really did their homework, and I'm sure they did,
they have prepared something for that Dream Witch. And there you have it, Articuno. You're able to look into your crystal ball and predict that Dream Witch will be locked and loaded for Godjay.
Yes. Godjay, we're going to do some Godjay things on this Dream Witch. However, let's see if they'll be able to do it against MP. Like we said, we're starting to see some dents in VX's armor. So the big question in which case is MP going to be another one of those teams that will be able to exploit that? Or will VX continue to be the well-oiled machine that they are, that grants them safe voyage into the finals and give them that second spot?
Yeah, the real question there is also if MP can, just withstand the early onslaught of Godjay's Dream Witch, because they are known as the rounds go on for them to be the formidable team.
True.
So let's find out semifinals, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1, first half, Godjay doing Godjay things with his Dream Witch, but you do have the first round pick of Elsie in the forward, Anchan with the Explorer, Siru as the Mercenary, Shuni as this Priestess, a very formidable lineup. Let's see if Godjay can spot that Explorer as we head on over to the Red Church.
Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm going to ask once again, because we are heading into first half of round 1 between VX and MP. Looks like Godjay is already revving to go, so I'm not going to prolong this. Let's see what happens.
Yep, Godjay making his round from the back part of the map over to back exit and just making sure he just spots out whoever. Saw a portal right away. Will he commit to Shuni, that Priestess, just setting things up already? Godjay, just making sure that he's doing cleanup early on now before the chase happens and the Priestess would be exploiting those holy keys for that. Godjay still making his rounds and finds Elsie. Will he go for that hard commit? Again, just maybe harassing them just for them to make constant rotations. But you could be sure that Elsie's making that communication happen with his teammates to say that he's over there. And wow, trade happening. Elsie eating that hit while the forward gets that pallet stun.
Exactly. And okay. Looks like the commit is actually going to come in onto Elsie. Look at that. 2 followers actually committed to this particular survivor, but Godjay gonna make sure that he keeps up the pace, gonna transition himself over as well, just so that he still has that quote-unquote signal over reaching Elsie.
True. Oh wow, the blink. Oh my gosh, the timing on Godjay, able to down that forward. Excellent stuff so far. I mean, but all is not lost just yet, because MP still has that Explorer digging for those pages. 31% complete, and you do see some ciphers, some objectives being completed here, Articuno.
Exactly, and oh my goodness. Looking at things though, I love how MP is already in position. We already see Siru just around the corner, just waiting for the right opening to just go for it. However, Godjay will spot him out, and of course will commit one of those followers just to make things a little bit more complicated to execute this rescue.
And then Siru eating that hit. Elsie has a second chance of life there, has to make sure it counts, and he moves over to the bottom broken part of this map. probably going to go to reception. No, doubles back and stays at the mid broken part. Stays with this pallet, and will he be able to get the stun? Oh, wow, gets the last effort.
Yeah, last effort, a little bit unfortunate right there. But you know what? I like the idea of moving back to the middle part because if he did decide to transition all the way down to lower, there's a higher probability of this Dream Wish getting an easier pincer on you with these two followers.
And also to point out, Shuni is over there at the reception area, so probably heard that does not want to disrupt the Cypher rush. And that was very good on the forward side. Can take another round on that chair, but now Siru is over at reception. Ooh, and now gets that hit. The Mercenary, though. Wow, that was quite an interesting hit.
Yes, and Siru, it's just waiting for expiration time, but yeah, that was a good moment to go for the rescue, in which case, so this is going to be the third time for forward. Question is, can LC get a little bit more time in which case?
Yeah, and he's getting that time as Anchan is starting to dig for more pages. And you know what? Gaje cannot rest on his laurels because he knows this Explorer can for sure, really just push those objectives really fast and push for that end game to happen.
And there you have it, in which case, guys. First survivor out of the game, but looking on the flip side, check out the progress, guys. 2 more ciphers, which are more than 50% through their mark, but it's going to be harder for MP, that's for sure, losing out on the forward that early. And that means that they don't have a disruptor anymore.
For sure, and oh man, Gaje spots out the Explorer. Anchan really has to try to pop these ciphers as he can. Gets the pop, but man, Gaje going for the leech here, so Anchan has to try his best to survive as long as possible. Tries to go for the stun, but no, Gaje was ready for that one.
Yep, there you go. You have the pickup here onto Anchan, in which case, and it's the Explorer. It is the Explorer, we have to take note. So that actually, well, I wouldn't say it hampers anything as much anymore because they already have so much progress on these ciphers already. So all MP has to do is to make sure that they juggle this properly.
Yep, Cypher is already primed. So Anchan, oh, nice stun. Not going for it just yet. Shifting attention to Shuni because Shuni is near that Cypher that has to be popped. Gonna eat that hit, gonna try to go for that pop, and they do. Detention is a factor for Gaje.
Yes, and what's kind of scary here is that Shuni could very likely be the target that Gaje will want to go for. He already technically has him in an advantageous position. I mean, even though this is a much more optimal area to kite,
watch
probably
out.
Not.
Oh, Shuni canceling out that global portal just in time because she is being leeched over here at Graveyard. So excellent wherewithal by Shuni. Tried to go for that blink, but Shuni still a slippery target, just staying away as much as possible from all the followers of Gaje. So, man, Shuni trying to go for that dungeon. Can she make it, though?
Can she? I mean, the opening, just really waiting for it. But these followers are going to put some heavy pressure knowing what is up.
That's true. And Shuni playing with those holy keys out there, trying to make sure. I think they're going to go for a backdoor exit, not the dungeon. Shuni, Siru, Anchan on the way to the exit. And could this be GG's? Yes, it is.
Holy cow, Shuni with the mind games. Really got Gaje into thinking that they were going to fully commit to that dungeon, only to realize that, nope, I'm going to be going to the other gate.
Exactly. Just the wherewithal of Shuni. I have to say, you know what? We highlighted Shuni in the past. We were able to talk to her. She's very nervous about coming into this, and they are not looking past VX as one of the top competitors, and it shows. This was the early storm that they had to weather, and now that they're able to get 3-1 against Gaje's Dream Witch is a huge vote of confidence for the Mad Penguins.
Exactly. Mad Penguins, such an intelligent play in which case. And I gotta say, you have to remember, yesterday during the first round, they 2-2 tied for their first round. Right. This is a step up against VX especially. So Mad Penguins looks like whatever happened yesterday just gave them, just lit a fire under themselves, and it's clearly manifesting from what we're here today. Next up, we got to see if that Hunter can bring it full circle.
Right, and you know, we have been seeing a very consistent Hunter in She. she was able to take it to, was able to progress and able to still take it to overtime. But here we have the game data, ladies and gentlemen. Shuni, look, well-distributed containment time. The forward was the one to expire. I believe it was Shuni, Siru, and Anchan that were the ones who were able to escape. Triple digits all throughout the board for Shuni, Siru, and Anchan. But Gajay, though, a lot of activity with those attack hits, pallet destroyed, and knockdowns. So, again, huge vote of confidence for Mad Penguins. They were able to withstand and outlast the storm that is Gajay's Dream Witch. So, as the rounds go on, definitely that Dream Witch will be taken off the table.
Exactly. And oh my gosh, Mad Penguins, these I was about to say Mad Men, but I can't because they're penguins.
I mean, Shuni's a female, so it's like...
Yeah. Mad Penguins. We'll stick to the penguins, then.
Mad ladies and lads.
There you go. That works. That does work.
So, yeah, you're saying... Oh, okay.
I just love that mind game coming in from Shuni. I am just gagged over it because it's not the flashiest play. It's something that you have to really look at because it's not like that intense. Well, that back and forth was the intense part, but I think Gajay was not expecting that, where all of a sudden he was still lingering around that dungeon, and then wait a minute, where did the priestess go? And,
exactly.
Oh, she's already at the other gate.
I think the keys to the victory were also just letting that explorer dig for those pages.
True.
And committing to that forward at the time was good, but then you really have to put the pedal to the metal since you're having a decoder. Basically, that's also like having the mechanic. And instead of an extra body, you have that 50% boost right away once she's able to dig for those pages.
Exactly. And just to add on to that as well, the timing... By the time because obviously you want to keep the explorer out of the hunter's radar for as long as possible. Unless you already reach a point where you've already got so much progress on your ciphers, and by the time the Explorer was caught, it didn't matter. Explorer already did what he needed to do for the team. Didn't matter if the Explorer said bye-bye at some point. MP, it's really good. But again, we don't want to discount VX just yet. We are going to be heading into a game where she is going to have to, whatever she did yesterday, continue that, because those 5 points were of abundance for she here. So hopefully for MP fans, she continues to deliver that. But for VX fans, of course, they're going to breathe a sigh of relief because we're looking at the well-oiled machine that is the pride of VX being their survivor lineup.
Yeah, it just seems like... well, since yesterday, that gauntlet they went through in overtime as well as those intense matches, MP kind of leveled up. You saw them grind a little bit yesterday, and I think that, you know what, they're all warmed up and all ready to go because of how they were so coordinated. Now, the big question is, they'll be going up against really formidable survivors in Earth, Lingtian, Capcom, and you name it. The VX survivors have been very well-rounded. Can they, sustain this lead for them to be able to, have more confidence coming into round number 2?
Now, we'll have to look into that as well. Looking at the lobby, it looks like everyone is good to go in which case. So we're going to have the standard 4 for VX. None of the substitutes. We're going to be playing with the main 4 that we previewed a little bit earlier during the roster introduction. So I guess this is it, Butch. This is going to be the round 1 that'll give us a inkling of how this series will eventually start to pan out.
Again, just like always, we can never really count anyone out. This is just the first round, but huge vote of confidence so far on the side of MP for their survivors. Since we always talk about Gajay doing Gajay things, and whenever that happens, he's always on that Dream Witch.
Right.
So that's just something to highlight as we head on over to the picks and bans.
Oh my gosh. So what direction is MP going with this? It does look like a mechanic is in order. So almost a similar scenario where they want to completely remove VX. I like this though. I think it's a great move coming in from She because VX is one of those teams that is very capable of exploiting these top tier picks.
Right.
And there's been a lot of instances where VX, if you leave that mechanic unchecked, then you're just asking for trouble as a hunter. So it's a good that MP already taken that first step. So on the flip side though, this is round 1. A mechanic, it's all good because VX, they have a lot of options to work with.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. They have the Gravekeeper. They have the Wild. Okay, going for that Wildling. So stun-heavy lineup. I hope she would be ready for those pesky tackles from the forward and the Wildling's Boar. We're looking at the Priestess again in Red Church. We didn't really see the Priestess in the first match, but man, you saw how Shuni was able to utilize that Priestess and utilize the structure of Red Church and how they got that 3-man out. So that could be the changing factor. If, again, we saw that in the player profile, they do favor that Priestess, so I'm pretty sure they practice their rotations and their holy key spawns in Red Church.
Exactly. So with that said, it does look like VX is going to play more to precaution. Not going to be forcing an Explore again. This is where you see a difference in playstyle here for VX, where it's a bit more clear that they don't mind playing to the long game if needed for this first round. And yeah, on the flip side, it does kind of make you wonder if ever the lock-in does push through for VX, how she is going to be responding to this. We did see some interesting bans on Tish. I believe, wasn't she the hunter that we saw Axeboy bans on yesterday?
Yeah, so Axeboy, Axeboy is crazy. Axeboy on, I mean, we saw Axeboy on Moonlit. So she doesn't really care if it's big or small, and that is what you predict the Articuno. Axeboy will be coming out. Are we going to see a lock though? Just fixing the persona points, but yeah, she is a very formidable Axeboy.
I'm holding my breath a little bit because I would love to see She's Axeboy, to be honest, but can't really confirm anything until that's a lock-in, because we have seen she thrive on other hunters. But there you go, that's going to be lock-in. We're going to be seeing some signature plays courtesy of Mad Penguin She here. Whether or not it will actually translate to giving MP that full throttle of a win for the first round, we will find out. This is the round that will make or break things for the semifinals. This is, if anything, one of the hottest semifinals between the two. I think this is the one that our audience was anticipating a lot more. There's a lot riding on this for both MP fans as well as VX fans.
Yeah, lots of anticipation in the air between VX and MP. Both these players have seen IVC, and you know what? Let's say this is an IVC callback or throwback, because these teams that perform pretty well. MP, though, making a mark yesterday, going into overtime. And now VX wants to solidify their spot in grand finals, but MP getting a leg up, if you would, really taking it to Godje, getting a 3-1. So that's a vote of confidence in their survivors. Since yesterday, the survivors did go 2-2. So it just shows that, you know, Mad Penguins can survive, and they can survive with the best of them. That's what happened against Godje's Dream Witch. So now here we are, ladies and gentlemen. VX versus MP at Red Church. Capcun with that Priestess. You did see him trade up his Seer for that Priestess. Earth with a Mercenary. Neru with the forward, and Lingtian with that Wildling. Very stun-heavy lineup on the side of VX. But you have to respect the Axeboy of She. She has been terrorizing IVC with this Axeboy, and now we're going to see it come to fruition here at the Red Church.
There you have it, folks. We are in the game now. It is VX versus MP. Take note, it is the second half of round one, meaning we're only just getting things started here. VX, they need to perform a little bit better in this one, because Mad Penguins have the advantage after getting the 3-1 in the first one. Can we be expecting more out of VX? In which case, we'll find out, as she is already on the hunt, and it looks like Neru is going to be a feasible target.
True. So Neru, realizing that, you know what, this doesn't want this chase to come in outside the Red Church, will transition right back into it. Will hop that. Thankful for him that this Axeboy did use that Fireball, just so that the chase will be extended over here at the back exit. Neru, a very formidable forward, gonna get that speed boost, but counters with another forward dash over to that pallet, drops a Peaceful Pine just to keep this chase in this area. Neru cleaning up some real estate. How long will Neru be able to last in this chase?
Exactly. So, with that said, I mean, what's kind of tricky here is that Neru's still very, very healthy, but in close quarters, this could work to Shi's advantage. Look at that, already starting to speed up a bit more, looking for that hit, and there you go, actually lands it.
Yeah, so excellent timing there on that fireball, just when that forward was dropping that pallet. Good wherewithal with Shi here. Looking at the lineup, yeah, he does have to fully commit to one of these guys. Rest assured that, the Cypher Rush is happening, but doesn't have to worry about a mechanic or an explorer. But Neru is so efficient when it comes to using his rugby ball just to move things along. Ling Tian now playing body blocking, but no, the global portal will be a factor. Ling Tian now making sure he is in the vicinity. Will he try to go for it? Oh, we're going to see a teleport come into play.
Yes, and oh my gosh. This is going to be, Neru just setting up just in case, wanting to make sure that he has full control of the area.
Excellent stuff. Excellent timing there. Just when we thought that the forward was safe, he did use that global portal. He did fall down because of that after image. You saw that he did carry that teleport just to counter that global portal that Priestess brings to the table. And now that I believe, the Cypher Rush was stopped in that area of top broken.
Oh my gosh. This is interesting. Looking at the vicinity, nobody's really making a move. Everybody's just laser focused on the Cypher. So I think it will be safe to say that if ever they do eventually if ever they do get the rescue on Nero, there you go, already halfway through the mark. So Nero's only going to have like one last bit of life in
Yeah, one last chance at life, but as you mentioned, we also saw yesterday that they might make a sacrifice play here just to push for those Cyphers. 3 Cyphers remaining. Capcom, Wildling over there at the bottom side of that map at the back gate. Earth, though, in reception here. Now, I think, she's fully committing to just leaving that forward because he will be going back to the manor. And Earth now leaving his Cypher about almost 50%. So the accelerated decoding is now going to be a factor in play of the survivors. She now looking for a target.
This is an interesting build-up in which case coming in from Shi. And take note of the Cypher progress. There's one that's already nearing completion, but 2 that are not at the half 50 mark. So I would say VX is decent in this game, but it's definitely looking very good for Shi as well.
True. We're at the midpoint of the game where there's going to be one big play that's going to change the momentum to one side. Now we see Shi lock in over here with Capcom using that restful road. Now the speed boost of that fireball. Oh, wow, gets the hit while she was trying to call for one of her teammates. Capcom now changing areas here, trying to go for that portal, that holy key. And now Capcom still continuing that chase. We do have teleport ready, but he will be zoning in on this. Whoa, oh my gosh, the timing on that fireball as well as the accuracy. She is on fire.
Exactly, gosh, there is no slowing down for this Axe Boy so far. Look at this though. It does seem like for VX, they're trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? They're trying to keep things in business, like business as usual with these Cyphers, but it's starting to become hard. It's undeniable. They have to make a response for this. Earth is in the vicinity. It is a mercenary, so that should be it should be a high probability chance of a successful rescue. There you go, just dashes straight in. Captain Kun is already back on the run, but she instantly getting the hit, so Captain Kun gonna be falling sometime soon.
True, but you know what? That was a clean rescue by the mercenary, so excellent stuff on the side of VX, and Capcom just making sure that he buys as much time for his teammates because one Cypher is remaining. It's still anyone's game. Can they get that 3-1? She not letting go of this Priestess and making sure he picks her up right before that last Cypher is primed. Now we have to see who will be on chair rescuing duty because we do have a mercenary and a wildling that still has a lot. Oh, wow, but eats that hit. And now this is going to help out Shi a lot. Earth going in. He's got to time it well, but no, gets the rescue. And now we have to be very laser focused with that pop, Articuno.
Yeah, speaking of that pop, it is ready from what we're seeing here at the lower left portion of your screen, ladies and gents. So VX, there you go. They do decide to pop it, but it's going to be very dangerous because detention, like we said, that was half the battle, making sure those Cyphers are ready. Next up will be to try to escape the onslaught. That is Shi.
Wow, tried to use that portal, but Shi with the timing there tries to get a restful road just in case. Wants to be able to chair this Priestess. Again, 2-2 would be still formidable for Capcom, for Shi, because again, they did get that lead with 3-1. Now she just bringing him over here just to make sure that he is over at the exit. And now we see a 2-2. GG's is going to be called for the side of MP.
Wow, just like that, MP. I'm very impressed, I will say. MP, like we said, there's this big question as they conquer rename. Are they going to be using that crazy match that they had yesterday to spring them forward heading into VX? Question has been answered for the round one at least. Yes.
So far, they have been, you know what? They have been living up to the hype that comes with their name because a lot of support is coming for them. So far, they win round number 1. So excellent stuff on MP side. And I know we talk about a lot about VX being the ones that have seen a lot of tournaments, but I really feel like the community is starting to level up and we're starting to see some new stars emerge.
That's actually a really good way to put it because take note, Mad Penguins during their IVC run, I think it's obvious even for us MCs, there were a number of teams that we highlighted quite a bit more, but now this time this is MP making a statement, like telling the audience, telling the world that since then we have really prepared for this day. It showed how much endurance we had during day 1 going up against rename. This time around, VX, one of the best teams in Southeast Asia, we're ready.
Yeah, that's true. They were able to refine their game plan and now it is showing and they're reaping the rewards. Again, 2-2 is not bad because of what the survivors did. Looking at the game data here, Ling Tian, Earth really and Capcom pushing those ciphers, but Neru finding a really hard time to just contain the Hunter with 82.3 seconds. But she, with the proactivity of the attack hit rate, I actually want to clarify also if the attack hit rate would go for those fireballs because she was so on point with that.
True.
Even though he did miss it, he was able to use that as a speed boost. And here we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 goes to the Mad Penguins, 5-3. Not the biggest of leads, but if they're able to duplicate that performance, it will be a quick road to grand finals for the side of the Mad Penguins.
Exactly. I am looking forward to see, is MP going to go the, close out as early as round 2? It's very much feasible. VX, they're going to have to be careful moving forward. Now, let's talk about how this could potentially play out because obviously, I think it's a no-brainer. Regardless of what map it is, VX has to take away that Axeboy.
Oh, for sure. The respect ban on that Axeboy, but it still leaves room for She to use that Bloody Queen. So it's great that she was able to use the Axeboy early on just so that he has a little more leeway for them to use. But you know what? On the flip side, VX could actually, okay, we'll get another crack at that Axeboy because it was 2-2, pretty evenly done. I don't know if they're going to come in with more confidence. My book would say I think they should respect ban that Axeboy.
For sure. I mean, just deal with the possibility of those other hunters. It's crystal clear. We already saw the bans yesterday. Rename, respecting that Axeboy. This in itself witnessing exactly why.
Exactly. So the question also with where the map is going to be, would it merit a certain type of ban? Because Godjay, we did see him use that sculptor yesterday. I think it was at Lakeside. Oh no, it was at Ever Sleeping Town. So we did see him bolster a Dream Witch, I think a sculptor. So very into the meta. And now that we have that respect ban coming in, as we're assuming of the Axeboy, I wonder who the hunter on MP side is going to be.
For sure. At least from what we saw during the previous games, just maybe stick to the form. Because MP already has that idea of what has worked for them yesterday. Move that forward. I mean, you're only, for round 2 at least, you only have to worry about that one ban, which is a highly likely probability of going to that Axeboy anyway.
Exactly.
But yeah, we've talked about MP. Let's talk about VX here because VX, as we said, fine wine. So if anything, round 1 is usually
feeling out process.
Yeah, it's like a feeling out for them, and they have a long running history of round 1s not always going in their favor and then suddenly bouncing back in a best of 3. So for VX fans, shouldn't be worried as much either yet. However, I will say you still have to note the difference of it's just, again, it's it's not the same dominating performance that we're used to from the previous tournaments that we've seen them.
True. Usually we see them really take control of the early start of the match, and it's the team they're facing that has to respond to the pressure they put on. So now we got confirmation that it is going to be Godjay that is going to do the hunting first. So Mad Penguin survivors, can they sustain that type of synergy that they displayed against Godjay, a very formidable hunter? And I'm sure that we talked about the Axe Boy being banned. I'm sure that they're going to ban the Dream Witch.
Without a doubt. And in all fairness, if they decide not to, they prove that they're able to roll with it anyway. So I feel like that's like a good gauge for me. If you're able to roll with the punches of Godjay's Dream Witch, then technically all the other hunters should theoretically be manageable. I say theoretically because Dream Witch is just crazy from what we've seen. We've seen a lot of heavy win rates from this Dream Witch. That's probably going to be one of the games where it doesn't come off as solid. So there you have it.
Again, I would say that is a great observation. If you can handle the best that Godjay will throw at you, that is definitely going to give the Mad Penguins a little more confidence coming into this map, especially if they respect ban that Dream Witch, which I believe, it's merited that they do.
In which case, we'll be heading into the pick and ban phase. Of course, good call from MP. Just take away that Dream Witch, leave whatever else is going to be available to Godjay. Likely, it is Ever Sleeping Town, so a Sculptor still is potentially in order.
True. We've seen him use that Sculptor, and I mean, Sculptor honestly has replaced the Bloody Queen in a lot of competitive scenes, but we do have some remnants of that queen since she is ruling. Her rule is over in Southeast Asia. Now we are seeing the ban of the Mechanic and the Priestess, rightly so, because the Priestess in Ever Sleeping Town would be a headache for the Hunter.
I wonder how this will play out in which case, because Forward Explorer, I mean, why fix something that ain't broken, as we always say? Explorer worked wonders for them. It is within MP's playstyle. All they have to do is to make sure that Explorer is kept incognito for the most part, and everything should be good moving forward. There you go, Mercenary as well.
A Prospector. Interesting stuff here. We did see a lot of activity in the Prospector side yesterday. But now, I mean, you saw that the Prospector is the type of character that the Mad Penguins love to use. And this could be a headache for Godjay. So he needs to choose his cards right.
Speaking of cards, in which case, I am still holding my breath for this Prospector pick.
Quite interesting to see who Godjay is going to be picking, and if we're able to witness if this will be the final lock. But I would say I agree with the Forward, the Explorer. I want to be proven wrong with that Prospector because there's also that Gravekeeper that comes into the mix. We also have the Wildling that's so good, but with MP being specialists on the Prospector, I want to see how they'll be able to highlight it. And yes, there we go. We are locking in with this lineup.
I am down for this Prospector, in which case, if anything, it's like the God Save the King lineup that I love to see from some of these teams. The King being Explorer.
That's a cool term. I like that. We should use that more. The God Save the King lineup. Stun heavy lineup with Prospector and Forward. But now we are seeing Godjay's Sculptor here. Sculptor has been making her rounds in competitive Identity 5, and now, you know what, the nightmare might not be over for MP. Godjay, I know, has been refining and training his Sculptor, so not out of the woods yet. Can they duplicate that type of performance they did, that 3-1? It's so important for MP to be able to get this victory in, because whoever wins this will be going up against BL, and you saw how crazy they were in terms of competitive Identity 5.
Yes, sir. And I'm wondering, man, Godjay now on this Sculptor Dream, which didn't quite work out earlier. Maybe this time around, Sculptor will do the trick. But MP, I'm loving the strategy that they have up their sleeve on the flip side to try to negate that.
Very true. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. MP VX semifinals round number 2 of the first half. LC with that forward, Anchan with that explorer, Seer with the mercenary, Shuni with that prospector, and Godjay with that sculptor. We're heading to Ever Sleeping Town. Place your bets now. Who's gonna get this? VX, MP, let's go.
Here we go! It is Godjay now on the prowl as we head into the first half of our second round between MP and VX. VX, they need to play a little bit of catch-up, but it's still very manageable. It's not like the points are super hefty. It's just a manageable round win that went to MP. Question is MP going to go the full throttle this time around? Are they going to deny VX that round 3? We'll find out as we head on into Ever Sleeping Town.
To just recall the match, you know, I love how MP was able to, you know, just roll with the ebbs and flows of that Dream Witch. Now, changing things up because Godjay has this sculptor. Let's see how they're able to manage, you know, the kiting routes of this this very dangerous hunter. And the forward eats a statue hit right away. Again, stairs are the worst enemy of the sculptor, but no, LC moving again towards the center part of this map and just giving Godjay a hard time to pin down. Forward will eat another hit halfway. One more statue hit would do it. Godjay, again, so precise when it comes to these statue hits. And we see that the LC still trying to make his way around, avoiding all of the ciphers that are being pushed.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, that distance established goes over the window, and Godjay doing Godjay things. LC will fall and bring this survivor to the rocket chair. However, I will say, look at the progress. 2 ciphers already past the 50% mark. Big question, who MP is going to be committing towards the rescue? And, you know, this is one of the things about Sculptor on Ever Sleeping Town. You're able to push for pressure even on such a large map. So that's going to play to Godjay's favor here. However, look at MP. Looks like they are very capable. They're not going to play stubborn when they know that Godjay is kind of peeking over their area. And I think that's pretty darn good. We have Anchan, though, in the vicinity. Is it going to lead to a rescue, though? Because LC is already past that halfway mark. Is MP actually possibly going to play it more safe and just let LC expire and just continue to work on these ciphers?
True, that's a good observation. They might respect Godjay's camping here, because you did see Anchan in the area, but I believe Anchan was going for those pages. And now the forward so close to expiring, Godjay realizing that and moving to his next target. So, you know what, the mercenary able to buy enough time, pop the cipher, 4 ciphers remaining. But you see that the pages are being found, so Godjay can't relax just yet because there's a fear of those ciphers just popping left and right before he knows it.
Yes, Explorer has to be really important that Anchan stays in a more stealthy, keeps himself in a much more stealth, does not want to get picked up, because even with the loss of LC, that's like we say, God save the king, God save that explorer. You got to make sure they but that's a little bit unfortunate. Will get spotted out though.
Yeah, he will be, but luckily he was able to utilize the page. But oh my gosh, Anchan, unfortunately, they're trying to go past that pallet, but Godjay sniping him out before he could.
Yes, but you know what? It's all good. Luckily, as you said, the pages were maximized. And now, this is where I'm curious. Is MP going to try to go for the rescue this time? Because they want to try to work with better numbers here. From what we're seeing here, it looks like Shuni is committing to a cipher. They only have 2 remaining, in which case.
That's true.
Try to maximize that.
Yeah, I think the mercenary will be the one to go for that save, since they haven't used their tide turners just yet. They just have to be able to time it right. I believe, you know what, the timing on that has to be very impeccable, because the halfway mark is about to be reached before Anchan expires, and there we go. That's going to be quite the rescue that this mercenary will have to make. Shuni now eating a lot of these statues. Looking at the right side of the screen, we're waiting if that explorer will be capable of getting out of that chair while Shuni dodges all these things. Siru waiting for the right moment, and there you have it. Uses the elbow pads. Now eats a hit just to save that explorer, and now tide turner is in effect.
Exactly, and nonetheless, the good thing here is that Anchan is up and kicking, taking another hit and closing out the distance here. Godjay has to be a bit careful. Actually, drops the pallet first, so that gives a little bit of breathing room for Anchan, but Godjay not going to really have as many problems. Actually switches over. We'll try to check out the cipher. Switches back to Anchan, so that's a good moment that MP can potentially maximize, but yeah, nonetheless, Anchan will be back on the rocket chair. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be an expired Explorer. 2 more remaining in this game. 2 ciphers to go. It's getting a little bit tricky for MP here.
It is, but I love the discipline here on MP. You know, going for just some heals just to make sure that they can push for that late game. Especially with that Mercenary. The Mercenary can be a pain to kite, especially if he's very slippery with those statue hits. Can eat more than usual just to extend that kite. Now Shuni about to cross paths with this with the Sculptor, but no, Gadje decides to double back and still, you know, monitor the ciphers in here. Gadje still has that blink available, and he has been very effective in using it. Siru over there at the corner side. Oh wow, no, a graveyard. Siru realizing that and respecting the projectiles that Gadje is throwing at him.
Exactly, and oh my gosh. This is hard in all fairness for MP right now, but still everything is... they have one cipher that's more than halfway, one that still needs a bit of work here. So I think whoever gets spotted out by Gadje is really going to have to go plus ultra on the kiting. Try to last long enough to allow the other person to just keep the ciphers going. And you know what? It's very feasible. It's a Mercenary and a Prospector, take note. So these guys are very much well capable. Ooh! A lot of time.
Wow, the blink was used to counter that magnet throw by Shuni. Gonna see another one come in. Oh, excellent timing on that magnet. Shuni once again just avoiding the statue hits for now, dropping that pallet just to make sure that Gadje just creates some distance from him. And as that's happening, we're gonna see the Mercenary try for that pop, but the Prospector will be falling down, unfortunately.
Yes, and of course Gadje naturally going to be turning over to Zero this time around. That pop was actually good timing. In Gadje's case at least, because sure, one cipher remaining, and that at least signals Gadje where this survivor is likely at.
So Gadje again just making sure he knows that his team needs points, and he's making sure that he's going to be giving them that. And I believe that he did switch over to Patroller, I think, or he did switch traits, so we have to find out what that is. Siru though, just waiting for the right opportunity. Oh, Peepers, my bad. So he's able to switch to Peepers, and Siru just trying his best not to get hit by these projectiles, but Gadje so good with the timing of all this. Prospector still waiting for the right time to use that self-heal. It's still going to be a really long game because that one cipher is so close. Shuni pops back up, probably realizes that he can try to push for some objectives.
Indeed so, and you know what? For Gadje over here, man, just a lot of work that MP needs to try to put into trying to stay in this game. But you know what? Since 2 people are up once again, hopefully, a hope and a prayer here is they could get one person to distract Gadje while one more works on that cipher. But you know what? MP is juggling quite well. I will give them that.
Yeah, Gadje in an MP sandwich now. I mean, this Ever Sleeping Town's huge, but then you always see the constant activity of Gadje just moving back and forth. And you know, oh wow, again, Gadje so on point with those statue hits. Gets Shuni, and I believe Shuni already used his self-heal, unless the Mercenary was able to go across, but Gadje was just the barrier between these two. And now Gadje knows that his, you know, this Peeper, he knows that Siru is over here at the graveyard. Now we see that Siru is trying to survive as long as possible, still has some life to work with, but no, he will be falling down in just a bit. Gadje about to reap the rewards of his excellent hunting ability so far, and will GGs be called?
Looks like MP is not giving up just yet. It's interesting though, but yeah, even if someone does get up, they're losing out on a lot of resources. It's just going to become all the more trickier because both survivors, of which by then would have expended a self-heal.
Oh my god, wait. Actually, oh, there we have it. I thought we were going to see the Mercenary crawl, but GGs go out to VX.
There goes the surrender.
So insane performance through Gadje Sculptor. Just when they thought that the season of the Witch was over, we have the Sculptor coming in.
Exactly.
And I actually thought that would be so hype if the Mercenary actually crawled all the way to the exit. The exit gate was, the dungeon. I just had to wait for the Prospector to expire, but you know, Gadje was ready to pick him up anytime. So quite the performance so far. You know what? There you have it. We did say that, you know, VX is one to really bounce back or really have a trial run at the start, and it just shows that Gadje was all warmed up, and his Sculptor is very
a very formidable hunter in his lineup.
Exactly. And gosh, talking about that game a little bit more, it was very fortunate for Godre, I would say, able to land the Survivor super duper early on. And in addition, after transitioning to the next target, which was Explorer, that's where things could get tricky for MP. Earlier, they were very fortunate to make sure that that Explorer was untouched. This time around, didn't quite work out here. We do see some. See, this is what I mean. A bit unfortunate, in which case, and that's why you were left with a Prospector and Mercenary that had some staying power, but the progress on the Ciphers wasn't as fluid as you would ideally want it by the time you lost that Explorer.
Yeah, it's true. Again, like you mentioned, the down of that forward was very game breaking in the side of Godj, especially after that it snowballed to having the Explorer, and we're at this stalemate of 2 Ciphers remaining. So it was just a great strategy on Godj, even though it's not really advisable to go after the forward first. He knew that if he took his time to find that Explorer, he's sure that all these Ciphers would be, popped and primed and ready to, ready for them to go to the exit gate.
Absolutely. And yeah, just additionally, I think it was very tricky because nobody really went for the rescue on the forward. They were trying to maximize the forward time on the rocket chair to allow the Explorer to try to gather those pages. Other people working on those Ciphers. A little bit high risk, high reward. Unfortunately, didn't quite reap the rewards much more, so to speak. But yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. And maybe we'll see the Hunter for MP make up for lost ground here, because that's 5 points going into the side of VX for the first half, just to grant them a little bit more safer voyage to keep their at least points in the lead. They would ideally want to go for that 5.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And again, down but not quite out. They were able to gain a little bit of that lead, but we're still messing with She here. We're still talking about She, guys. She can definitely turn things around, end it up in a tie, and it will be 5-5, and MP's still in the lead. So it's still open to possibilities, but for now, I believe we're granted a round number 3.
Yes, sir. That's definitely for sure. We're getting the full best of 3 out of this matchup between VX as well as MP. But as we say, guys, continue to let your thoughts be known on social media by using those hashtags, hashtag COAIVSEA, and the hashtag MPWin if you're rooting for MP, or hashtag VXWin if you want to see VX take it as your second finalist into the grand finals of our C qualifiers.
So, looking at it, She has a lot on his or her. Is she a girl or she has a lot on his or her plate. If you guys can let me know, please do. But I'm looking up to this Hunter so much because it's rare that we see Axe Boy.
Right.
For sure, we've seen Axe Boy in Ever Sleeping Town, still a menace to be used, especially in the hands of She. And I'm sure VX is going to be definitely respect banning the heck out of that Axe Boy.
Oh my gosh, without a doubt, Axe Boy will be the ban here. And yeah, the question still floats up in our mind as to whether or not the ban will merit a Bloody Queen once again from She. Or what were there? I believe there was it She that used the Dream Witch yesterday but went the half seas? I can't remember if it was She or the Hunter from Rename. But anyway, yeah. Long story short here, success was seen on this Bloody Queen. Whether or not She can replicate that, if it does come to emerge as the pick for the second round, we'll have to find out.
I think, yeah, that was the Dream Witch, because the momentum was there that the Dream Witch usually gets a 4-man takedown. And then I think yesterday, because they were so evenly matched, Rename and Mad Penguins, but Mad Penguins just edging it out 12 minutes to 6 minutes. And She making a lot of work. I believe that was the last one. It was Bon Bon versus Bloody Queen, and She was able to get the survivors back to the manor in 6 minutes.
There you have it, in which case we are heading into the pick and ban for our players here at the Call of the Abyss for Southeast Asia qualifiers. Now, interesting enough, we are looking at not interesting enough, actually. No surprise, actually. It's going to be the Axe Boy ban coming in from the side of VX. Gonna give She the full respect that he deserves on a hunter that he is very proficient at. On the flip side, it does look like she is gonna be opting for a mechanic as well as a priestess man. Of course, very much understandable. You want to hamper down Cypher progress, along with not grant VX the opportunity to just portaling through the entire map.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's a very apt pick. We might actually see some Explorer coming to the fray, or just counter it with all Survivor-heavy lineup, having a Wildling in play and having that forward as well. Definitely the Triumvirate might make their stay, but it's quite interesting to point out that we haven't been seeing that much Seer. It hasn't been priority pick as well, but you know that was the match between BL and FP. This is definitely a new mix, and we're seeing, yep, God Save the King type lineup as you mentioned.
Yeah, in fact, looks like VX is going to take a page out of MP's playbook by going for a similar composition, but with the shakeup of a Wildling instead. I would, instead of the Prospector, I would agree with this. Wildling, as we've seen, is a pretty sweet disruptor for those hunter chases. There's just a lot of flexibility with what you can do on a Wildling. I don't really see any reason where VX will be wanting to switch anything in this lineup. I think this is already good as is. Big question, of course, is what she will be bringing on in the absence of that Axe Boy.
Oh, changing things up here. We have a Seer instead of the Explorer.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, definitely a meta-heavy lineup with the Merc and the Seer. Forward, and you have the Wildling there just to do a little crowd control, as you mentioned, as well as, you know, just harass the Hunter for everyone else to do their job. Ooh, okay, she going for that Dream Witch. So this Dream Witch, or whatever Hunter picks, gonna lock in with that Dream Witch. Is gonna have a lot of time to pin down these survivors, and I think it needs to be a slow and steady build towards the end game if she wants to be able to tie things up with a 4-man takedown. But never count VX's survivors out.
So there you have it, in which case, guys, both sides have been locked in again. Make some noise for who you're rooting for, that you want to make it all the way into the grand finals of this C qualifier. It's going to be very, very heavy. Like we said, the momentum, the history of it all, we've seen it once, we've seen it twice, thrice. We're seeing it again coming in from VX. They know how to play the long game. Question is MP going to be capable of stopping that once and for all? We will find out in a little bit. I know for these two teams, they know what is on the line here. Not one slot going into the Call of the Abyss for global finals to join OSM on that grand stage. You can feel how both teams are hungry for this, so we'll let Destiny chart its course as we head on into the second half of round number 2. Let's get it on.
And she making her rounds in Ever Sleeping Town. Dream Witch running amok. He did merit that Axe Boy ban, and now we're going to see the first leech coming out, that spawn follower going for that Wildling, just to disrupt a little bit of that Cypher rushing. And not one character here specializes in decoding, so she does have a little bit of time to kite or find a survivor and really pick them off, but he can't give too much away to VX because they can run away with the lead in a snap of a finger.
Yes, and oh my gosh, in which case, for both sides right here, it will look like Neru will be the first target here for she. I'm wondering whether or not she will be able to show better results on a Dream Witch this time around, but is very well on the right track. Looks like already spawning a lot of options here. Really depends on who she will decide to commit to. It does look like Captain Kun is an option here as well.
Yeah, so she just making sure she sees, like, she has eyes everywhere. Captain Kun touching that Cypher just to get rid of the crows, but the spawn follower over there. Wow, the blink attack. The Seer did not see that one coming, but you know what? Captain Kun does have that owl to use. Can he utilize it and extend his kite? We'll find out as the spawn follower will be leeching Captain Kun.
didn't see it coming because he had that blind from home.
Yeah, I wonder how he sees. Here we go. Oh, wow. The wildling eats a hit right before he could jump on his boar. Excellent stuff so far on the side of She. Lots of damage coming right out of the gate.
Yes. Oh my gosh. This is really big for She. Already getting some decent hits across the board on both Captain Toon as well as Ling Tian. That will kind of put VX in a position where they might want to put a little bit of a pause to try to heal either one of them up. It does seem like She is very hell-bent and intent on making sure that She focuses on Captain Kun. Captain Kun will try to play around this area a bit, but it's going to be very tricky. Some tight quarters that you're working here, leading up to a nice sandwich that will be coming in from this Dream Witch. And just already on his tail, super heavy. Owl will be popped up in which case, but it's going to be very hard when you have two of them on your tail. And there you have it. That's the big drop. Captain Kun falls.
Big hit there on Cap Kun. Just baited the owl, but he had that spawn follower, like you were mentioning, that sweet, sweet sandwich. Ling Tian is in the area, so he wants to make sure eats that stun just to make sure that, you know, one of these followers, there's a lot, this overwhelming offense coming out of She, and now Cap Kun will be the first one in that rocket chair. But lo and behold, Ling Tian is in the area forward. That's Neri has that wanted order, so it's that She has a lot of eyes around this map.
Indeed. The control that She is trying to push for is something that VX will have to respect, but another thing that She will have to take into account of is this Cypher progress as well. 2 Cyphers already popped up, third one already with some pretty good progress. So I think what She really needs to do is keep up the momentum for as long as possible.
Yep, and as you were mentioning the Cyphers, we did see a clean rescue, but the last effort will be popped. Wildling does have, just half-life. Again, She has been really good in striking out these survivors, these long, burly survivors, for them to just second-guess their rescue tactics. Here, we'll be seeing the rocket chair once again, but you saw that the forward did get leached, and he has to worry about possibly the forward coming into the fray once this Seer is going to see the rocket chair.
Yes, and take note though, for Captain Kun still has halfway to go on that rocket, so there's still much heavy value for VX. Question is anybody be going for the rescue just to maximize the third life that Captain Kun could have? Should they be able to be successful? From what we're seeing though, it does look like 2 of the members from VX in the vicinity are just hell-bent intent on these Cyphers. And yeah, just a fast rescue coming in from Earth, just soaking up that hit.
Wow, 2 hits on Earth, but he did his job well. Capcom is out free, his last legs, actually. 3 Cyphers still remain, so, She's pressure is really overwhelming, but look at those objectives. They're halfway done, so She really needs to put at least one survivor back in the manor if he's able to get a little bit of momentum and a little bit of points on the board for his team.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. 2 falls in which case, but it's very clear Captain Kun will be expiring, and as an added bonus, She doesn't have to hunt for somebody again because Earth has already fallen, so just needs to make sure that he secures Earth over onto a rocket chair. And
he sees Neru though. He sees Neru in that area. Doesn't want to pick him up just yet because Neru is ready on that trigger, as well as the forward. My goodness. And now Neru making sure he goes for that stun. Not quite. Earth will be seeing his first round in that rocket chair. Can she make it in time before any of these stunners make it to her? You know what? You see Earth really struggling, but no, the mercenary will be chaired. 1 Cypher remain though, Arteguno.
Exactly. And you know what? She is making up for a lot of lost ground here. But, of course, she needs to continue this momentum nonetheless. Big question as to whether or not that will be possible. Take note that there is only 1 Cypher remaining, already past 50% mark towards completion.
So who will be the one to go to commit to the rescue here? It seems like, just the deterioration of resources is what the Dream Witch does best. Neru in that area. Wow, the blink hit comes in. Neru makes a mad dash towards the mercenary, but the spawn follower knocks him down while he stuffs the rescue. My goodness, She is on a mission.
Exactly, and this is just completely different from what we saw of She yesterday. This is a much more polished Dream Witch this time around, and there's really no choice here. Ling Tian might want to try to go for the rescue onto Earth, but it does seem like instead they will focus on the Cyphers instead. Neru, I think Neru will be able to get at least a self-heal in all of this, but it's very clear. I think Earth is just far from saving at this point. That's likely going to be a second survivor out of this game and back to the manor.
As you called it, the forward did go up, but man, the multitasking on she just all of them are actually leached, so he has all the eyes on the and around this map, but the forward was hit by the spawn follower, as you saw, and now Ling Tian trying to go to the aid of his teammate here as we still she makes his way around this map, and we do see that the wildling is picking up the forward, and the forward will be coming back up. She in the main body, switching over to Patroller though. Oh no, sorry, yes, Patroller. And now we see some kiting happening by Neru, but I mean, he already exploited his self-heal. He does have the mercenary elbow pads, so that could help him, but man, one Cypher left. It is a nail biter, Artuguno.
Exactly, and gosh, looks like that one Cypher is something that VX is struggling with. Earlier, they already got some great build-up on the Cyphers, but it really started to whittle down heavily once they lost out on Captain Kun, and they couldn't quite find their bearings towards that last pop, in which case it's pretty much a no-brainer. Both Ling Tian and Neru, they're just going to be constantly pressured out. One follower each could easily be on their tail, so he's in total command out there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep up with these. Just switch with spawn follower for spawn follower. Only the wildling actually has a spawn follower, so we're just switching between the main follower, the main body, and the spawn follower for that wildling. But Neru will not go down without a fight. Still, she has to make sure that these ciphers aren't moving, and as we see there, it is halfway done, or almost about to be more than halfway done, while Ling Tian now jumps on his boar as the spawn follower still follows him. And we see that Neru is over there trying to push some objectives, and she still wanting to, down this forward. So just to give a little resources away from the team of VX.
Yes, and unfortunately, Neru is forced to run for the hills, in which case, but I could totally see what VX is going for here. They want to try to divide and conquer, try to divide these followers so that the pressure isn't too potent, and probably try to create an opportunity to where they could work on the Cypher. But not gonna lie, it's easier said than done.
True, especially as we saw the back and forth with the Sculptor. This is happening right now with these Hunters. She does not want to give that much to VX. She wants to be able to tie things up with a 5-5. That's why, just deteriorating the resources. You see that the forward doesn't have anything else to work with besides his life, and the wildling definitely his best friend, his boar over there. Ling Tian still moving, and the boar did respawn. And now we see, oh wow, the timing on that jump was not enough, and Ling Tian will be falling, and we will be seeing a chaired survivor here.
Exactly, and oh my gosh. Now, a big question is, how is Neru gonna be faring this time around? Just the one lone guy on the field, and she, hell-bent and intent on making sure that he gets that last survivor. He wants to equal out the scoreboard. This is just a whole new confidence coming in from She, by the way. Mad Penguins, they are on fire.
Yeah, they are, and the confidence of She not leeching the wildling, because he knows, I think he's going plus ultra, like you mentioned. He has eyes all over this map, and he knows that Neru is over here at the graveyard, and he will be leeching onto it, and it's only a matter of time before this forward will be falling down.
Yes, and look at that. Patroller just to close out on the forward, having a little bit of time chomping on, but eventually gets it in the end. But you know what, Butch? This will just make things substantially easier for She. I think it's a good done deal. Like I said, it is going to be the fourth survivor out of this game.
GG's on the side of MP. That was quite intense. We have a tie in round number 2. How crazy is that? VX raises the bar. MP is like, you know what? I could see that raise, and I'll raise it again. So back to a 2-point lead on the side of MP, because if we collate the scores, it's 10-7. Oh, 10-2, 10-8, 10-8.
Things are looking very, very tight between these two. We are still very much uncertain about how this is gonna go. It's like it's an interesting build-up in which case, Pulse, if you think about it. It's like, for VX, they've constantly been able to last long enough in these best of threes, but looks like Mad Penguins, they're looking to accomplish that exact same feat.
Whatever happens, I could just say that I'm sure Mad Penguins have gotten a new fan base now, and they've definitely leveled up in this qualifiers. And we did mention that in IVC, you know, they were there, but they still needed some constant tweaks and improvements. But right now, they're dealing with one of the best teams out there. So kudos to the Mad Penguins for being able to ride with VX. But then again, you know what? VX can shine even in late games. So they are doing well, but you don't want to celebrate just yet.
Exactly. Like, Mad Penguins already with a mad accomplishment by going head-to-head, being able to keep up with VX. But of course, that's not what they're after. They're not just looking to go head-to-head. Let's look at the game data right here. Captain Ku not really getting as much opportunity to contribute to the team, was already finding himself under pressure. And in all fairness to Shi, it took not that it took a while, but it took a little bit longer than most Dream Witches in this tournament. But it didn't really matter. After Captain Kun was taken down, that's when things started getting really good. It was an upward trajectory from there for Shi. It took a while, but he got there, and as a result, as you can see, it's 5 equals across the board for round 2. Nobody taking the round. It's gonna be all about that round 3, baby.
Oof, I know we keep saying from time to time again, let's talk win conditions here. Let's talk win conditions for VX, because they are technically under pressure here, as you mentioned. 2-point deficit on the side of VX, so they need to be able to at least get those 2 points back, deny them, get a 3-1, and then tie things up, and then get possibly another 3-1. So they got to win both halves in that sense.
That is actually true. Yeah.
Can't afford a tie, because if you can't afford a tie, but you're gonna have to perfect the other half.
Right. That is the circumstance that they're playing against right now. So I guess we shall see if that will be a possibility for VX, in which case, or we will actually take note, Poch. This is actually a scenario where we might have a COA qualifiers. If ever VX is taken down in the semis, the very first COA Southeast Asia qualifiers where we're not going to be having a tie team in the top 2 for the grand finals for that one last slot. I mean, technically we already have OSM, but strictly in the qualifier sense.
Yeah, that's true. And that's a first in COA history for the Southeast Asia region. And it just shows that, you know what, these teams are really, with that leveling up. So shout outs to MP, the team from Vietnam. So these guys are really bringing it to the table. And also BL, I'm pretty sure BL is waiting in the wings representing Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. So again, we're speaking possibilities here. It's hard to call it as of now, because with a team like VX, you don't want to discount them out just yet. And also MP, they're the kings of overtime. God, we might have an overtime. Wait. Yes, yeah. Oh my God. I'm not. We're gonna have an overtime and grand final. We're gonna see Leo's memory, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna happen in overtime. I'm kidding. We should really stop this. We gotta bring it up. We gotta bring up our energy here. So, round number 3.
Bring up your energy by asking for an overtime.
Yeah, it might happen. Who knows? These teams taking each other to the limit, but Mad Penguins, the kings of overtime, we will see. 2-point differential, so it might be a little unlikely for that to happen. So rest assured. I have to say the right things now, ladies and gentlemen. So here we have it. We already saw. Let's talk maps, right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna mention the map I want anymore. We saw Ever Sleeping Town. We saw the church. Based on the picks from the qualifiers, what do you think is the map we're gonna be settling things on?
Ooh.
Or what map would you request?
Wait, what was the first map again? It
Red
was
Church.
Red Church. I would love to see a very default Arms Factory.
Oh, okay. True. Arms Factory would be good, especially now that the Dream Witch is banned.
Exactly.
That would be good. Probably a Bon would come into the mix. What about our boy Antonio in Arms Factory?
I did see a few bans yesterday, in all fairness. And Antonio, like, based on the stats you brought yesterday, Podge, going into today, Antonio was the 3rd most picked, if I'm not mistaken.
3rd.
But has not seen the light of day here at the COA qualifiers for Southeast Asia, and that really shows just how much the meta is shifting. It's all about that sculptor in the mix this time around, but it's still undeniable on the flip side that Bloody Queen's still up in the mix for Southeast Asia, even more so than a lot of the other regions.
To be honest, that is an observation that we have been noticing. So it's great that we see some queens being represented here in Southeast Asia. And yeah, would it be too much to ask for an Antonio? Because Antonio matches were so hype in IVC.
Agreed.
And if we do see an Arms Factory, that could merit an Antonio pick. Now, the pick I want to see actually is Moon River Park, a huge map. If we are gonna see Moon River Park being picked out, I'm sure that the Bloody Queen would be banned as well, or I don't know, maybe the Sculptor as well, because a huge map like Ever Sleeping, and you saw how God J was able to use Sculptor. Do not want to deal with that. But if we go Moon River Park, one of the biggest maps, do you really want a queen there, right?
That's true. I mean, do you really want a queen anywhere for that matter?
That's a good observation. Yeah, especially in Southeast Asia, right? Where everyone has a pocket Bloody Queen. Every hunter or worth their salt has a Bloody Queen. So, Arms Factory or Moon River Park. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, please let us know what you want to see, and maybe the players will be able to hear it somehow or be able to check and like, oh yeah, we have some strats here in Moon River or an Arms Factory, or we're more confident here if we have the bands of the Dream Witch and the Sculptor.
And how do you do that? Be sure to continue to share your thoughts on social media by using the hashtag COAIVSEA, as well along with the hashtag of who you're rooting for. Are you rooting for hashtag MP win, or are you rooting for hashtag VX win to be in our second finals? That'll be facing Brilliant as our top two for the C qualifiers. There is a lot of potential history that can be made here, and now that I think about it, history is already made in a way, because all the past COA, actually even IVC, now that I think about it, IVC as well as the other grand finals have always been two tie teams duking it out. If not two tie teams, two majority tie teams with majority tie players. This time it's already guaranteed that's not going to be the case because of BL's qualification. Question is it going to be the full throttle of not seeing the nationality prevail in the grand finals? That is something that could be of doability.
True. Will that happen? We will have to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on over to this next match. And as we're waiting, actually, I noticed since we have these face masks on, people were actually asking us, will we be dressing up for the qualifiers in our costumes? But I know me and Articuna said that we'll save it for the big stage. But now I'm thinking, what kind of, aside from Embalmer, which other characters has a mask on?
You have Ripper, you have Clown, you have...
Can we speak, though? Because
Gamekeep?
He has a deer head.
Yeah.
So it's going to be hard to cast with a deer head and just swinging around. But yeah.
Entomologist-ish.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Dibs on Embalmer. Who's
that new hunter coming. That's technically a mask too.
I need 3 of me though.
That's gonna be our next cosplay. We're not gonna be next to each other. We're gonna be like, you're gonna be on my shoulders, and then that's the caster desk right there.
That's true. Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, we need to wear these masks, so we got to think about it. But one of us has to be we have one low hanging fruit is the Embalmer, right? But entomologist, you won't know it's me. It's just gonna be a voice. So I know a lot of love is going for and I just got to show the shout outs to the Southeast Asia community. They're just so loving and just so passionate about this, whether it's competitive or lore wise, or just, you know what, they just love the people involved. So do continue to spread the love and peace and hair grease all over Southeast Asia. I need a haircut. Well, you already got one.
Sounds like you need shampoo too.
That's true. The hair grease. Yeah, you got to keep it natural.
Maybe get a nice hot oil when you get a haircut.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, just waiting for the players to settle into the lobby. Actually, yeah, if you guys notice, I keep on looking at my phone here every now and then. I'm not really looking at YouTube, Facebook chat right now because craziness over the other weekend. But yeah, this weekend though, I've been keeping in touch with let's see. Here we go. The discussion here going on in some of the other Discords has been pretty good. Lots of great insights.
Any insights you wish to share? Like, how's the support going out with the teams of MP versus IDS?
Well, this
sorry,
matchup,
MP versus VX.
Yeah, I mean, how do I put it? A lot of people are invested in this matchup for sure.
I'm sure. I'm so sure. Especially with MP being like the underdogs from yesterday, with overtime, and we've already mentioned that VX is a known team. So for MP to be able to probably send home the current Goliaths of this tournament would be very. It would be good for the resume as well. Everyone is going to know. I think now with the performance that they're doing, people are remembering the Mad Penguins.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there you have it. In which case, thank you so much to everyone that is tuning in. That is just keeping this tournament going on quite well. And just continue to keep the love up, guys, so that the health community grows much more healthy. Any negativity, I mean, it's not really helping anybody.
Yeah, for sure. And we can always just talk about it, right? We're a community that wants to grow and spread positive vibes. So, just as Articuno mentioned, we're a community that's very open to anything, and we want to be able to. At the end of the day, it's for the love of Identity 5, right? So first and foremost, that's what me and Articuno want to push forward, is just the community of Southeast Asia and just the whole competitive aspect of Identity 5. And we're always privileged to be here as your MCs, calling the games. And I say this time and time again, we're professional fans at this point, because we're here to just give you the action and give you the hype and share our streaks and our analysis, if you call that analysis. And just, I just love being here.
Yeah, same. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure a lot of our members of the community are as well. But I have gotten confirmation that our players are raring to go. We are ready to go into our third round.
And I believe it is going to be She that is hunting first, because we have VX banning 2 hunters. And we did say that, yes, they are going for the Dream Witch and Axe Boy ban. And now MP, the Mad Penguins, have to really think about this, because Sacred Heart Hospital, we were asking for Hospital yesterday and we're getting it today. Hospital could also be a potential playground for that Priestess.
Yes, but you know what? I'm really looking forward to seeing how VX could potentially bounce back in all of this, because again, these are the kings of momentum that we're looking at here. Captain Queen Earth, Nero, and Lingtian. Third round, this is where VX brings on the plus ultra. It's time and time again. We've seen it in previous tournaments. So let's go ahead and see.
As you said, the kings of momentum, but Mad Penguins are doing a great job not giving the momentum completely, because they did end in a tie in round number 2. Mad Penguins coming in with a 2-point lead. Not sure if that could be enough, but again, this is VX. This is one of the Goliaths of the Southeast Asia teams. And now going for some funky picks here, we're going to have to see a Perfumer, Explorer being considered. Again, Sacred Heart Hospital does have some grassy patch areas wherein the Explorer can hide. We've seen some awesome Perfume plays coming from VX, so whoa, Cowboy being considered here. So real interesting to see. Okay, switching over to, why do you do this to us, guys? Why?
Exactly.
Just getting our hopes up there. But I am not, I'm actually for this forward pick. It's on the table there. Are we going to see a mechanic, though?
There you have it, folks. We have our spread of survivors, and it actually will be the lock-in on Wildling. Okay. So, let's see. Perfumer, Explorer, Forward.
Interesting to note that the mechanic is being subbed out for the Explorer, even though the mechanic can come into this. So I'm assuming this lineup looks like VX has some interesting strats coming into Sacred Heart Hospital, because again, the mechanic is so good, and for them to consider subbing out the Explorer seems like a very strategic pick on their side that they were able to probably practice. And with the stun heavy lineup, especially with Capcom being the Perfumer there, can buy a lot of time. She now going for the Bloody Queen. Are we going to see a lock-in of this? Because it's going to be quite the feat for VX to probably trump the Bloody Queen. And yes, we see that Bloody Queen.
So there we have it. The Bloody Queen will come in. Let's see if she will find success on this particular hunter. But VX, they are raring to go. This, like I said, round 3. The longer they go, the better they're gonna get. Let's see if it'll hold through this time around at a point that is very, very crucial.
Yeah, crucial is an understatement because, as you mentioned, there's a lot riding on this match. Will MP be able to change history? Because BL is waiting at Grand Finals. And VX, again, are we going to see them reign supreme once again and head over to Grand Finals? We'll be finding out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen, as we, let's go to Sacred Heart Hospital, a map that we haven't seen a lot of this weekend, admittedly. But now, a lot is on the line as we settle things over at this map. Capcom as the Perfumer, Earth as the Explorer, Neru with that signature forward, and Lingtian with that Wildling. And we did say that, the Wildling has been subbed out for the forward, but now they're going for a stun-heavy lineup with 2 survivors that can do rescuing. But she's Bloody Queen has been so dominant. Let's see what's going to happen. Round 3 of the first half. Let's go. VX versus MP.
Okay, there we have it, guys. It is first half of round number 3, and I couldn't even open it anymore because she has already got the ball rolling. Finding out Neru here goes for the switcheroo, and you know what? Let's just head into the chase. First half of round 3.
Neru being the forward here. Will she be able to commit? And she is going for it. Neru just hanging out with some pallet, just at the pallet here, just to buy a little time. And again, with the Explorer just roaming about, she really has to make sure if she commits, she would not be able to go away. And that's what we're seeing here. Shifting attention to the Perfumer. She will get a glimpse, and yes, it is Capcom, while you see Neru over there at the back exit. Lingtian sees some Cypher moving. Oh, wow. Lingtian gets just probably sniped out there and just, jumps on his boar as the mirror gets popped.
Yes, and okay. She, in which case, is already on the prowl, trying to continue the chase out here. Wondering, looks like the commit isn't going to continue on to Neru. Just going to try to maybe actually already has a trail onto Captain Coon, so that might be something that she would want to commit to. But no, actually still.
No, wow. Okay, going for trying to look for the Explorer here. Can she find it, though? Because this is a very tricky spot to find the Explorer, but as again, you see that the Explorer, when he's in that dig state, or that when he's in that tiny mode, he can definitely see she is having a hard time trying to look for those hiding spots. She does catch a whiff that someone is here, but can she find Earth? It's going to be a free hit if she does, though.
Ooh, it's very tricky, though. She is struggling, and a lot of time is being expended here, so she decides to not waste too much time and transition to a different target.
True. So excellent stuff there on the side of Earth. Great patience. But if you look at the Cyphers, none of them are moving that much. So even though she bought a lot of time, I mean, a lot of time was expended by this team, it's still not too devastating to say that the momentum is with the survivors just yet. She is still on the hunt, and now I think she's fully committing to this Perfumer.
Yes, and oh my gosh, Captain Coon, there you go. The mirror will come in, and the hit, but Perfume perfectly timed, in which case, but the shift will come in. She is going to be committing to this Perfume.
Ooh, and another perfect Perfume there by Capcom. Just was about to say there was going to be a sandwich situation there for him, but then the blink hit, Capcom was able to predict that, and now still the chase continues. And just like that, Articuno, 3 Cyphers are remaining.
Exactly, and you know what? This time around, at least she doesn't have to worry about any more of those Perfumes coming into play. That is going to be a Perfumer without any thing to her arsenal.
True. But Capcom, though, just trying to sneak past and get out of the birdcage here. Capcom over there, she's still trying to look for an optimal target here. And now, yeah, just making the full commit probably on Capcom now. Just making sure no one's in the area. Lingtian, making sure that she has to look over his shoulders just to, again, harass the hunter. That's what the wildling's there for.
Exactly, and oh my gosh, this is crazy because since there was quite a bit of time to lock onto a target, it just granted so much room here for VX to work on ciphers. Look, already 3 popped, 4th one already nearing completion, working on the 5th one already. VX is on the right track.
They are, and Earth still in the area here. She knows that there's someone here, and she's just so hard to find since the Explorer is hiding in these grassy patches. But so far, VX is doing a great job grabbing the attention of this Bloody Queen. And now we see Neru get the attention of that Bloody Queen. Will we see a teleport coming in? She is going to go for it, and the full commit comes into Neru, but a very healthy forward with a lot of utility to work with.
Yes, and pallet drop will come in. This will buy a bit more time here, will allow a transition for this survivor. Neru just trying to play around, in which case I think this is great because it also keeps she distracted from everyone else. Great timing on that pallet drop, and this is causing a few problems here.
Yeah, for sure. In terms of ciphers, you see the last 2 are being worked on already, and it's more than half done. So it's going to be real tough, especially at the end game. She does have to make sure that we have a lot going on here in terms of just getting survivors in chairs, because now she's on the defense.
Exactly, and gosh, Captain Kun. Okay, we have a little bit of a pause, in which case we'll be seeing what is up to make sure that everything is ironed out. But yeah, that's it's tricky for she, I will say. The possibility of going for the full 5 full 5 points, it's a very slim window of opportunity, I will say. However, we could still look at it in a different way, where we talk about this decoding of ciphers as that first half for the hunter. The second half is where it's that last chance of at least getting a survivor through your access to detention. So that's where you could kind of make it count. I think that's what it might come to for she.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Especially with Bloody Queen and detention, she could probably opt for a 2-2, just at most, because usually when you have detention, it ends up like a 3-1. But she, again, it was quite hard for her to pin down 1, and you saw how excellent Capcom was with those perfumes. So close was she going for Earth, that Explorer, but then that's one of the amazing things about Explorer. When he's in that tiny state, you can't see him through the mirror, and he just knew all the spots. And I mean, as a hunter, you really want to be able to pin down survivors right away, and it was really hard for her, she to focus just on 1 when she knew everyone was roaming around and you have that mechanic. So quite the interesting situation as we, iron out some stuff. Flashback to yesterday.
Actually.
But rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, we will make sure that they want to play in the most optimal conditions possible as we head into the round 3 of the first half.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, though, the pause is still on as we confirm with the players as to what they are encountering. We don't really want them to. You don't really want technical issues to continue to plague any performances for the players or cause any problems. So we're gonna take our time with this.
Oh yeah, for sure. We want to make it the most optimal conditions for these teams to perform in, and rest assured that that's happening as we speak. And the most we could do is probably just try to see how we can set the stage for you guys once we jump into this, because again, a lot is riding on this match. MP having a heck of a run at the start, really taking things to God J at the start, and things tied up in round number 2. So you could say that round number 3, this is for sure. This is definitely the deciding round.
It really is. And it's scary because, to be so close yet so far. I think that's actually even more so prevalent when you hit the grand finals because since we only have one slot for the Southeast Asia qualifiers. But looks like we do get notification that we are heading back into the game.
And we do see Siru over here. She. Moving away from the hospital. Still 2 ciphers remaining, but a perfumer will be down. So this is, good stuff on the side of MP.
Indeed, and oh my gosh. There you go, the pickup onto Captain Kuhn. It did take a bit of a while for Shi, but the patience is a virtue here, truly. Take note, though, Cypher progress for VX, they already have that 1 prime.
That is true. Good observation there. And now, as we mentioned, detention might be a factor. Wow, excellent stun, but no, gets stuff there, and the forward will be eating that hit. And we do see Shi making his mark. Last effort will be popped, and will we be seeing a Cypher pop for the perfumer? Oh, and yes, detention will be a factor now as we head on over. And take note, ladies and gentlemen, Shi did bring teleport. So that is one thing that they have to worry about coming into this late game.
Indeed so, and Earth just playing around with the small figure right here, but the swipe will come in though, and that will grant Shi a guaranteed survivor. There is a bit of a question as to whether or not VX will maybe try to go for a save, but everyone is off in the far distance though.
Yeah, and there's still access to teleport, so he has to be very careful. Neru pushing that exit gate to open. She just making her way just to see if anyone will try to cross her path, but this looks like she's gonna pop a mirror. Oh wow, they teleport. Is it enough? Ling Tian now in the radar of this bloody queen. Will a sandwich come in for Ling Tian as he tries to survive as long as he can? The boar can eat a lot of hits, so he will try to make a mad dash towards that exit.
Yes, and it is coming in though. Already see one of them making it out, tries to go for the swipe. Part 2 come in, not quite.
3-1. Oh my lord. Tie.
It's official.
It's tied right now. So my goodness. Yeah, so we are neck and neck. Again, whoever gets a 3-1, 3-person takedown or a 3 survivor out, will be heading over to meet with BL. So, as you said, it's official. Really down to the wire. MP again giving just an amazing performance throughout this competition and able to still, be able to roll with the punches. And now we're gonna have to see their survivors do the same.
Exactly, and gosh, it's okay. Let's try not to jinx it. Let's just lay it out there. For either one of these teams to win, they have to get a 3-1 because points are currently tied up. And yeah, that said, let's look into the possibility of that. We were talking about how Hunters... Okay, looking at the game data first, just so that we paint the picture here.
Yeah, I believe it was the Explorer that was the one that expired. So the forward, the Wilding as well as the Perfumer did make a mad dash towards that exit. But excellent performance with the survivors of VX, really buying so much time for their team, and the Explorer to really do his digging for him to really push those objectives. And still, she was able to push that late game to at least make the point differential not too much for it to tie up. So we still have ourselves a game, Articuno.
We really do. And yeah, switching back over here, I am rather curious with how this will go down for either side. We already see the players already starting to get into the lobby, and if we're okay, let's go ahead and look at the two ends. For VX, God J historically is able to play under pressure, so he'll have to be able to bring similar performances from the past into this one, if not better, to grant VX that second finalist slot. On the flip side, though, for MP, we will have to see the survivors. Well, in all fairness, they've been stepping up today, but they have to kicking it up a notch even further. And it's going to be very crucial how they're going to be approaching banning as well, because God J has a wide repertoire, but so do the survivors. So it's very heavy check and balance. And okay, substitution here, Punch.
Substitution coming in. Anchan will be stepping down, and Yuri will be coming in. URY Mechanic. He boasts a mechanic in the roster. So that does change things, because Anchan is usually the seer of the group. Kiter, I guess they want to go for a Cypher Rush strategy here.
Potentially. We'll see how that actually rolls out once we hit the pick and ban. I actually spot another substitution which will pop up.
I think we missed, or there was a substitution that did come up, but if we're going to head on over, if you guys didn't catch that, yeah, we're going to see another substitution, which is, oh wow, like that's a very scary substitution.
Yes,
there we go. Oh my god. 72S comes into the fray.
I am surprised. 72S, in all fairness, is a very reliable hunter.
Yes.
He hasn't played yet, though.
He has not. But I'm sure he's watched.
Yes.
And I think this is a play by VX, because a lot of these hunters, a lot of the hunters that are in preference for God J is not in the mix anymore. But with 72S, you have Violinist, you have Bonbon. You have so many hunters that this guy uses, and he's so scary. He did see the grand finals of IVC, so back when he was with his previous team. So that just shows that MP really, as you said, aside from step it up a notch, just bring it all the way to the atmosphere, because they are headed towards a match with one of the scariest hunters out there.
And there you have it. In which case, let's look at this, because 72S, of course, has been watching what has been transpiring throughout the entire series of this tournament for VX. And on top of that, there's a pro and con. Unless he's warmed up in the actual Asia server for Identity 5, like the actual client, then that will help him. But other than that, since he hasn't played a game, it's going to be interesting to see how this will play out for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, the time now, he's probably playing ranked to just warm
Exactly.
up. So time will tell, because that is a great point that you bring up, because MP, so far, the survivors have been doing pretty well. I mean, round 2, granted that it was a hunter showdown because they did get those 5 points, but as you mentioned, MP is just leveling up. And with this switch up of survivors, having Yuri in that mix can definitely breathe new life in the strategy here. Still anyone's game. They need that one team just needs to get that 3-1, and it was done by the survivors of VX. Can the survivors of MP duplicate that and punch their ticket to BL, to face BL in grand finals?
Exactly. So for these guys, 72S. Let's talk about the other side here, the swap for MP. So it also makes me wonder, with the substitution, do they have any other compositions that they're looking to play, or is it just more of a substitution based on efficiency on a certain character that they might want to bring forward? But either way, it's very clear substitutions are in for both sides. Let's go ahead and see if it'll actually lead to better things for MP or VX, because I'm still gagged by this substitution for Hunter, because it's a pro and con. 72S hasn't played just yet. He does have a history of being a really good hunter, though. But on the flip side, it can also be argued that 72S is going into this with a fresh mindset.
Oh, for sure.
While the rest of MP, with the exception of Yuri, probably already feels a little bit of that fatigue after playing a long series, but they're warmed up as well. So that's another thing.
True. The picks and bans will be very telling. They definitely want to take out that Dream Witch and that Sculptor, because 72S has been known to also, I mean, you don't want to face him with that, but they could draw inspiration from IVC and try to recall how he hunts with, let's say, a Bloody Queen or a Bonbon or a Violinist. As we come into this mix of the banning for VX's side, it's going to be very telling what kind of hunter we might possibly be seeing by 72S as he locks in with the bans. Probably Priestess is not going to see the light of day here. Actually, this is quite interesting, because I think day one of IVC, it was Shuni and 72S that in Moonlit, where he was able to, where Shuni was able to kite for really long as the Priestess. And
rightly so, we're seeing a priestess band forward as well as a seer. So maybe this looks like 72S might go for a Bloody Queen, or possibly a Bonbon, but we can't just go for anything just yet. Now, the mix coming into this is going to be very interesting because Yuri jumping in the fray. At least Anshan being the seer is not there anymore because the seer was banned. But Yuri, mechanic, is up for grabs though.
Yes, and okay, first two up to bat so far. Not really anything final just yet. MP did favor that Prospector earlier. It is a possibility to bring that a second time. Didn't quite work out though during the most recent game that it played, but who knows? We shall see. Also, we don't want to, as I was about to say, we don't really want to rely on what comes up just yet because it ain't over until that graphic that indicates the lock-in comes in, an Explorer, in which case, of course, will add to the viability of them making sure that their Cypher game is on point.
We saw how effective the Explorer was, really able to hide from that Bloody Queen, so this could negate 72S from picking the Bloody Queen. Will they be sticking with this sort of lineup? Because, yeah, the Perfumer did magic inside the structure of Hospital, and you saw how the Wildling constantly harassed. But the forward isn't in the mix. However, Mercenary is always there just to be the rescuer that they need if anything would turn south for them. And I believe that they seem to be locking in with this pick, this compilation of characters.
Yes, and wow, in which case, so there you go, the final lock-in. It's going to be a Merc, Explorer, Wildling, and Perfumer. There is a balance to this composition. Now, it all comes down to 72S here. What is he going to bring to the table?
Ooh!
There we go.
We asked for it, and 72S is delivering. We're going to see their first violinist here at the COAIV qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Wait, again, we might get our hopes up. We got to wait. I already sold it to everyone. I think everyone wants to see a violinist, especially with 72S. He has been very dangerous with this violinist in IVC, and just if you follow him, he favors this hunter when it's in the later rounds.
So here we have it, in which case they're really thinking about it. There hasn't been a final lock-in, so this could... Okay, there you go. The final lock-in comes in. We are finally going to get the violinist. It's been a big question. Where has the violinist been since it has been the third most picked from the IVC? And finally, it looks like we're about to see why it was back then.
True. So it's very... this is very scary for if you're MP because, again, this is a new hunter. You probably got the timing down of GodJ, but now 72S being in the fray just makes people realize why VX is such a dangerous and scary team, because they have really good hunters as well as well-rounded survivors. And 72S coming to the mix could be that wrench that they throw in, or that trump card that they have to be able to push their way to grand finals.
A little bit of lots of questions that need answers going into this one, a lot of which leads to the main question as to which of these two teams will ultimately become our second finalist for the evening. We've been going long running into this qualifiers for Southeast Asia, but it is finally coming down to the wire. But of course, let us know once again who you're rooting for. Hashtag MPWin or hashtag VXWin. Continue to spread the love here for Southeast Asia, guys. We're doing great as a region. Everyone is seeing it. Let's keep that up, and yeah, just continue to show your support, especially for the players. And you know what? We'll let Destiny unfold as we head straight into it. MPVX take the stage. We're heading into our second half of round 3. Let's go.
72S on Antonio. Will we see a lot of Rhapsodies come out, or will MP survivors be able to escape the compound for them to be able to like punch their way to grand finals? Siru seems to be the first one that 72S is locking with, putting those Rhapsodies out there. Again, this Wildling can eat a lot of those hits. 72S not fully committing to it, wants to find the most optimum survivor, which is the Explorer, which is being boasted by Yuri.
Yes, and oh my gosh. 72S on the prowl. Can he actually find somebody up here, though? I mean, yes, it will be Shuni, in which case already goes all the way down. So 72S has a little bit of catching up to do, but of course, should one way or another be able to close the gap sometime soon.
Yeah, we saw how effective the Perfumer is with using this, using the structures of Hospital, and you know she has access to that perfume, sprays one right away, just to make sure he has 72S will be able to, you know, try to hamper that chase. Moves over, jumps out. Excellent movement on the side of Shuni, buying a lot of time because you see those synchronized ciphers going about, and the Explorer has found a page of his Lilliput book.
Yeah, really well played here by Shuni. Undeniable. Not a single hit suffered just yet. Did have to expend a perfume a little earlier. However, on the flip side, actually goes for the switcheroo. And take note, guys, you know how much value MP is getting out of this guy just by looking at the progress on these ciphers. More than 50% for 2. Third one is already close underway. This is great start for Mad Penguins.
Insane start so far, and Shuni still has perfume to work with. 72S has been trying to just zone in on Shuni, but so far Shuni has been buying so much time for these ciphers to be moving, and it's doing the real good work. 72S waiting for Shuni to come back up. Not quite yet. Shuni again making her rounds. Got to be very careful because the basement is at Hospital, and will 72S still fully commit? We see that LC is in the area, but Shuni going back and making her rounds inside the Hospital.
Yeah, 72S trying to read out the situation here. Does catch wind of the trail, but it's really taken a while, isn't it? And as a result, as these few seconds dwindle, we're going to have 3 ciphers that are already popped. Phenomenal start here for MP. VX 72S, he's trying hard. He is doing his best in this moment. You got to give him kudos to that. But on the flip side, there's a lot of time being expended on just trying to nail this one perfumer alone.
Exactly. So Shuni just really being such a slippery target. 72S still making his rounds, trying to just find and nail down this perfumer, but you have to note that Shuni doesn't have that much, actually has no utility to spend. Use the broken windows just to vault that, just to get that little speed boost, and then the Rhapsody note just blocking her entrance, and we see that the ciphers are being popped, but no excellent blink there. Feeds 72S, but man, that was a long kite time.
It was. Took quite a bit of a while. I'm starting actually very curious to see what the containment time is going to be for Shuni towards the end of this, regardless of what happens. But 72S, he really needs to pick up the pace. I'm glad that he finally got that hit, but he needs to make up for a lot of lost ground. Take note, those last 2 ciphers are already more than 50% in. But I think at this point in time, by the time MP does try to get the rescue onto Shuni, they will be ready for that last cipher pop.
Also take note, LC is in the area here, and Blink was already used. We are seeing 72S playing the camping game, not fully fed yet, because Shuni, I think honestly she has to be MVP because that was a long kiting time. Yuri though in a far away, and we see just a tag team here to save Shuni, and we know that the cipher is probably primed already. Perfumer gets saved, Tide Turner is in effect, but the last effort will be popped. 1 cipher still remains, and 72S still trying to focus on downing some survivors.
Yes, indeed. So here we have it, in which case they are ready, almost ready. LC just needs to buy just enough time. Want to try to avoid all those projectiles coming out from 72S. Don't want to get hit by a Sonata anytime soon. Shuni has already fallen, but Mercenary doing a great job. Now, question is, at what point will 72S be able to turn over to Shuni? How is the progress going, in which case, on that last cipher?
I think the 30% page is already, yeah, they're ready to pop that. So they're going to go for a second round to save Shuni. Can't celebrate just yet because this is 72S. You do not want to take this hunter lightly. And now we see that 72S making sure he's able to find the most optimal chair spot, and we're going here right outside of the hospital. We still have the wildling to go for that save, so tide turners still will be a factor. And you know what? The mercenary still has full health, so it's looking pretty good for the side of Mad Penguins, but we cannot discount 72S just yet.
Yes, now 72S needs to mount up a strong enough defense in this particular situation. LC, of course, just looking for the right time to go for that rescue, trying to, oh, there you go, is up and kicking, but will that Cypher pop? Yes, indeed, MP there on the run, all 4 survivors up and kicking. 72S, though, he has that detention. This is where he's going to need to fully utilize that.
Man, Shuni loves this hospital. She's going back and making her rounds here, and 72S just, you know what, just in this loop of endless perfumer kiting, and Shuni has been, just jumps the window, but 72S has the wherewithal there just to go for that chase on foot, and Shuni utilizing the elbow pad to make sure that he is able to cover enough ground. Shuni, oh my gosh, is this gonna be a 4-person out? We see it, and GG's 5 points!
Oh my goodness.
My God, Mad Penguins just ascending, and they are going to grand finals against BL. Nothing to take away from VX. They were able to, the survivors were so good. 72S again, just really zoning in. But the MVP, Shuni, man. Shuni buying so much time for her team, playing the perfumer to pure perfection in that hospital was just, again, like you said, I want to see the containment time there.
Exactly. Oh my gosh. Not to take, like you said, not to take away from VX either. They were always a favorite in most of the tournaments. We know that the supporters, especially from Thailand, they love their representatives, and you know they still have to be very proud of themselves. And fret not, because we still have OSM representing the country, so there's still much to look forward to. In which case, but we have to look at the facts here. We have to look at the results. Mad Penguins creating history for Southeast Asia for its Call of the Abyss qualifiers. We're likely, for the first time, it's guaranteed, we are going to be having much diversity as far as representation goes going into the global finals for our regions. A very exciting time to be a fan of Identity 5 in our community, and again, continue to put up the love and support. You guys are doing a great job by continuing to keep up the positivity for our region. Keep it up. Our efforts are going to be recognized, in which case continue to make your voice known. Only the positivity, of course, is going to be noticed, so keep it up.
Yeah, and I just have to say that it's been quite a journey for the Mad Penguins. You know, they were in IVC, but they had a rocky performance there. But now it just seems like they're so consistent. Coming in overtime against Rename, and that just shows Rename going toe-to-toe with Mad Penguins just shows that Rename is also a force to be reckoned with. So do support them as well, and support all the teams here in the qualifiers, because we are highlighting and celebrating competitive Identity 5 here in Southeast Asia. As Article mentioned, positivity is very much needed. So do support your favorite teams, show love to Mad Penguins, and show some love to VX as well, because they did take Mad Penguins to the limit, and now Mad Penguins has to do it all over again against BL.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, looking forward, I am very excited for this grand final spot. Regardless, both BL and Mad Penguins, either one of these two teams will make a fantastic representative going into the global finals. But regardless, as we say, it's only one slot that these players will be fighting for. Before we expound on that a bit, we're talking about that last game. It's just how do I put it? It's just it's the Shuni era, or I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to.
Aside from highlighting Shuni, we got to talk about that Explorer.
Yes,
the Explorer in Hospital. Again, we did mention Explorer is making its way to the meta, and this does merit an Explorer ban, especially in Hospital. And here we have it, 4 survivor escape, and look at that containment, 111.3 containment time by Shuni. Triple digits all throughout the board for Yuri, Zero, LC. So great switch up going with Yuri, going for that Cypher Rush. And even though the mechanic was available, let's go for that Explorer here. But nothing to take away from 72S. Very focused on downing that Perfumer and really played with the cards right. But here we have it. Match results. MP will be moving on and facing BL in the grand finals.
Yes, total point build-up 11-16, 5-point differential. Congratulations to Mad Penguins. And again, thank you so much to VX, a household name in Identity 5 Esports for Southeast Asia. Okay, you know what? There's a lot of people that deserve that MVP. She is definitely one of them. And you know what? Hell yes, we will grant it.
Remaining ciphers 1, health destroyed 8, survivor hits is 15, no terror shocks, but 8 knockdowns and 4 eliminations is always good on my book for MVP. So congratulations to the Mad Penguin She. Here are the highlights.
Yes, I mean, just looking at this, like I said, God J on this Dream Witch is phenomenal. However, MP was able to roll with the punches this time around. This is one of the few games that we have across the board wherein we see a team on the survivor side, especially on this map, that was able to work around the Dream Witch, switching over this particular second half.
Yes.
This is where we really saw She shine. We finally got the opportunity to see more of his Axe Boy, and he did not disappoint whatsoever. And this is technically the moment where we were starting to say, you know what, MP, they might be a viable team to head into the grand finals. They actually might switch things up as far as history goes for the esports scene in the region.
Yeah, and this is round 2 of the first half. God J doing God J things with this Sculptor, able to really, you know, help the momentum that MP came in with this effective Sculptor. And as Articuno mentioned, you know, this was a great performance for the survivors, but it's God J, one of the best in the region to ever do it. And it just shows that, you know, MP is leveling up and they have been putting in the work. And you know what, they came in nervous, but they have nothing to be nervous about because they have been, you know, putting in the work, and the talent is showing. The cream is rising to the top, and we will find out who will represent us along with OSM in COA 4.
Exactly, and look at She right here. This is also not only a demonstration, but also redemption to an extent, wherein he was able to make up for the performance that we kind of missed out on yesterday when he played Dream Witch. And that's just it, guys. Those were the highlights. Just a good done deal again. Great job to both teams. We're going to be taking a quick break for now. Me and Plutch need to take a breather after all of that and prepare for the big finals between BL and MP. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Articuno and Plutch Place at your service. This is the Call of the Abyss for Southeast Asia qualifiers, so we'll catch you guys by then. But for the meantime, let's all take a breather, guys. See you then.
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢，他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它，表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们从废土中攫取虚假的财富，在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。 这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都混在寂寞里，静待喜泰。
This is not the magical land, and there is no fairy tale. There is nothing but glorious corruption. I once sought for answers in bewilderment, yet all I got in return was deception. A timid, foolish, and hypocritical facade is covering up the betrayal. Every step I took drained my blood and devoured my past. Everything about the last sacrifice was abandoned, but her name. Yet my hatred will congeal on these bloody crystal shoes, crushing every last bit that remains beneath that crown.
"幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比
赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is the self now.
That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
这个世界上美好的一切，曾经都是我绘画的灵感。可是，他们都慢慢变得不可爱了。哼，平凡人呢？他们才不敬畏艺术呢，因为他们永远得不到它。表里不一，贪婪无厌，聒噪无用，根本没有人能与我讨论艺术的真谛。当这里已经无法给我带来新的乐趣时，我只希望那个乐园能带给我前所未有的灵感。古老的炼金术从未湮灭，它是智者的迷思，是愚者的狂欢。愚者们 从废土中攫取虚假的财富。在躯壳中催生畸变的形态。这些狂妄虚浮的技法，亵渎着炼金术的名号，却忘了精准的调和搭配艺术的重塑，才能绘制超越自然的奇迹。然而，这扭曲自然的代价，又有谁能承受？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都混在寂寞。
This is not a game. It's a race with no winner. Only a survivor.
Again, we are back, speaking to you live from the live coverage of the Great Race. Don't quit now, or you'll lose.
No matter how many times I race, I can't run away from that shadow.
Cars are ready, the crowd's on their feet. Hey, buddy, watch out!
The race obsesses us.
Catch me, Ryder.
No one can fight alone.
Just keep going!
We're gonna get crushed.
My Rocinante.
Speed up! Speed up!
You lost your nerve.
Never. Is it all over?
If someone has to end this, it must be you.
This is it, ladies and gents. The time has come for the grand finals of our Southeast Asia qualifiers here at the Call of the Abyss 4. We are going to be your MCs for this final match. Articuno and Poch Bice at your service. Poch, any initial thoughts towards the end of this?
I think this is a battle of, well, aside from BL and Mad Penguins, we see the trend of BL ending things at round number 1. But you have to admit that Mad Penguins are the endurance champs. They always go round number 3, and they showed a lot of tenacity coming into this. Now we're going to find out, will BL reign supreme, or will this be the era of the Mad Penguins? As we look at the bracket here, they had quite the journey, and now we are at, the point of no return. We're at the Call of the Abyss qualifiers here for Southeast Asia. Who will join OSM? We're going to find out in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. So it's very important for you guys to stay tuned. Tell everyone that Grand Finals is about to happen.
Yes, and oh man, I'm super excited. Both BL and MP, I was kind of looking at the communities for Southeast Asia for Identity 5. There's some really great discussion going. I'm really happy to see that. Everyone is just doing phenomenally well. Again, the community just very constructively talking about how these matchup has been panning out. And as you can see, this is the overview of what has happened. The 2 semifinals are already good and done. It is a BL versus MP finals that we are looking at. Best of 3, in which case happening at this very hour. And
initial thoughts on this? It seems like the right side seems to be the
again.
Exactly, but hopefully that's not the case. Even though yesterday it seemed like everyone on the right had that seems like the winning side if you're player 1 or player 2. But right now, just everything is up in the air. Both these teams have laid claim to why they're here in grand finals, and I'm sure everyone agrees that this is an amazing match to watch. First up is BL. We have Zen, Aris, Ram, Yorhan, Quan Li, and MX.
Wow. In which case, these teams, Zen has been amazing. I know that throughout the entire day, people have been going crazy about how he is as a hunter, but then again, so is for the other side. But at least for BL, this is a team that is an interesting mix.
Okay.
That sometimes it doesn't work, but for BL particularly, it without a doubt work. They've had a phenomenal time from quarterfinals all the way up until the finals. Correct me if I'm wrong, they're the only team that actually went. They're the only team that 2-rounded everything.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned, right? When it comes to the qualifiers, they never saw round number 3. So trust MP for them to take them into unfamiliar territory heading into round number 3. And just to boast some of the stats here, these survivors, the lowest they've ever gone was a tie. So that is very important to note, because the survivors are well-rounded coming into this. But you also have to talk about Mad Penguins. Yesterday, it was an even matchup against Rename, but this boost of confidence just surged in as they were able to, not only the Hunter was able to get a lot of points in, but the survivors as well against VX. Let's introduce them again. We have Shi, Anchan, Elsie, Exler Mochi, Shuni, and Siru.
Yes, those are the main players up to bat. We're gonna... It's very fresh. I mean, not really much to say when Mad Penguins has showed us all. She gotta be very, very proud. In fact, everybody just stepped up phenomenally today. Yesterday, it was definitely She with all the 5s, but this time it's going full circle, because even the survivors for Mad Penguins are on fire this time around. And I don't know, Poch, I kind of share the same concerns of the community as they've been talking. It's anybody's game. It's hard to figure out who is going to win. Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses going into this. It's all a matter of execution. That's so cliche to say. I hate saying it, but in this case, I think it holds very, very true.
Yeah, but I actually see it on the flip side. For me, it's a cause for celebration. If any of these two teams will represent us, and you know that the community will back them up, that is a vote of confidence coming from the observers that are watching, and us watching as well. It's going to be very telling, because either of this team who makes it to win the grand finals, I'm confident that they'll make it far and Call the Abyss 4.
Yeah, now that you mention it, and you know what? Without any more dilly-dallying, looks like our players, just got word that they will be raring to go. We're not gonna be waiting that much longer to see how this will go down. Quick preview, it will be MP playing on the Survivor side first up, with BL on Hunter side. So this is the true test, I feel. The Survivors for Mad Penguins started off decent during day 1. Going into day 2, they've gotten their bearings. They've done so well. Let's see if the Survivor lineup for MP can roll with the punches this time, going up against a formidable foe such as the Hunter. That is Zen for first things first. Yeah.
Something the MP has to do is do what they did with VX. Just weather out that early storm for them to take BL into unfamiliar territory, which is round number 3. We've always seen Zen take the Dream Witch in round number 1. We are going Moon River Park, so that's something to consider. But we haven't seen, we've seen his Geisha as Bloody Queen. We haven't seen Zen and the Survivors go for a 3rd round pick. So that is probably the mindset they're going to take to the table because of how they performed against VX.
I think Moon River Park is such a smart map because, I mean, sure, you can have Dream Witch open, but then again, that's a lot of real estate still that you're going to work with. So at least, you tone down, you water down some of the advantages that Dream Witch has, but it's not a big tone down. But, at this point in time, especially in the grand finals, you want to work with every single advantage you can take, regardless of whether you're playing Survivor or Hunter. But from the picks that we're seeing here, a Barmaid is being hovered over. We've learned our lesson, not gonna count on this lineup just yet until the final lock-in arrives. Seer forward Mercenary, of course, gonna be the much more likely picks that come into play.
Yeah, Shuni hovering over that Barmaid, because again, it was a very good ban by the Priestess, but you also have to consider, want to have a mechanic in the mix, want to have an explorer in the mix, just to really bolster that meta-heavy lineup. But again, you're talking about Mad Penguins here. They are mad, so they definitely will try to play a little bit off meta with this Barmaid if they choose to lock it in. And I believe they are going to lock it in.
Yes. You know what? I'm all for it. Shuni was phenomenal earlier, so I'm going to let Shuni play whatever Shuni wants to play. And I'm very excited. If this Barmaid is gonna be just as explosive as different kits obviously, but just strictly within the sense that it's Shuni playing it, then I am excited. But on the flip side, let's talk about Zen here, because no hesitation, doesn't matter what the map is, just gonna default to Dream Witch. Again, it's just the very cliche saying, why fix in this case the Hunter pick that isn't broken, but technically speaking is kind of broken.
A little bit. I'm actually, I'll show a little concern here for Shuni's pick, because Barmaid against Dream Witch, let's see how she'll fare. Again, Shuni can do Shuni things, but looking at her pick, maybe Prospector would see, but then again, I always want to be proven wrong here. It's just a little cause of concern, because they're going up against Zen. Zen is a master of a Dream Witch, but another variable we bring to the table for you guys to think about, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Moon River Park, a huge map to really have these survivors roam around, and it's really hard for the Dream Witch to actually have eyes at the back of her head with such real estate to cover, as Artiguna mentioned. But then again, we're at grand finals, so they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at each other because they want to be able to punch their way to COA glory.
Exactly. So there you have it, guys. For one last time, for our last match, be sure to use hashtag MPWin or hashtag BLWin along with the hashtag COAIV SEA. No, without further ado, let's get it on Clutch.
Zen's Dream Witch is a sight for sore eyes. Let's see if they'll be able to handle this, as Anchan is going to be spotted out first and working carousel over at the last stop. Anchan bolstering the Seer. Will Zen be committing? And yes, he will be, just to get a little more followers into this map, just so that he'll have more eyes. Again, as you mentioned, really big map, real big grounds to cover, but it's still anyone's game early on, and he will be committing to that Seer.
Yes, and this is a great start here for Zen, in which case, not really needing to see anybody, in which case, I mean...
That was a great owl.
Yeah.
That was very well timed just to extend that kite to get to a better part of this map. Just going over the working carousel, working with the pallets here, just dropping that to make sure that he doesn't get sandwiched. But right when he was doing that, you see that the forward was working on a Cypher. And we still see Anchan, just has to eat that hit for him to be able to transition wisely. Siru is over there making sure that he tries to get as much progress on that Cypher. And now back to the main body.
Oh, man. And you know what? Zen just kind of shifting in between targets, but it's fine because you want to use that pressure as a Dream Witch to try to keep everybody on their feet. And in this case, just looking for that one last hit onto Anchan. Anchan dealing quite well, in which case is trying to close out, and looks like Zen will succeed.
Yeah, Anchan didn't have much to work with there. Already used that that owl, but Zen just so wily with that Dream Witch, just baiting out some pallet throws, and now he will be chaired outside of tent. Siru making his rounds to just try to close out some distance, but Zen opting for the Patroller early on just to stop Siru in his tracks.
Yes, that's going to be a little bit of a detriment here for Siru, putting out it's good, like a little offense and a little defense at the same time to make sure that Anchan is kept at bay. Looks like the rescue will come in though, but you know what? Zen very much easily not gonna have any trouble to get a hit, and last effort will just come in.
Oh man, yeah, that was an excellent save, but you know what? It's just Zen doing Zen things, able to stuff that rescue by just downing the seer right away. But Anchan's job there is just to get as far as he can from anywhere that there's going to be a Cypher. So 3 Cyphers remain. It's still looking pretty good. Forward will probably be up to bat to go for chair saving duty, while Mercenary will be downing some of that drinks from the barmaid. Again, Shuni not seeing much of kiting action here, more of a support character. And just, yeah, having a Mercenary heal up is going to be a long day for a hunter, a hunting hunter.
Exactly. Now, Zen, this is great. Seer already through the halfway mark. I'm wondering though, will MP be committing another rescue? I mean, we do see Siru in the vicinity, in which case will get caught out, though Zen will be committing a follower just to pressure that particular survivor. Time is ticking there onto Anchan though.
Ooh, wow, gets the rescue, but Anchan will be eating another hit. Luckily for him, that was the leeched follower, just so it'll have a little less leeches on the map, but he will be falling down anytime soon. Anchan's job just to get as far as possible from any rocket chair or anywhere that can disrupt the Cypher Rush.
Indeed so, but nonetheless, it will be a good done deal here. Patroller just to, calm Shuni down here, wants to try to minimize any disruptions towards securing Anchan, send straight back to the manor. LC did try to charge in, but you know what? All is well. Zen, mission accomplished to send first Cypher back to the manor. But MP, they are doing quite well. Look at the Cypher progress. 2 already done, and then 3 have some decent progress on them as well. So MP is not far off either. The things are very balanced, in which case. However, we've always been talking about this. The moment you lose out on one survivor makes it much easier for a Dream Witch to just put pressure on a lesser survivor.
And LC now just making sure he's not. I love how he didn't fully commit to go for that tackle and used his skill for just to gain some distance, as he's doing now. LC now going towards the 2-story there, just so he'll be able to use a lot more of the real estate to work with. As wow, I was gonna say as he charges up for that hit, but unfortunately for LC, he wasn't able to drop the pallet in time or just avoid that hit.
Yes, and there you have it. Not only is there pressure onto LC, but Zen is also starting to pressure these Cyphers as well, but in which case it's all good for MC. They already got 3 popped up, more than 50% progress already coming through. Actually, that one was already near completion as well, so great job, in which case, coming in from the side of MP. Even though they lost out on the Seer, you know what? They got the full benefit out of Anchan.
Wow, Mercenary eating that hit from the spawn follower, but we will be seeing a pause, ladies and gentlemen, just to get the most optimal conditions going on. So, wow, it's a close game so far.
Very, very close game, and I am really still not sure how this is going. I mean, despite the pressure of Dream Witch, followers Zen has been on point with the multitasking, but it does seem like MP was very much prepared for this. Just looking at how they've been controlling these objectives to make sure that they were consistently going. They have a nice spread. There's not a single, well, not really a single cipher, but at least there are more ciphers that they can work in that already have progress on them. So that gives them a sense of flexibility and options to work with in the objective game. So it's still a skill that's very much evened out. I'm not sure how this will roll out, but I think the thing here for sure is that what FP needs to just continue to keep up is not let any of these ciphers, well, at least not put a complete halt to the cipher progress for the side of Zen. It's just really continuing the control, because there's some level of control going on. I would love to see it kicked up a notch even more.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with how he's able to manage his spawn followers in such a big map. Early control of Anchan, just making sure that they zone in on just one. Even though like you had the mercenary in the area as well as that forward, he was Zen was really able to just swat away any of them to try to make any rescue attempts to go for that seer. And it is reaping rewards as we head into this mid part of the game. I think one major play or one major move or extension would definitely swing the favor towards one side or the other. It's still up for grabs, and as you mentioned, it's still pretty viable for anyone to go for a big play here. So 3-person escape is still up for grabs for Mad Penguins, but very interesting to note that the control, if Zen just lets go of it a little bit, I'm sure that the team of Mad Penguins will be able to capitalize on that.
For sure. Now, yeah, we're just waiting, in which case this pause is still ongoing for both sides. So we're just going to let that iron out here. But yeah, like I said, while we're waiting for that, let us continue to hear your thoughts out in chat as well as on social media. There have been some great insights that we continue to see. I know there's a lot of hype going on in the community. Still going on. Everybody excited about this matchup. We here at the MC Desk are more than excited as well. So yeah, let's just continue to keep things up this evening. Let's end RRC qualifiers on a positive note. We already did it for IVC, and I'm glad that everybody in Southeast Asia is just, keeping it up.
Yeah, for sure. This is grand finals. I mean, the energy's up in the air. I'm pretty sure the chat as well is just going insane with, they just want to come back into this and watch to see if the Mad Penguins will take it or BL. But both these teams, again, have massive support coming into the grand finals. We were able to see the comments, and here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. BL and Mad Penguins will resume here. Will Zen still be controlling the offense, or will the Mad Penguins be able to pop these last two ciphers?
Yes, and my gosh, for BL here, okay, Zen already on Siru's tail. Siru has already sustained some level of damage. Is a mercenary though, so even with a hit, we'll be able to buy plenty of time. And you know what, this is great because it will at least grant a bit more of room for the other members of MP. But wait, Patroller actually going to chomp in once again onto Siru.
And now we see the barmaid in the mix. We haven't been seeing her throughout the first and mid part of this game. Siru, again, will have to really control the... Oh, wow. Nice movement there. But the mercenary, unfortunate there, gets that hit while, that Dublin thing was coming into full effect there. And the barmaid in the area, but we are going to see a downed mercenary in just a bit. So the control is still ongoing by Zen.
Yeah, and gosh, there you go. Siru is down, so 2 ciphers remaining. It's at a steady build-up. Would love to see MP hopefully speed that up a bit more. I think there was a little bit of a lull earlier, but it's okay. They're trying to stay on track. But
to note there, he did switch skill from Patroller to Teleport just to really push and smother the offense even more for them to neglect the objectives and just run to the hills, as you mentioned. Mercenary does take longer to, get sent back to the manor, but the control is still happening here. The camping, I mean, Zen does it best. Oh, wow, Elsie just dives right into it. No tide turner, so it's going to be very telling. Mercenary will eat that hit, but man, the leech follower was sniped out, though.
Now, it's interesting because MP members of MP are within proximity of each other, with the exception of Shuni just working on a cipher in the distance. Thiru will take a fall once again, but Zen is of course making sure to continue to pressure things out, while this other follower is just gonna continue to pick up Thiru and back to the rocket chair.
Yep, so Elsie over there at God Kiting with the dungeon right there. Shuni will be seeing the Hunter for the first time, the main body of what did teleport to that side of the map. And Shuni, as a barmaid, still has some utility to work with. We're still stuck with one cipher. It's so close, and I'm pretty sure they're just getting into position to go for that save and really push for that end game. But oh my gosh, the mercenary again takes so long for him to be sent back to the manor, and we see that Elsie might be the one making the full commit to go save him.
Agreeably so. Look at this. Shuni loses out on the distance game as the first hit comes in from that follower, and looks like Zen isn't slowing down anytime soon. Mercenary already near expiration. That's going to be one more survivor out of this game. 2 more remaining, but this is where things, as we mentioned, get truly tricky.
Yeah, to note also, you have the forward heal doing self-heal. You were able to find an excellent pallet drop there on the side of MP. Shuni, still, again, one of those slippery survivors here, is a nightmare for hunters to just pin down another pallet drop on Shuni's side. Gonna buy so much time, and if we look at the cipher, still at 75%. Teleport will be used at the tent. Oh, but Elsie, oh my gosh, just teleports right back. Forward is still trying to push for those objectives, and Shuni has a little time to breathe as the LC will be the one to be chased.
I am liking the tenacity from both sides here, but I think at this point in time, this is a great opportunity for Zen with 2 followers. We can see the back and forth, just wanting to make sure that the pressure is kept up, not really giving MP any opportunity, any opening to try to close out that one cipher. That one last cipher.
Yes, but note that the barmaid was able to take out that leech, and now we have Zen really raring for position here. Shuni trying to pop it, but that cipher over at last stop is so far from being done. And now just trying to buy some time for his team, trying to make the forward go push for objectives over there at 2-story, I believe, lower left side of the screen. Yes, and now the barmaid is the one that is leeched. How long will Shuni be able to last here, and can the forward pop it in time?
Yes, that's 2 followers on Shuni's tail. Shuni was able to do it once before, and can Shuni do it again to bolster enough time here for MP? Pallet drop will come in, trying to work around these chairs. Looks like it's, trying to confuse out this follower here, but closing in very, very dangerous.
Wow, knows that there is no blink there, but got some time to breathe, and Elsie just getting out of the area there of 2-story, just because the teleport is so well utilized by Zen. Still trying to push for the cipher here at 2-story, and now Zen fully committing to get rid to just leech this forward here that is bolstered by Elsie.
I am really feeling the pressure here for MP right now. They are systematically doing quite well with the ciphers, but you know, it's quite the long stretch that we're playing here, the long game, if you will. Lots of minutes being expended because of the fact that they constantly have to move around. They can't really just go full commit on these ciphers because of this pressure from Dreamwitch.
Yeah, one thing to commend though, like this barmaid has been sitting in half health for so long. Zen just having a hard time pinning down these 2 survivors. They are not going down. We are still at this, would you say, a mate situation where it's just back and forth as they go, just the toing and froing of committing to something or not, but going for just getting rid of that leech. But no, the barmaid gets leeched, and now Shuni again will be falling down. Zen finally pinned down that slippery barmaid.
Yes, patience was a virtue, and Zen was able to deliver. Shuni will go on for rocket chair. Judy, now it's all about Elsie. Shuni has a long way to go before this barmaid is sent back to the manor, and that should be more than enough time for Zen to try to scout out Elsie before the dungeon opens up. But it does look like MP, considering the location that LC is playing on across the map, fully aware of where this dungeon is. It's only a matter of time. Can they accomplish it, though?
LC realizing that he has to play the long game. Zen just making sure he's looking around just to snipe out if the forward is anywhere near. We see LC hiding over there at first stop. Zen still like counting down the seconds before this barmaid will be headed back. And we see that LC is ducking over here. Zen will for sure leech the survivor. Can he last long enough for the dungeon to open up, Articuno?
It might very well be. Ah, man, I don't know. Because Barmaid is already near expiration. LC already starting to linger by. That follower trying to catch momentum. And take note, that forward is still very, very healthy. I think it will look very, very good here for LC. Those followers, one more hit. Just waiting for it to open. Is it going to make it? Yes, LC does.
What a jaw-dropping finish there from LC. You know what? That's actually a victory on its own because of how it was progressing. So just denying the 5-0. This is actually the first match of the qualifiers that BL did not get a 5 points. So 3-1 is a pretty good start on the side of MP. They showed that they were able to really hang with the best Dream Witch out there, which is Zen. And man, it was really close, and it just shows that they really like playing that late game.
Yeah, 3-1 in which case, a 3-1. Not quite the perfect score, but then again, Zen's record on this Dream Witch shall persevere and continue. Big question, is the hunter for MP being she going to find much, much more success going up against the survivors of the opposition? That is BL.
Again, it's not the biggest point difference, but still, it's a victory on its own since you want to be able to take things to round 3. So what they're doing now is they're mitigating the points given to BL since they're such good players in round 1 and 2. So I think the strategy or the game plan of Mad Penguins is really to take things to, unfamiliar territory with those pocket picks. And you saw how well they performed against VX in round number 3. They got a 6-3 in round number 3 against VX. And I think that this 3-1 is just the building blocks of MP and BL realizing that they cannot let go of the control because they might need to, step things up in round 1 and 2 for them to really secure that grand finals.
Yes, and looks like we are seeing the players starting to go in, looking into that game a bit more. Both sides really played out well, in all fairness. We said it's just a recurring theme wherein once you are pressed in a situation where there are less survivors, then there's going to be a lot of trouble. However, the fact that MP was still able to get out with at least one, that's very commendable in itself, because usually that doesn't happen when DreamWorks is able to establish that much dominance in a game. So it just really came down to Zen, of course, by putting the third survivor in a rocketeer, leaving the survivor to expire to get sent back to the manor. You're working against a time bomb, tick, 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 to try to nail that fourth survivor. And in that case, didn't quite pay off, but it's still early on. It is only round 1, and it's still very much there. The fact that Zen 3-1, it's a victory for the Hunter at the end of the day.
Game data shows that Dreamwitch was very proficient with his attack hit rate, 53.6%, 8 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns. But if you look at the decoding progress, a lot of triple digits coming from Siru, LC, and Shuni. Anchan was the one that expired first, so he did get that 1%, and it was the forward that made that escape. So it was a 3-1 in favor of BL. And what's scary is we were able to talk to Rem, and he did say that communication is their strength, and we're going to be seeing those survivors coming into this match against She being a very formidable hunter, but with the synergy of BL, it's going to be quite interesting to see how he's going to deal with the rotations that are going to come in and the funky plays of BL, because you know that they can stick to the meta and even go for their preference picks.
Agreed. So with that said, I'm looking forward to seeing how the second half is going to go. Are we going to be seeing well, I guess to best this, of course, to take the round win, it's going to be a perfect 5 that you'll need. 3-1 is going to mean we'll automatically get not only just a tie for round 1, but a guaranteed round 3. Anything less will still merit the victory towards BL.
Yeah, for sure. So here we go. MP doing the banning. Moon River Park, she will be doing the hunting on the side of the Mad Penguins, banning the Priestess, likely so. Could we be seeing Axe Boy, Bloody Queen, anything that can give a lot of just distance control on the side of She? Finding that out as we head on over to the survivor picks of BL or Brilliant.
There you have it. The first survivor that's coming in, hovering over at least, is the Embalmer. Embalmer hasn't had the best time from the more recent games that we got out of Embalmer. But yeah, I highly doubt that this will be a lock-in for BL, in which case there's just too many picks out in the open with a Priestess being banned out. All 3 of the usual suspects are out in the open. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Mercenary as well as a Seer come in if there is variation where they might not want to opt for a mechanic. Still have the other picks like the Forward, like the Gravedigger. Wildling as well if they want to opt for something like that instead. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for those final lock-in signatures.
We are hovering on a Thief again. I'm not gonna react to that just yet until they get a full lock-in. Again, they're really known for these really funky picks. BL, especially at Moon River Park, we have yet to see a lot of action coming into this map. So I'm sure these teams have talked about this map and what kind of lineups they'll be bringing into the table. But Thief doesn't seem to be moving. Although some survivors are hovering over a similar lineup. The Seer is making his way into this mix. Mercenary still in this Forward. But yeah, they seem to have locked in game. But wait till you see this, ladies and gentlemen, because it could be a mirror match of sorts, because the Barmaid coming into this compilation of survivors.
Okay, so it's interesting in which case that BL is gonna... It's a mirror, pretty much.
Yeah, a mirror match. That's how I think something we should highlight, because will she be going with a Dream Witch? Ooh, changing things up with a Sculptor, probably considering it though.
I could very much willingly roll with E-Sculptor going into this game. At least the beauty of this is that you have a bird's eye view of locations you do want to put pressure in. It's not going to be as tricky as maneuvering a Dream Witch, let's say. Let's see if she would want in on this though.
Sculptor in, yeah, it's very viable for sure. That's she's one of the picked hunters in IVL, and you know she has been making her rounds here. I'd really want to, you know, look back and see the pick rates of all these hunters. I'm sure that Bloody Queen is up there, but Sculptor has been making waves in competitive Identity 5, and we've been seeing it here in qualifiers for Southeast Asia.
My goodness, this is it, guys. Now that we have the spread of survivors as well as hunters locked in, let us know what your thoughts are as to who you want to see take the full round 1. We already laid out the win conditions as far as points. It's going to all come to these players as they head on into the game in just a bit. Continue to cheer for who you want to root for. Be sure to use the hashtag BLWin or hashtag MPWin if you're rooting for either Brilliant or Mad Penguins respectfully, along with the hashtag COAIVSEA to keep in the loop with everybody else in Southeast Asia that continues to show nothing but love and support for our players.
Yep, we're at grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We have BL and MP, who will be the one to represent us as alongside with OSM. You know what? BL already struck first blood 3-1, 2-point deficit, but it's definitely manageable for the side of the Mad Penguins. We have BL doing the surviving, and she will be hunting with the Sculptor. We have a Seer, Forward, Mercenary, as well as a Barmaid, and we're heading over to Moon River Park. Round 1 of the second half. We're at grand finals, ladies and gentlemen.
There you have it, guys. It is the second half of round number 1 with MP taking the helm of the Hunter. This time, BL on the Survivor side. It's almost a virtual mirror that we have here, but that's an early scout out.
Yeah, early scout out of that Seer. A little shades of the previous match. We were saying it's a mirror match of sorts with that barmaid. And now Rem trying to survive for his life. Early pick off of She, BL, and now BL's Rem using that owl just to prolong his kite. She realizing that, not going for that hit just yet, just wants to keep him, trying to body block for him to be going to this area here. And it's so close. Rem, the owl, is almost about to be up, and She just practicing patience before he rides. Oh, wow, they take a ride together, Artaguro.
That is a little bit scary.
Left to right, left to right. Where are we going? Oh, just waiting. They're waiting. Going for the hit. Wow, excellent movement from Rem.
Good timing in which case, and not slowing down anytime soon. Already able to close the gap. Just need one more whammy on that statue. Actually, no, not even going to rely on the statues. Just get the hit himself, and this is a very early take here for She. So Sculptor going to be very happy about the early progression.
Yeah, great stuff on Rem's side, using the owl just to prolong that kite, as well as utilizing the roller coaster. And great mind games as well on his part, either left or right. But now we see Quan Li at 2-story here, just dodging the statues. Again, this is one of the really good things about the Sculptor. She can harass even when she's camping. And she, using different hunters, can definitely multitask in that sense.
Yes, and from what we're looking at here, BL is just going to make sure that they focus on getting the initial pop on the ciphers that they were working on. They really want to play to make sure that they have that healthy consistency, just so that they don't have any further problems working on the ciphers towards the mid to late game. That will, however, lead to the sacrifice of Ram going more than halfway through on that chair.
Very true. We've been seeing this trend of, those early sacrifices for objectives. And now they really have to play their cards right since they're one man down. Ram did buy a lot of time, and She using that area of effect bird's eye view of those statues just to harass Quan Li. And Quan Li did get a little bit of push going on in that cipher, but no, look at this. She teleporting to the tent just to chase out MX, the barmaid.
Yes, 3 more ciphers to go, in which case I think it would be safe to say that it should lead to a 2, since there was only but minor disruption towards Quan Li earlier. But Quan Li should have a lot of safety working on that cipher, in which case. But man, She is on fire, getting another takedown. But this will be MX's first time on the rocket chair, so it's definitely not as much of a worry just yet for BL, but it's undeniable the pace is really picking up for MP's Hunter.
Yeah, She, whenever she locks onto a target, she gets what she wants. Ram, though, living up to that name with that mercenary, going to use those elbow pads just to try to close out that distance to go save that barmaid, because they cannot afford more survivors off this map. Even though there are 2 ciphers remaining, they need to play some catch up here in terms of just keeping survivors alive.
Indeed so, and gosh, look at that. A hit will be piling up here onto Ram. Both members of BL, in which case, might want to be careful, even more so for MX, who She is heavily laser focusing on here, looking to close out the distance. Starting to loom in, MX trying to make that transition in time. Status will come in. Nice charge coming in from
Quan Li coming from behind just to stun She, to prolong the kite of that barmaid. Excellent communication on the side of BL. They were not lying when they said that communication and synergy is one of their strengths, and you see that even though that we were seeing this Sculptor just be so offensive. Slowly but surely, the tides are kind of changing. Just how long can Quan Li survive, though, because the barmaid is really out there and she was able to heal up.
Yes, so that will be a moment of relief for our barmaid, in which case, but not so much here for Quan Li. Quan Li, luckily, however, has not suffered a single hit just yet, so that's still a lot of room for BL to work with in this game.
Ram over there at the last stop, again, just being harassed constantly from afar. The mercenary can't eat those hits, but they do want to be able to pop those ciphers, and both those ciphers are more than halfway done. Still anyone's game. We're at the midpoint, Articuno.
Yes, members of BL, in which case they're just trying to look for that opening of an opportunity. However, she finally finding a much more ideal target in Ram. Ram going to try to establish as much distance as possible. It's working out, but she's really quickly closing distance.
Yeah, we're finding out how Ram will be able to deal with this very tricky situation. Eats that statue hit. Will the regular hit come in? Not quite. Ram using his elbow pads just to get out of distance, and Quan Li still picking out that Cypher at last stop and just moving away. Not much utility left, just a life on the side of these survivors. We do have a drink ready for that barmaid, but it seems like she is zoning in on Quan Li.
Take note, there are a lot of Cypher options in which case that they can work it. Quan Li going to try to keep She distracted. Does give a moment for Ram not only to breathe, but to also work on a Cypher. So look at the progress though, Clutch. This is beautiful coming in from BL now. It's all coming together. Now, I think it will come to a point where they should have that Cypher Prime.
Wow, nice drop on that pallet by Quan Li. And as you mentioned, we have 2 Cyphers remaining. One now. Almost 1 Cypher remaining. But we do see some progress on it. They need to be able to time this pop well because, again, 3 survivors is quite hard to push for that end game, depending on She and how she'll be able to use that teleport when she needs to.
Yes, look at this. I love the mind games that BL are playing, but forward will fall. Like I said, Cypher is just ready for the pop-in. It was there. Now, big question, just how hefty the numbers are BL going to be able to push for as far as survivors out of this game.
Yeah, what's crazy here is that she still has teleport, and Quan Li trying to survive as long as he can, going to get that down, and we see that could they go for that tie? Will she overextend here, and once he's chaired, will she try to go for that teleport to get more survivors back to the manor?
It's a big question, isn't it? That will be the rocket chair coming in. She actually making that transition, trying to peek everyone out. MX though has made some significant progress already as is. Now She just maintaining some distance here.
Going for the full commit here. Oh wow, but we have chasing out MX. We see that the mercenary is still in the mix here. Ram making his way to go save Quan Li. They did separate, so She still has a chance to get a 3 survivor takedown.
It is very, very much feasible. Huge risk that Ram is playing out. But you know what? Working with 2 survivors up on their feet is a much welcome advantage that BL would probably want to play around just to guarantee the possibility of maybe even more numbers getting out of that gate. Take note that exit gate towards the other side of the map is far from finished. She going to be turning attention over to Ram here. Quan Li in the distance as well. Statues are going to start soaring, flying over Ram. Anything going to connect though?
They are. Wow, so gets that regular hit, but Quan Li trying to get out of that exit gate. Is it close? Oh no, not quite. Quan Li now has to dodge all these statues while the mercenary is healing up. Still, She has 3 points in the mids. Can she do it? This Quan Li is being chased out. Excellent defense on She's side, and Ram will be the one to see his turn in that rocket chair.
Yes, but Quan Li, question is, what is the direction going to be? Is Quan Li going to take the long way all the way up to the exit gate that was open? Now, the tricky part is She, I think, does kind of catch wind of the direction Quan Li went, already trying to sniff out the trail here, and it's very much quickly closing a lot of that distance. Take note, Mercenary is far from expiration, so that is possible, but looks like Quan Li gonna make a hard, solid run for that open exit gate.
True, but oh my gosh, the teleport is ready. Is she gonna use it? Does she even need to use it? Gonna try to stop Quan Li in his tracks. He is making a mad dash for it, but excellent hit by She. And man, 3 survivor takedown by MP. We're all tied. Oh my gosh. Yep, going for it.
There you have it, folks. We have a tie for round number 1, and you know what that means, ladies and gents. It very much means that we will be getting a full best of 3 series for today. Now, survivors are stepping up without a doubt, because a lot of the round 1s that we've been seeing, one way or another, we see a hunter dominate, didn't quite go full circle. But regardless, I don't think it really matters. The fact is we have a tie, and it's like a reset to a best of 2 now.
Yeah, that's true. It just now the round number 2, just the characters that will be picked will definitely change things up, especially the map. But as you mentioned, it's a very interesting pick going for a big map like Moon River Park, because we had to change up the equation of hunters. Not so much with the Dream Witch, but seeing that sculptor from She, it's just another hunter in the arsenal of the Mad Penguins. As you mentioned, round 2, it's gonna be a best of whoever can win round 2 and 3 will be heading to will be winning the entire thing. But we have to also take note that BL has never seen round number 3, so we're not sure how they perform in the later rounds.
Highly agree with you there, Putch. Now, MP as well as BL. This is quite the predicament. I mean, just the fact that we're getting the full 3 rounds, and it's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. Like we said, BL from the get-go, it's very clear that they are a force to be reckoned with. This is going to be their first time in a best of 3, like you said. This is unfamiliar territory for them, just for this particular tournament. However, if you're going to look at some of the experience that some of the individual players have on this roster, it's nothing far off from what they haven't already done in the past, I would say. On the flip side, however, MP, they have the endurance to get through this. Like I said, day 1 they are already pretty darn good, but it seems that there's been even just leaps, jumps, strides of improvement going into day 2, so it's just very, very tough to call Punch.
Yeah, it's just the journey of these two teams, just them to be stylistically meeting at the grand finals. You have a team that dominates round 1 and 2 right off the bat, and you have a team that started out with overtime, winning against VX in round number 3, and them taking it to the limit to the Mad Penguins is just an interesting way of how these players would be able to adjust and adapt as the rounds continue. But rest assured that they're both learning and they're both growing from each other, and whoever is going to win this will definitely level up their game to represent us in Call of the Abyss 4.
Oh, absolutely. That said, we are going to be seeing how round 2 will go now that we have those bans into play. You know, what makes this really interesting is that it's a little bit farther looking in, but how the banning phase will go for BL, because the fact is we've never reached that point where they did have to play around with that additional ban of a survivor and a hunter. So it's an opportunity where we'll get to see how deeper into their pool they'll be able to go for character selection. But for the flip side, for Penguins, we have an abundance of data to work with in comparison.
Yes, we have seen them be taken to the limit and even further yesterday with how they performed against Renee. VX, we've seen their picks when it comes to different maps. We first saw the hospital, and you saw how they were able to just adjust along with that. Mad Penguins, BL though, not much data when it comes to competitive just yet, and I'm sure that everyone is taking note of how this team would adjust to being taken to unfamiliar territory. So still anyone's game, like we mentioned. We're all in a tie here. We're tied up 4-4. Round number 2, we're going to negate the Moon River Park as a map, possibly take out that Dream Witch from Zen, and maybe do you think that they're going to ban the sculptor on the side of She or Axe Boy?
That's a good point. I guess map could come into play in order to determine that. Now that you mention it, it's interesting because Axeboy actually wasn't chosen during the first round. But then again, it makes sense. It does make sense.
Huge map. So let's recall what happened in the game data here. Again, I believe it was a 3-person takedown. We're looking at the containment time. The Quan Li getting a lot of the containment here, but a lot of the coding came from MX, Ram, and Quan Li. But looking at She, attack hit rate with this very dangerous sculptor was 57.1%, health destroyed 3, and 6 knockdowns. Insane stuff on the side of the hunter, which is She.
Now looking at the match results, as you can see, it is a tie for round number 1. So nobody quite pulling ahead just yet in this race. Both are at a fairly steady equal number of laps, and we're just still raring to go to find out who's gonna pull ahead, if it will happen in round 2, because ties are still looking very feasible on both ends here when you have two very highly competitive teams.
Yeah, I guess shades of, wow, it's just like a deja vu all over again. The third match of the day, we see tie at the start. We're going to see another tie, and then we're going to see overtime. I'm not quite sure. I have to say it. It's a possibility.
Yes, it is.
It's a possibility, but I have a feeling if one of these teams takes the momentum, it's going to be harder for the other one to bounce back from that, because we've seen we're unfamiliar territory. Usually with MP, they're not used to playing on the back foot. If you notice, they're always either tie or they're leading. If you look at BL side, yeah, they've never seen round number 3, and that's what we're going to see today. So I'm sure that these teams are probably discussing on the game plan, the strat, and what kind of hunters and survivors we'll be seeing in this mix.
Now, just waiting in on these players, in which case to arrive in our lobby. We've kind of touched in on the hunter picks for Sheep. Mm-hmm. Now, let's go look at the opposition, Zen, because Zen has a interesting pool in the sense that just very easily can play meta. We already talked about that Geisha during one of those other games as well. So there's flexibility that comes in for this particular hunter. And I guess we did kind of hear about Zen's proficiency on this Geisha as well. I do wonder if there will come a point in time in this series where we will see it.
Aris is coming into the mix, ladies and gentlemen. Zen, as we were talking about, one of the best Bloody Queens out there, 36 Dream Witch. But our Aris from IVC is coming into the mix. So if you guys have watched IVC, you know that he is a very formidable hunter.
Pretty sure a lot of fans aren't going to be happy about this swap. So let's... It's interesting because we haven't seen him throughout the entire tournament leading up to right here. And that also makes me very curious what hunter pick will come into play this time around. Because if people recall IVC, he was hugely known for his bonbon. But before we talk about that a little more, we have another substitution.
Yeah, Yuri seems to be the substitute of the hunter. Like, we did see that happen, and you know, Mad Penguins can definitely roll with different hunters, but Yuri, as you saw, was the main decoder. I really want to see what map we're playing in, because that would definitely merit either a mechanic ban or an explorer ban on the side of, I guess, Aris will be doing the hunting first.
Yeah, indeed. So, yeah. Talking about his pool from IVC, he was hugely known for that guard 26, but has also proven himself to be highly efficient at using other picks such as violinist. Just so many notable games. However, I don't really want to look too much into what has happened to IVC. That has been months ago. We're currently looking at present data, and it kind of goes for some of these other players. Like, we're talking about players like Shuni, for example, or even some of the other players from the other teams that might not have made it to the finals, but we've been constantly praising them about how much they've improved. So I think this game right here, BL's Hunter has the experience on his back. Now, 4 months after, how is that going to work out? And is there improvement from last we've seen the hunter?
That's true. And just a fun fact, for you guys, last time you saw Aris, he was actually bolstering the name NR, Noir. So that team kind of disbanded, but Aurora, shout outs to Aurora, giving us all the game facts and all the facts on the players. She was the one that connected Aris to Team BL. And so far, big praises coming from the team, the captain, Rem, because they're very, he's very confident in the two hunters they have, which is Zen and Aris. And as I want to bring it back to one of the performances that Aris had, he had like 3 terror shocks in a row. He's very good with the timing of that violinist. His bonbon is crazy. He'll bring a bonbon in Ever Sleeping Town if he has to, and that just shows the confidence he brings to the table. And I don't know, sky's the limit for Aris, to be honest, as one of the young players. So we're just setting the stage there, but nothing to take away from MP, because you saw how Yuri was able to really push those ciphers. So I'm pretty sure Aris is going to have to go after their main decoder if he wants to, secure some points on the side of BL.
Exactly, and you know what? Let's go see how this will fare out, in which case MP going to be looking to ban. Has to think about it. Actually, did not have to think about it. I would agree with this. Guard 26 automatically taken off the board. You don't want to deal with that on the Red Church. That's for sure.
It's true. He does have other selection of hunters, and we have yet to see a sculptor, so I'm quite interested to see if he will be picking that. But if we recall back in IVC, Aris did favor the Bloody Queen here at this map. Are seeing a very meta ban of the Seer and the Mercenary coming from the side of BL.
I am loving this, in which case this really puts us in a position where, that question about Sculptor, is it something that has been added to this particular hunter's repertoire from the last time we saw him? But first things first, we're going to have to check out the Survivor picks for MP. Really excited to see what Mad Penguins is bringing to the table this time around. Standard forward will come into play. It's what I also find interesting, by the way, by observation, is that even with mechanic open, sometimes teams don't really opt for the pick as much as we went on later on in this day. So that's something worth noting, and one of the reasons why, although hasn't been chosen all the time, but has been a commendable substitute, is this Explorer pick. However, the lock-in isn't in yet. We'll kind of wait a little bit more before we confirm.
Yep, that's true, because the Explorer, you saw how the Explorer has that hide ability, can counter the Bloody Queen's mirror, and with a map like Red Church, there's some structures for him to hide and really look for those pages. So it's going to be a hard time for Aris to pin down that Explorer, if the Explorer can also know where Aris is coming from. So this is technically kind of like another buff from the decoder, because once he's in the shrink state, he'll be able to have eyes or detect where the hunter is coming from. And also note this, a point you brought up, when 72S came into the mix, he wasn't warmed up. Aris now in grand finals, he's coming into the mix. A question if he is warmed up. He has been subbed sometimes in IVC, and he does pretty well. But we'll find out, because MP is used to have just, rolling with the punches with whoever is going to be hunting.
There you go. Looks like not going to be something out of the ordinary. It is the Violinist, another one of the hunter picks that BL's hunter, as a present, has been very well known for. So, yep, a little bit, a twinge of nostalgia going on, but at the end of the day, MP survivors, they are more than up for the challenge. Looking forward to seeing how this may or may not switch things up. We will find out. But again, for those of you that are watching in chat, especially that have followed Southeast Asia's Identity 5 scene, let us know what your thoughts are between these two teams. Is it going to be an MP win, do you think, or will it be a BL win? Be sure to use the usual hashtags for MP win and BL win, and along with COAIV SEA.
So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round 2 of the first half. MP taking BL into unfamiliar territory, because this will push for a round number 3. But unfamiliar territory back at MP, because Aris is coming into the mix and into the fray with one of his signature hunters, which is the Violinist. So round number 2, first half. Let's get things going between MP versus BL over at Red Church.
There you have it, folks. BL versus MP. Commencing right now. It is the first half of round number 2. Substitutions coming in from both sides. Let's go ahead and see which substitution will prove to yield better results as we head straight into it.
Okay, Aris spotting out Siru first off here and not wasting any time, just making him ride his boar. Aris wants to be able to pick off the most optimal survivor, making his rounds around Red Church, already closing in on the graveyard. has to be very careful with who he spots next. He might have to commit to it because these ciphers are slowly moving, and rest assured that the Explorer is still out there digging for those pages, and he can't rest on his laurels even though there's like 2 ciphers remaining that could pop so easily, going for the teleport right away and spots the priestess.
That was beautiful lineup. Oh, that's not into a hit, not sparing any time whatsoever. Shuni definitely tried in the situation, but that was a very fluid combo coming in from this violinist.
And yeah, that's big confidence on Eris' side, because Shuni being one of those slippery survivors, able to down him with that note and normal hit. We have Yuri over there at top broken side. Thank God he didn't fully commit to that, because that was the Explorer, the main decoder. And Eris just trying to clean up the holy keys here. Zero going for that save, but that Rhapsody note will be coming out, and now he has to time this save wisely because Eris' timing is impeccable.
Agreeably so, and the hits just coming in once again, no time wasted. I love the quick response coming in from MP though. This is great. It really goes to show that MP is gonna try to match this level of quickness coming in. Not gonna lie, very, very quick. So just waiting for Shuni to drop out here, but great job by Shuni establishing as much distance as possible to buy some time for the rest of the team. And look at the progress on Cyphers. Not bad at all coming in from Mad Penguins.
I love the wherewithal of Shuni just staying away from the red carpet, just for them to be able to push those ciphers. Yuri there at top broken, making sure he's still pushing those ciphers as Eris just keeps hitting those notes to make sure that he has to be dodging them just so he doesn't get that slow buff. And now looking at the resources here, probably the forward would have to make his way to go for that rescue. And we do see Elsie traveling from Graveyard all the way to the back gate. And now Eris fully committing to just letting the priestess go away, and Elsie stops in his tracks, and now he is the one being chased by Eris.
Absolutely. Elsie. Great dodges coming in across the board, and 4 ciphers remaining. Wasn't expecting a early out, but you know what? Nonetheless, MP, they are living up to the challenge right here. Elsie establishing a nice amount of distance here. Will the combo hit? Not quite. Elsie doing A-okay against this violinist.
Drops the pallet, not quite, eats that hit, and Eris again getting that clean one. Almost a fully fed violinist here, still chasing him, but goes for the teleport again to disrupt Cypher rushing, and Yuri is going to be spotted out. This is the most optimal target, so Eris has to feel pretty good about that teleport.
I am loving this so far. This substitution from BL, actually not bad, working out for them. Meanwhile, for MP, not at all doing a bad job as well, I will say. It's been tricky losing out on Shuni earlier on, but I think given the number of survivors that they have in this, you just have to be a little bit more careful. This is the unfortunate thing though. Yuri will be the one that is spotted out though. So BL gonna be very happy about this catch. Question is, will hits come in anytime soon? Didn't quite find the landing, but there you go. It looks like the close proximity hit it.
Yep, 80% of the pages will be halted for now, so it really has to depend on who will make that rescue for them to get that buff when it comes to decoding over there at Backgate. And we see that Zero is pushing the Cypher. I believe that is at red carpet. And you know what, Eris making sure his presence is felt by everyone here. Yuri, the main decoder, unfortunate that he is over there chaired. Elsie, again, a very slippery target, uses that tackle, and now just making sure he's gonna try to make his rounds, but Eris lining up those Rhapsodies. Will he be able to strike a note? Elsie getting the save and eating the hit. Yuri is off free.
Yes, good team coordination coming in from Mad Penguins here, but on the flip side, this violinist not slowing down whatsoever, looking to land those projectiles. Not quite getting the connect initially, but again, these close proximity hits that connect are actually very fluid coming in.
True, and the Explorer did fall down. 1 Cypher remaining, Articuno. That is one thing to behold because of the wherewithal of this team. So great start for Eris, but you know what? Mad Penguins are not out of it yet. They can still go for that second save and that last minute pop. LC pushing back broken there. and we see that it is going to be the wildling Siru that may be making his rounds to go for that save. Aris is still in the driver's seat here, so they really have to be able to push for that Cypher because it's only about, it's not even 25%. It's still being pushed.
Oh, that's quite a bit of a long way to go, in which case Zero has to be careful here. The lineup is already coming in. They already managed to get their comrade out, but to what cost? It almost tries to connect, not quite though, but still all is well. Did have to suffer one, but LC gaining some distance once again.
That teleport was beautiful just to stop that Cypher rush, letting Siru go free, and as well as the Explorer. So I get they're going to be doing some healing here. LC, though, still trying to kite as long as possible and keep his team away from this violinist, and he will get hit by those notes. LC will be seeing the rocket chair for the first time.
There you go. This is a nice baton pass, if you will, coming in from MP, though. We're able to effectively sustain their 3 survivor count. They are very much back on track. Like you said, though, there's still a bit of a way to go on the Cypher, so that's something that they will have to take into account of, but I love the proactive step that they're taking to make sure that they maximize whatever they can with the 3 survivor composition that is left on this map.
So now Eris is thinking, where is the wildling going to be coming from? Because the Explorer will definitely focus on decoding. Forward is past the halfway mark. Eris still playing the patience game, waiting for someone to fully extend. Yuri over there, so close to a Cypher, but I believe they want to be able to push the bottom broken one. Siru going for that save. Will he be able to, though? Aris lining up those notes. Forward is almost out of here. Will he be able to get that hit? Now we see, is he going to go for that save? Yes, he will, but no, the forward will be falling down once again while the wildling eats a hit.
Yes, good effort though coming in, but looks like wasn't over just yet. Violence getting another
whoa! They go for the pop. Okay, pushing for the late game, so they still have 2 survivors left, and the wildling jumps on his boar.
This is some crazy chaos coming in. It's like a ping pong match that we're looking at here, and MP is just ready to play with all of it. Now,
you see Yuri over there getting rid of those notes just so he can be able to, you know, run and walk faster. Aris still trying to look for him, but Yuri's such a slippery explorer here. I don't know if Aris was able to get a whiff of that, but he did vault that that window. Okay, Aris not fully aware that Yuri was able to get out of his sights, and you do see Siru pushing for that. Note that Aris does have teleport, so he's waiting for the proper opportunity, and there it is, going for the red carpet. Siru, how long can he last? Oh, he will be going down.
That is a little bit unfortunate. However, it will give just enough time for Yuri, I believe, to at least maybe make it out towards the other side of the gate. Interesting in which case, though, Yuri is still kind of lingering around the area, wondering what the game plan will be for him here. It would be rather risky to try to get the save onto Siru, but then again, there's still a lot of time to work with nonetheless.
That's true. Siru is at the front part. I don't know if they were able to prime the exit gate, but you see at lower left side, Siru making his way. He does know, he has visual on where Aris is at because of that, that booklet. And Aris still trying to find his mark here and just hitting those notes to try and sniff out where this explorer is at. And he probably will try to go fully commit to this wildling. Rest assured that this wildling will jump on his boar once he is saved.
I am loving the sneakiness coming in from Yuri, by the way. Has largely gone undetected and might actually be able to salvage Siru at the last moment.
Oh,
man.
Unfortunate there. Okay, he has to change things up. Will he be going for that exit gate, or because Aris is over there at the dungeon? Man, again, such a slippery target. Can he mitigate it to be a 3-1 instead of a 5-0? Yuri has been the sole survivor, and he has been able to just weave away from the Aris. And looking at the lower left side of the screen, he is counting his options as he is making his way through Red Church.
Yes, but oh man, those crows are gonna be quite the headache to deal with. And Yuri is a little bit far off here from the actual dungeon. But, of course, you do have the option of working towards exit gate. Will there be enough time? But the teleport comes in!
Teleport. Oh, wow. Trying to look for his target. And Yuri was right there, but the detention is not a factor anymore. So can he make his way towards that dungeon? It's still a far walk, and Aris is fully fed. He could definitely hit those Rhapsodies to find out where this explorer is at. Yuri, again, using the book to his advantage just to get out of sight of Aris.
This is going to be huge. Yuri has been largely very sneaky, but look at caught out in the end.
My gosh, Aris with the carnage there. GG's. Excellent stuff on the side of Aris. Really living up to his reputation from IVC. Getting the 5-0 from BL. So great vote of confidence there for the side of the survivors. But man, nothing to take away from MP because they were doing everything right. The Explorer was really able to backdoor everything, but early down on Shuni, that priestess, this is one of the most notable survivors. This is Aris is such a master when it comes to this hunter.
This is crazy. In which case, coming in from this is substitution. Seemed like it did the trick here for BL. Now, moving forward, it actually makes me curious. Are they gonna be keeping the hunter this way, or are they gonna swap back? Maybe Zen might have needed to just refresh. Who knows? But for Mad Penguins, this is their first time. Well, not technically, strictly speaking, but just for this strictly within the qualifiers, the first time facing this hunter, and just the onslaught of this violinist was crazy. But if there's one thing that I do love about MP, they know how to adapt. So if ever the hunter does still say the same for BL, then I would like to believe that they would be more than ready.
True. And just look at the game data here. It's just an impressive performance all throughout. It was an amazing showing of MP and BL throughout. And it just shows that Aris was such a formidable hunter and a great swap there. I think maybe they realized that maybe Red Church, Aris's violinist, hasn't come out to play just yet. And this could catch MP off guard since they have faced the hunter that is known as Zen. I don't know. The Mad Penguins really have to roll with those punches and be able to formulate a plan, knowing that Aris is in the mix now. But now we switch sides here. She will be doing the hunting, while it is BL survivors that will try to get away from Red Church.
I am really looking forward to this, in which case, because round one was a little bit more half-seas. This one went the full 5 points in favor of BL, so gonna be up to she to try to live up to the challenge of getting the same equal 5 points, just so that we have this constant string of ties going on.
It's happened before with VX, so leave it to she to be able to rise to the occasion and do that. And round number one, we ended things in a tie. Now we're going to 5-0s. Who is going to be able to get that momentum coming in? Because it's looking good for BL. She has a lot of pressure on She's plate, and we will see how she will use the Red Church to the advantage, because in the previous performance, I believe she used Axe Boy on Red Church, which might merit a ban on the side of BL.
Absolutely. And I am really wondering in which case how the bans are going to turn out, particularly for BL towards she, because there's a number of picks that you have to take into account. Do you go for the signature pocket pick, or just go straight for the ban on something meta like a Dream Wish? Because Dream Wish is not going to be fun to face on this map.
True. And another meta ban that they have to consider is the one they faced in Moonlit River Park, which is the Sculptor. You saw how she was so effective with that Sculptor. So really telling to see, and I'm really excited to see what is the ban going to be on the side of BL. I mean, survivor bans might be going for that meta, but then again, if they don't want to deal with that priestess in Red Church, that's rightly so.
there you have it, guys. We are back into pick and ban. Like we said, lots of curiosity. It's going to be Sculptor, so Dream Witch is out in the open for she to take if ever she wants to. I mean, should be much more manageable in which case, but what's it going to be on the flip side?
That's true. We are definitely possibly seeing, Priestess and a forward. Interesting, because the Triumvirate is free to play now, unless they don't feel so comfy having a mechanic and wanting to go for that Explorer.
Yes, I mean, what's interesting is that we have started to see games where people would abstain from at least one of the trio, sometimes even two, in which case, so yeah, first things first, let's see how the picks will roll out for BL. BL is very much capable. A lot of Barmaid coming in for Southeast Asia in this finals. Very interesting.
Specifically today. We didn't see that much Barmaid yesterday. And again, we just notice it. Are we going to comment on it just yet? Because we're not sure if they'll be locking it in. But we will be commenting on the Mercenary as well as the Seer, right? Very apt pick. And why do they always like going Thief default? Like, just thinking about it, maybe we consider a Thief. Will a Thief be the big counter to Shuni? It seems like they seem very confident with that Barmaid, though. And Mercenary and Seer, I agree with that. Thief, mechanics there, as well as Gravekeeper. We don't have the forward anymore. And I would say that the Triumvirate is its own category, but I say Priestess and forward have that, I don't know, they have that special category of just tag team tandem.
Right. I could roll with that. This pick, though, at this point, it's just highly unlikely it'll ever be a Thief. If the switch comes in, it will be a Wildling instead. Agreed. Much this composition coming in from BL, this is definitely going to be the highly big lock-in that we'll be seeing from Brilliant. But on the flip side, let's go ahead and probably start talking about She here, because Sculptor has been banned. Dream Witch is out in the open. Axe Boy as well, by the way, which has been something that a lot of the community has been putting in high praises for this hunter for MP. Is she going to be rolling though?
I think she... Okay, there we go. That answers the question. Axe Boy, one of the most effective ones here in the qualifier is She's Axe Boy over at Red Church. And I agree with this pick, even though that the Dream Witch is out there to play. She's not really known for that. She's very known for her Axe Boy, her Disciple, her Bloody Queen. And looking at the performance that he just had, the Sculptor is definitely one of the top hunters that she can definitely represent and flex on. So will she be actually sticking with the Axe Boy? Yes.
There you go. Lock-in comes in. There you have it. She so far has had a phenomenal time on this Axe Boy. That said, I am wondering if the 5 points. The 5 points is a likely thing here. She was able to do it once. Damn, regardless of who they're facing, she is likely capable of doing it again. So here we have the spread of picks, ladies and gents. Let us know. Just a few more rounds to go, a few more halves to go before we start wrapping up on this finals. Be sure to give your last bits and jolts of energy to the team you're supporting. Hashtag BLWin if you want to see Brilliant become your second and final representative to represent Southeast Asia in the global finals. Or hashtag MPWin if you want to see Mad Penguins take that honor of the role to raise the flag for our region, along with the hashtag COAIVSA, so that everyone can keep up with what is going on and what the community's thoughts are. Keep it positive and good and strong. The region is doing great, guys. That said and done, we'll be proceeding into this game. Will we see some skills finally tip? It's the question we've constantly been asking our dudes.
The question I'm asking is how many times that barmaid just throw that bottle?
Actually, that's a lot of
bottles.
bottles.
A lot of bottles she's throwing. It's just very wasteful. But rest assured that Rem can rock this barmaid. Quan Lee with that mercenary. Ram going with that Seer, and MX with that Wildling. BL versus MP She with that Axe Boy. Round 2 of the second half over at Red Church.
There you have it, guys. We are in for the second half of round number 2. Shay bringing in the signature that is X-Boy. Will we be seeing much success on this hunter? We'll find out in just a bit. But the battle is on, already finding the first target, and it is going to be Rem, and it does look like she would gladly commit to this target. Beautiful drop on that pallet to start things off.
Tried to chase the barmaid right when she was mixing, and got punished there. Rem realizing that, moving over to the church, but realized someone is there, so he will transition to a more optimal spot. But she able to snipe Rem out, and now MX is in the mix. Rem trying to go over to just vault over that to go to the bottom broken part of this map.
Absolutely, and just through going over, and it's quite the chase thus far, not gonna lie. Some decent progress on the ciphers that we're seeing here for BL. Rem just on heavy duty to keep Action occupied, but look at that speed. Tries to close out some distance, all is well, takes another hit, but look at that, just heals just in the nick of time to add some more life to this barmaid.
Yeah, just to commend, she tried going for that flame hit and then going for that speed boost to go for the blink hit, but man, Rem is as slippery as they come as he still continues the chase here. This barmaid, again, just one of those characters that can for sure just last as long as possible and just kite as long as possible as she has those mixed drinks, and Rem really utilizing that. And the owl to add insult to injury here for She, because this is definitely going to be able to get a lot of damage, but look at that, going to get that flame hit as well as a regular hit. She downs his first survivor.
Yes, takes a third hit, like they say, third time's a charm, and that is the situation here for Axel. Look at that speed, easily able to bring Rem over to the rocket chair. She gonna be very happy about that. Now gonna play some hard defense. Catches out Quan Lee, who was working on a cipher just nearby. A lot of good progress on that cipher as well.
True. Quan Lee now trying to go for that save. Mercenary can eat those hits. Will the Mercenary be the one to commit to this? Because she is looking back and forth, and the Mercenary will be eating that hit just so he can get that save off of that barmaid.
Yeah, look at that, speed in the way through BL's Rem. Now, last effort will come in. She not wasting any time whatsoever, in which case.
True. Still, Rem making his rounds over here at the graveyard. MX in the mids though wants to chase him out because he can be quite pesky. Going for the tackle, but not quite. So Rem. Again, no hit recovery there while a survivor is ballooned, but Rem is struggling, and she will be seeing the second chance on this chair.
Absolutely, but I will say the fact of the matter is BL has been standing strong in this game. I mean, just look at this. 2 ciphers remaining, and they've still managed to keep all 4 survivors intact. The rescue might very well come in for MX here. It's going to be... yeah, just going to be this wildling that'll try to go for it. Takes a hit, and the rescue comes in, but that's going to be scary as Axeboy could just easily speed the way through to lock down Rem.
True. Rem dropping that pallet just to gain more distance against this Axeboy. Rem really making his rounds around the grave site here, and still doing some cleanup is Rem. One last cipher remain, but it's still far from over. This is the last chance for the barmaid before he's able to see it. Oh, nice blink hit to just surpass the wildling. Gets that hit off of Rem, and Rem will be going back to the manor in just a bit. MX is in that site, so She being very careful with where he chairs Rem.
Yes, take note, there's still quite a bit of a way to go with this last cipher, and what's kind of tricky here is that BL is in a position where the proximity of the remaining ciphers are just very near each other, so that's going to be a bonus for She here, going to be able to manage control over these 2. So BL, they have quite the task for them, and I'm wondering what the progress on the 2 ciphers that remain that are so close to each other look like.
Yeah, you did see that the Mercenary Quan Lee was chased out of back exit. The Seer, Ram was able to utilize that owl, now going to get that hit in okay. Thought that the fireball was going to connect, but no, it was the regular hit. And now looking at the survivors, they do have some utility to work with, but their life, I mean, one more hit and they'll be knocked down.
Yes, good job here on Quan Lee, immediately making evasive maneuvers for evacuation, just kind of playing around. Will get spotted out though, but speeds through, wanting to avoid She. Doesn't want this Axe Boy to gain some distance, but oh, that is a bit tricky though. Ticking Quan Li is.
Looking at the Cypher progress, halfway done. It has been moving, but Quan Li will be falling down soon and over at the graveyard. So will he choose to commit this mercenary into the chair? Yes, he will. And that would probably force the Wildling or the Seer to force shifting objectives to go for that save of that mercenary if they want to sustain their lead against the team of MP.
BL is actually doing pretty well regardless. I love how they're playing towards the late game here, but of course you gotta commend She here as well. Definitely putting up a great fight to make sure that even though BL wants to play for the long game, he's just not going to give any opportunity for them to have it that easy.
Oh my gosh. Gets a terror shock, but luckily he was on that boar, and now we see a saved mercenary here. The delayed hit will come into play. That Cypher has still not been moving yet, and we have, luckily, that Wildling was on his boar buddy there. And now She eating that fireball just to get that speed boost. Didn't get Quan Li, but now he does.
Yes, terror shock will come in. Looking at the progress on Ram for the Cypher, it's still at a 70% almost.
And yeah, and the teleport just to chase out Ram, just for him to just shift objectives and stay away from that Cypher at backgate. Ram now running for his life while She still zones in on that while the mercenary is still down. Restful Road is going to be placed just to get that speed boost, and She is locking in. Excellent fireball there, lined that shot up.
Yes, the good thing though is that Quan Li will have just enough time to heal up in this game. So all said and done, this is great collaboration, in which case instead of using the self-heal, we'll just rely on the fellow teammate to get the heal on instead.
Still a back and forth battle. It's so intense because one Cypher remains. Quan Li now up and about, trying to help push those objectives while the Seer is still on that rocket chair. Rest assured that the Wildling goes for that save and now eats that fireball just to get that speed boost. Still chasing after Quan Li. Quan Li doesn't have much to work with and will have to rely on the mercenary strength to just keep this kite going.
Yes. Oh my gosh, this is really good maneuvers coming in from BL. However, the fact remains nobody's really touching any Cyphers to try to reach the end game here for BL, and that's a huge plus. That is a huge win for She in these moments, who just really wants to continue to put up the pressure.
Wow, I love the utilization of that fireball for She, just so he would stay away from that pallet, and now the mercenary will be falling down once again. Ram touching that Cypher over at Graveyard and just getting away, but wow, long shot there of that fireball. Excellent wherewithal by She. Gonna be able to just chair Ram once again.
Man, both hunters in this second round are just hugely stepping up. Teleport actually does come in. I love how She is just constantly keeping these Cyphers in check. BL just having trouble finding that window of opportunity.
True. Gets the Restful Road here. It's a foot race to try and save Ram, but oh, MX so close, and he will be able to get this save, but the fireball, will he be able to hit him once again from a long distance? No, uses the speed boost, and now MX playing body block and duty while we see the Cypher progress almost there. Eats that hit. Will they choose? Oh, it's so close, Articuno.
It is super duper close. However, it's been a constant juggle back and forth for these members of BL. They couldn't really fully commit to that one last Cypher.
And going back to it, Quan Li just trying to just get out of the vicinity of this Axe Boy, going to the shack area, trying to find salvation here. But still, She is right behind him, has to worry about that fireball, tries to vault once again, but oh man, Quan Li with a quick back and forth inside and outside the shack.
My goodness, this is going to be huge. And take note, BL is still playing to recuperating when they can, not really committing towards a Cypher just yet. But
gets this hit on the mercenary. Yeah, they are recuperating in terms of life because the seer was able to heal up there. The wildling, though, is still in half health. Does have that boar for him to be able to eat those hits. Quite the bothersome. It's that back and forth. Here we go. Still, no one is fully committing to that cipher, so she just going on guard duty here, going back and forth from graveyard to back exit.
Agreeably so. And look at this. Once again, keeping the cipher in check. Will be forcing Ram to make the rotation. Conley is down, but healing quite generously. So still just waiting for that pop here.
Whoa. Oh, we got MX trying to push for that cipher, but the teleport was ready. MX now off that boar. One more hit would do it, and he still has some fireballs to work with. Gets that speed boost. Oh, luckily for MX, still touching that cipher. Still anyone's game here. The boar is almost ready. Will he be able to get it? Restful Road? Not quite. Uses the pallet hit, and still we have, oh my gosh, just back and forth battle here at Red Church.
Wow, MX trying to play things out, but takes the fall, in which case she is on fire. Has this pressure building up for MP, and it is looking great, but can't deny BL either.
You cannot. You definitely cannot. But now, oh, great use of this chair here just so he can monitor that cipher, while Ram and Quan Lee are trying to figure out who's going to go in chair saving duel. It seems like it's Quan Lee who's going to be going for it. Eats that fireball and goes for that hit. Again, Mercenary has that delayed effect. And oh, we are pushing for the end game. Oh my gosh, Quan Lee over there at the back exit here. And she seems to be fully committing to this Mercenary.
Yes, all Quan Lee has to do is buy enough time for the rest of the team to make for the exit. But she is obviously not going to make this an easy job. Quan Lee just succumbing. We're going to say, you know what? I'm going to go all the way into the corner. That should be enough distance for the team as she goes for the pickup. However, time is ticking. Ram as well as MX are already towards the other side of that gate and actually make the exit. Will just end in a 2. Survive out.
GG's on the side of MP and BL. Excellent stuff. It was a tie after all, but still, it was real back and forth, man. That one cipher, you could actually have a whole anime arc with back and forth of how that went.
Agreed.
Over at the back exit, over there at the graveyard, it was quite intense, and you saw how she was very proactive. It's just that one had to give, and there was just too many survivors to look at, and they were able to really spread the attention out so wide that she had to just focus on that Mercenary towards the end.
I am having flashbacks almost of a similar game in IVC where it was just this constant juggle that was happening, and I gotta give massive props to she. The pressure was just constant. Same for the remaining survivors that were on BL side. They were able to roll with the punches. It was a long, dragged out game, and that just really goes to show the tenacity that both sides have here. But we have the results here, Poch. It did end in a 2-2. That means officially we have the scales tip towards one side, and it is going to be towards BL with those 5 points.
Yeah, for sure. And going into round number 3 is going to be very telling now that MP actually has some catching up to do, which is 5 points. We're all tied up in round 1. Round 2 is that 5-point deficit. And round number 3 is, we can talk about win conditions now. They just need to secure, actually BL just needs to consider at least a 3-1 in that sense. And,
right.
And they'll be able to, will be able to confidently say that they have claimed victory to this qualifiers.
Yes, however, you guys have to take note, it's not going to be an easy task for them because FP, regardless of what happens for BL and FP, I'm just...
MP.
MP.
Yes.
Oh my!
No, FP was 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like FP. Oh,
lots of P's.
A lot of P's.
Yeah. MP. There we go.
Yeah.
For MP, both sides got to be very proud of themselves because this finals, without a doubt, probably one of the best we've had so far for Southeast Asia. But yeah, as I was saying for MP, MP, I know for a fact that not only are they going to not make it easy for BL to capitalize on those 5 points, but that's not even the mindset right now. The real mindset is that, you know what, we're going to switch things over all the way around into round 3. And I'm so excited to see as to whether or not our friends from the Mad Penguins will be able to do that.
Yeah, true. Especially now, I want to see if there's any change of the substitutions, because I think the Aris change really helped the confidence in BL getting the 5 points. But let's check out that game data as we got a 2-2. MX and Ram able to escape, but our Rem and Quan Li succumbed to the Axe Boy of Shi. But look at the containment time here. A lot was done. This was a long game, and rightfully so because of how intense the chases were and the wherewithal of both sides. She giving a great performance and not letting go of that gas pedal.
And yeah, just an overview of the points, in which case, like we said, 2-7 will effectively put BL not only at advantage in, well, round wins don't really count in this best of 3 at this point. It's really going to come down to the points, especially since we did tie round 1 5 points. That's very hefty. Poch already laid out the win conditions. All BL has to do is get a 3-1 initially. That's good to go. Or actually in either one of the rounds. Really.
Yes.
3-1. On the flip side, MP needs to catch up with at least one of those rounds going 5 points. And overtime will be merited if you go a 5-0 and a 2-2. But it's happened yesterday. It did happen yesterday, guys. It could happen again.
We could put on a resume that we've casted overtime for Identity 5, but we know the stipulations and we have to go with time. Even people in the back were like, that was the first overtime we've seen. And just leave it to MP to be able to do that and make Identity 5 history here at the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. So not quite done yet. We're going to see in round number 3. The momentum is with BL. Can they hold on to it, or will it slowly shift towards the Mad Penguins? Again, very telling depending on the map that we'll be choosing. When it comes to banning against Aris, who are the hunters you think would be a ban for Aris?
It's very straightforward. You just need to look back at history from the previous tournament we saw them. Guard 26 as well as Violinist. And I'm pretty sure MP is fully aware of that. However, one thing that could change that is, again, map selection.
Map selection for sure. When it comes to when those were banned, and granted that in IVC, we did see those bans go up against Aris, and he did bring out the Bloody Queen. And talking on the flip side, we're going to talk about She and the hunters that we need to see banned on her side, because as my notes say, that aside from the Axe Boy, she does have that Bloody Queen, that disciple. And it really seems like either She or the survivors need to get that 5 points for them to be able to say that they're at an even footing compared to BL.
Absolutely. So we've talked about bans for BL's Hunter. Looking back at She here as well, because technically, if you look at it, BL was able to roll with the punches of an Axe Boy 2-2. However, I mean, still, it was a lot of work to try to work around that. She was very much on point. Again, the pressure was just absolutely impeccable to witness for the Hunter of Mad Penguins. Just need a few adjustments here and there, and that could easily be pushed from a 2-2 to a 5-0. It really depends, but yeah, that's something worth considering for BL, in which case, if you just want to axe... Oh, wow, I didn't intend that. Axe Boy entirely from the equation of selections for She.
Yeah, and the players are getting ready to go to the lobby, and it seems like Aris will be doing the hunting first. It seems like he's been here since day 1 of the qualifiers, because he hasn't missed a single beat when it comes to using that Violinist, and that does merit that ban. Looking at the map, though, if we're going to see a ban of the Bonbon and the ban of the Violinist, we can't be going in those huge maps. We have to be looking at like the small compact ones like Sacred Heart Hospital or Arms Factory for them to consider banning one of Aris's great hunter pool selections.
Yeah, there you have it, in which case. From what I'm seeing here as well, players are starting to converge in our lobby once again. We already have a rough idea of how lineups are going to be going. We'll just let you guys see it for yourselves. once we head into the pick and ban. But I'm excited, Poch. We're into our round 3. Not sure yet. I really don't want to call that this could be the last round because it's happened once before yesterday.
Especially with Mad Penguins.
Especially with Mad Penguins.
And these survivors, I have to say, they have been getting better as the rounds go on. So I would give a little bit of an advantage with round number 3 to the Mad Penguins because they've seen this territory yesterday and today. But the thing that scares me the most is Aris. Again, I hope they were also preparing for him, even though we've been seeing Zen dueling a lot of the hunting. Grand finals, we are seeing, the man, the myth, the legend, which is Aris. But these survivors, though, Siru, Shuni, Yuri, and Elsie, they're one not to be looked past because, Shuni alone just gave us a highlight reel of Priestess as well as Barmaid, just excellent stuff. Depending on the map, I would say respect ban that Priestess because Shuni will be very dangerous as she uses that character.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy, in which case will BL want to let that slide as well. Might have to put that into heavy consideration going into this, but I did get the signal. We will be heading into the pick and ban phase right now, so this is it, guys. Could very well be the last leg that we'll be looking at as far as rounds go for this best of 3 in our finals. Mad Penguins, how maddening can they go to try to reverse things for them? 5 points, they were able to catch up on it before. They can hella do it again. BL just need to capitalize on that momentum and make sure to keep that steady distance.
Now MP doing the banning, and I'm sure they were able to, they faced Aris before, they've seen him in IVC, and rightfully so, banning out the guard 26 and the violinist. And we're looking at the BL doing the banning now. We'll be seeing the triumvirate. Will they allow a priestess to come through? Arms Factory, again, one of the smallest maps here. Not a map I would say that the priestess does shine in, but it might be a comfort pick for Shuni to pick that priestess or prospector.
I would love that, in which case there you have it. 2 out of 3 plus the forward as the bans roll in for BL. Now let's go ahead and check things out here, though. Based on history, like you said, Perfumer is very much up there for selection. Shooting did a phenomenal job. This is Arms Factory, though, so you're not going to have the benefit of playing Ring Around the Rosie in a... Was it the hospital earlier that Shuni played around?
Perfumer, yeah.
Yeah,
in the hospital. Yeah, but Yuri, again, bringing out that Explorer. Again, with Arms Factory, a lot of grass patches. Even though it's a small, compact map, the Explorer does have room to play around and just sneak his way around around the Hunter. We are seeing a mix, and oh wow, Shuni might be locking in that Perfumer. Let's see if she'll be able to use Arms Factory to her advantage and kind of duplicate the performance she had against 72S. But looking at the rest of the Hunters here, yeah, you have a stun heavy Hunter, you also have a Rescuer, and I would say it's a very balanced composition.
Actually, now that you mention it, it's a good spread coming in from MP. MP was one of the teams that was able to do a phenomenal job with Red Explorer in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Just strictly within this qualifier. So if they're able to make sure that BL's Hunter is hands off this Explorer, then I think they should be fairly good. A lot of staying power, in which case in this composition, very well balanced with Explorer to make sure that the coding is kept on point. Now, Hunter pick, though, I have no doubts that, yeah, there you go, as I was about to say, I have no doubts that this is going to be the likely lock-in that MP would want to go for. But the big question is what is BL's Hunter going to bring this time around? Because now that I think about it, not the biggest Dream Witch fan, but there you go.
Yeah, Aris isn't really known for his Dream Witch, but he has been using Bloody Queen when his 2 Hunters have been banned, which is the Guard 26 and the Violinist. And I remember one time, like, it was quite the long back and forth. I forgot which team he was up against, but he used Bloody Queen in Red Church, and he was really efficient with it. So MP, great job with the bans, but not quite out of the woods just yet. They have to be able to survive in spectacular fashion against Aris's Bloody Queen. Can they do it, though?
it's a big question, Pudge. It's a big question that I know a lot of people want answers to. But you know what? In which case, what are your speculations, guys? Let us know. This could very well be the last round. We'll be able to hear your thoughts, share your thoughts on the qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Then hashtag MP win if you want to see Mad Penguins be your representatives. On the flip side, hashtag BL win if you want to see BL take it all the way and maybe make them your representatives for Southeast Asia, the second to join OSM on the big stage at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. History is about to be made here once again, ladies and gents, and by history, it could be either one of these two teams. So, without, let's head it straight into it.
History being made in front of our eyes as we speak. Eris with that Bloody Queen trying to find the most optimum target. Yuri is over there, but he will be hiding. Hopefully he won't get a whiff of Eris here, but still looking. Eris, again, is aware that there is an explorer in this map. Wow, just goes around and tries to look for someone, not fully committing just yet. Eris still trying to find probably a hiding explorer here, a bit of hide and seek, if you would. Eris just trying to maneuver the camera to have the best angle to see if this explorer is hiding in any of these grassy patches. And as this is happening, you see there that there are 3 ciphers already being worked on by the remaining team of MP.
Yeah, that's always the dilemma that you have as a hunter. It's like, how much time are you going to commit to try to find an explorer? And if not, then at what point you decide to switch over to a different survivor. In this case, looks like that will be the case. Not wanting to waste any time, this Bloody Queen goes for the switcheroo, closing out some distance to discover that it will be the Gravekeeper that would be the initial target.
Ooh, wow. And look at that. Try to go for the early swipe. LC still being a very slippery target, eats that hit, and now 2 pallets have fallen down, and he does have access to his dig, and that's what he'll be doing to just try to pester and just get as much of the attention of Eris as possible as he maneuvers around the arms factory right outside of Shack. Can he go under those pallets? He is still buying a lot of time for his teammates, and you see that the Explorer was able to find 50% of the page. Patroller is coming to play. Excellent drop on that pallet by LC, and now still buying so much time for his teammates despite him using his shovels.
Agreeably so, not going to be able to maximize the mirror, in which case Swipe will come in looking at that beautiful pincer. Doesn't quite hit the landing just yet. Switcheroo will instead just try to land out. Mirror image still not quite finding the hit that this Bloody Queen is looking for. So MP just lots and lots of charisma in this.
And Siru just there just to give some support and just harass Aris into not downing this this Gravekeeper. Still has to be in the mids here. Siru not down of his board just yet. Pincer about to happen. Gonna be very careful here. Doesn't want, oh, nice pallet jump there by Gravekeeper, but no, he will be the one falling down. Siru now being chased away so that Aris can have a clean that chair here of that Gravekeeper. But wow, no, he's fully committing to this this Wildling.
Interesting, in which case, will the turn back come on to Siru though? Yes. Or rather onto LC though, that will be the case, not wanting to waste what has already been a takedown, and will finally bring the first victim to a rocket chair. However, on the flip side, it did take quite a while, Poch, so you gotta be careful here if you're the hunter, because MP making phenomenal progress on these ciphers.
3 ciphers remaining at that Articuno. Now 2 ciphers, my gosh, but ciphers are popping left and right, and rest assured the Explorer is still wreaking havoc here. And Aris had the right idea searching for the Explorer at that side of the map, but now we see, oh my gosh, the Patroller being in part of this. Oh wow, gets a chomp on the leg. Yuri though, the Explorer makes the rescue and now eats that hit. Gravekeeper is safe for now, but Aris is about to pop that mirror.
Yes, last effort though will grant a little bit more time here for LC to establish some distancia amigo, but I wasn't quite able to get a peek on where LC was at as far as time on the rocket chair. If I'm not mistaken though, it should not have been past the half mark. So that's going to be fantastic news here for MP who's already making some pretty darn good progress on the ciphers. Yep, there you go. Still halfway through to go. This Bloody Queen now. I think this is where the multitasking needs to keep in, where it's not just looking over LC, but also making sure that these ciphers are pressured enough.
True. And now Siru is the one that has to be on chair saving duty. Gets the save on Elsie, and the tide turner is in effect. Elsie, can you make that jump? No, the last effort will be pop. One cipher remaining. So you have to be very careful with how this next few seconds play out. Once Elsie drops, will they go for that pop? Since he's already seen his last legs on that chair. Perfumer now does have wanted order, and we see that Shuni is being chased out. Nice drop on that pallet, and they do pop the cipher. Gravekeeper is the only one that has the half hit.
Agreeably so, and this is huge. Lots and lots of work being done here by MP. Great job, in which case, however, at this point, this Bloody Queen is hungry to at least take one person back to the manor, and it is going to be a guaranteed Gravekeeper. Is there going to be enough time to go for more, though? That's a big question.
Oh, wow, that's true. Aris, though, has that detention and has those mirrors already propped up. Yuri and Siru trying to work on it, and we see that they are almost there in the exit gate. We see that Siru is on that wildling, and Perfumer Shuni probably making his way towards that egg. Oh my gosh, he sees where he's at, and it's a foot race, Articuno. But luckily for him, that the mirror was already popped, and Shuni going for that dungeon. GG's. What a match we just witnessed there. Man, Mad Penguins they're just leveling. I'm so excited to see them just continue on in their career. I know this is the last round, but man, they have been blowing the competition so far, and they've been so impressive with their performance, not only as survivors but also as she as the hunter.
Yes, I really want to talk about points here, but before that, we have to just look at the general overview of that game. Phenomenal job from the survivors of Mad Penguins, especially the Gravekeeper, because LC, my goodness, the time that was bought for the team Explorer was practically untouched. That is the hope in the green. God save the Explorer for this game, and job well done, because MP was able to do just that. Got a feel for the Bloody Queen here. It did take quite a while, and I think because of the prolonged chases, wasn't able to utilize the mirror image to try to pressure the distant ciphers in this game. And that said, leading up to things, let's talk about those points here, because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's any opportunity for an overtime at this rate. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, there's none, because if MP still wins it by 3-1, it does grant BL 1 point, therefore giving them the victory, since it's going to be 12-13. Now, what MP needs to do is to win, get that 5 points for them to be able to declare themselves the victor.
5-0.
5-0. But wow, that's a huge task. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there you have it. The points are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. So at least that gives you the math right before your eyes as well. But yeah, it's plain and simple, 5-0.
It's they really had the sizable lead in round number 2. Now, you know what, Heavy is the weight on Shi's shoulders, because he will have to go up against, I would say, the team with the best communication, which was said by Rem. But before that, let's check out the game data here. LC was the only one to be able to not escape, but Yuri, Shuni, and Siru doing a lot to be able to harass the hunter and pop those ciphers. And God save the Explorer, 200% decoding, as well as Shuni, one of the best decoders and kiters of the game. And you saw how Aris had a hard time trying to pin down that Gravekeeper. So excellent stuff throughout. Excellent stuff on both sides.
Yes. And you know what? Just in the nick of time, because my phone is nearing the end of its battery life after all this. Just enough for one more game.
Oh, for sure.
Should be enough. That's all I need, in which case, just to make sure that we get the action going. The invite has come in, and at this point, there's not really much to discuss, Fudge. It's just going to be this one last round. We already know the 5-point condition. It's going to be up to Shi, in which case. That's hard, by the way. We talk about the game a lot, talking about the mentality. Imagine Because if you're playing survivors, you have the support of your team to keep you all encouraged. When you're the hunter, you only have you and yourself alone in that battlefield against 4 other survivors, and you always got to keep your mental up going into this. I'm so excited to see it because she did it last week, just yesterday. Actually.
Yesterday, yes.
It feels like everything is such a blur. In which case, how fast this is going. Can't believe we're looking at our last half already. But you know what? All we can say at this point here from the desk is best of luck to these 2 teams. And after this half, may the best team win. And as I said, just towards the start of this finals, we would be Southeast Asia, our region, would be more than happy to have either one of these teams represent us at the global finals.
Very true. I mean, she has done it in the past, and especially in overtime, and she actually has a very dangerous Bloody Queen. So really interested to see as we head on over to the picks and bans who they will be banning out. Axe Boy for sure. I'm not sure if they'll allow the Bloody Queen to be able to reign supreme here because of how efficient. I mean, going back to the rename matchup, it was 5-5, but then she being the more efficient hunter with 6 minutes instead of 12 minutes. So they are getting ready to go. Banning is coming in. We're about to see the picks and bans. Here we have BL banning out the hunters. Who do we have up to ban? I think it might be an Axe Boy. Over here at Arms Factory, though, not quite sure. But, ooh, okay, Dream Witch. Excellent ban. Might leave room for she to go for that Bloody Queen or the Sculptor.
Best of both worlds of a ban coming in from the side of BL. You get 1 meta pick as well as that 1 signature pocket pick coming in from she. Now, she has 3 bans to work with, so I'm looking forward to seeing how MP's Hunter would want to approach this. Taking a bit of a while to decide, but you know what? It's all fair because this is a huge decision. I love this ban on the Explorer.
Yeah, for sure. You saw how the Explorer just runs amok in those specialty maps with a lot of grass patches, and I really think that she might go for that Bloody Queen because Bloody Queen can't spot that Explorer when she uses that mirror, and we saw how effective that is. That came into play. So the mechanic might be running wild here at the Arms Factory. That, again, even though we saw how effective the Explorer was, that doesn't change the fact that the mechanic is also a priority ban, and now she's seeing the light of day here at Arms Factory.
Absolutely, in which case. So, I'm loving this spread right here thus far. Of course, with the absence of an Explorer, if you really want to keep a decoder under your wing, then you know what? Mechanic is up and well open for the taking. For BL, looks like they would gladly take that pick, in which case, complemented by Gravekeepers here, as well as a Wildling, very much well-rounded. There's a lot of staying power here to try to make sure that they avoid, or rather prevent She from getting that full 5 points to try to swing things back into MP's favor. But I don't know, on the flip side, we keep on going back. MP is just so used to playing under these high pressure cooker scenarios where, you know what, even if we're under this situation where there's only 1 condition to get those 5 points, we've done it a lot before. We're heck ready to do it again.
Yeah, as I told Grizzly before, diamonds are definitely made under pressure, and MP is living for that pressure since they're one of the teams that always see round number 3. And now that we've done the math, definitely not going overtime, but she has to really put everything into this last session of her hunting. So we're gonna see which hunter she will be locking in with. Banned is the Dream Witch. Banned is the Axe Boy. We are gonna wait. Just wait. Okay, there you go. Okay. Oh yeah, we have seen she do great Bloody Queen work in overtime as well as in round number 3. Very efficient and has a record of actually taking down 5 survivors. So that is the win. Taking down 4 survivors. So that is the win condition for the team of the Mad Penguins, ladies and gentlemen. She has a lot on She's shoulders. And now we're going to see how BL will be able to survive against She's signature Bloody Queen. We're at round 3 of the second half. my gosh, make some noise in the comment section. We're at grand finals, no more overtime. It is do or die for MP while BL is still in the lead. Place your bets now as we head on over to Arms Factory. The characters we have is Rem, the mechanic, Quan Li, the Gravekeeper. Seer goes to Ram, MX with that Wildling, and of course, you know this hunter, you fear this hunter. This is Mad Penguin's She. Round number 3 of the second half, grand finals, and Koa Glory awaits the winner, BL versus MP.
This is it, guys. Very apt, this theme for Call of the Abyss for the final lap that we're looking at between these two teams, BL versus MP. Only one can take that last slot, that last ticket to the grand finals, the global finals, if you will, for Call of the Abyss 4. That's always been a dream for a lot of pro players, and one of these teams is going to make their dream a reality. Make some noise for whoever you're rooting for. Let's go ahead and check out She as finds the puppet right away, so definitely not a bad way to go. Great start.
Great start for sure by She, getting the whiff of where the mechanic is at, and definitely another one less body to worry about in the map as he finds Rem over here at the shack exit, and we see a hiding session happening here near this pallet. So will she be able to pop up a mirror? Yes. And Pincer coming in? No, just going for that regular hit. Oh, wow. Gets that hit, but I believe the Owl was able to save her to extend that time.
That was excellent, in which case, so far so good here for BL, but I love how tenacious She has been thus far. It's not going to be an easy chase off. Nice blink out and gets the first hit onto Rem.
Beautiful stuff there. Was baiting that pallet to be dropped and was able to play a little bit of mind games there. Had the blink to go with and now has the mirror already down and cooled off. Ram really has to run for his life, trying to go for triple pallet, but no, will get knocked down. Excellent start so far for the Mad Penguin, known as She.
That was great, in which case, for the Hunter. I was a little bit worried initially because it didn't seem like Rem was positioning for She to get a pincer in, but it didn't even matter. Didn't need to try to maneuver to close in using both bodies for this Bloody Queen. And as a result, I'm wondering, yeah, the pressure is on Mirror Image. Will actually get the connection onto Ram as well. So also puts in the interesting sneakeroo from the back, though, as Quan Li gets the rescue accomplished.
And note that the puppet is still out. Quan Li getting that awesome save, trying to shift his attention, gonna eat that shovel hit just to make sure that there's less utility to be used by these survivors. Quan Li now playing around with these pallets, and going for that regular hit, didn't have the shovel to eat that hit. And now Quan Li shifting over. So I love the change of pace here. The mechanic is roaming free, but you know what? They're one less rescuer to worry about.
Yeah, and man, oh man, this is actually interesting. It's a nice baton pass coming in from BL. The fact that Rem was able to keep distance and not succumb to the chair a second time, that is pretty darn good. So it's good work here from Quan Li, being a great team player. However, on the flip side, I love the precaution that BL was able to take as well to make sure that Rem was healed up. Got to get the heal onto Ram though as well, just for, you know, just add that extra layer of workability with this composition.
Wow, okay, shifting his attention to Rem. Look at these ciphers, Articuno. Like 3 left, but all of them have some progress in them, so they have to take note of where that's at. Rem now running for his life as we see the Gravekeeper being saved. I think he's just whittling down the Tide Turner, and look at that. Mechanic will be falling down, but he has a puppet that is roaming around. Ram close by in the vicinity. She making sure that none of these guys would try to go for any stuns or rescues anytime soon, as the Mechanic will be seeing his second round on the rocket chair.
And okay, yeah, Ram just kind of circling through, gets on the rocket chair, perfect for She, in which case, but there is still halfway to go, so gotta make sure to keep that mechanic in check. And we keep on going back to the win conditions right here. It has to be all 4 survivors sent back to the Manor. However, BL is definitely rising to the challenge here because of all that progress on these ciphers. Now, She, there you go, that's the pressure that we need.
Yeah, I see now why she wanted to put the Survivor here, because that Cypher was so close to popping, and now MX just trying to body block. Oh, nice blink there on the side of She to be able to surpass the Wildling. One Cypher remaining, so it's a very dangerous situation as we head towards that late game. This is the first step, though. The mechanic is out of that map. 1 down, 3 more to go for She.
Yes, Quan Lee gonna be succumbing to a hit, but looks like she would want to commit over to MX as well, since they are playing around the area where that last Cypher could easily be ready for the pop, and she gonna be playing heavy guard around this area, in which case BL might have to look towards other options towards Cyphers.
True. Over there at No Man's Land near the shack area, trying to maneuver around to see if anybody is in the vicinity, but MX still constantly just harassing and making sure that, hey, pay attention to me. I'm over here. I could definitely pop that Cypher. And you did see that. I believe that was the Seer gaining the attention. That is Ram. And now excellently placed a mirror there, but does not want to leave the sight of this Cypher. We're seeing a little bit of a shift in the mirror image here. Can she get that hit? It is so close, yet, I mean, one Cypher remain. We're in a stalemate, Articuno.
We are, and looking at how BL is playing out, it could still very well be anyone's game, as long as she is able to make sure that the pressure is constant across the board, that it still makes the 4 survivors back to the manor super workable.
Quan Lee, though, oh, she's fully committing to Quan Lee over at that sandbag, so extending here. This could be the final push for She, and oh my gosh, the Cypher is still there. Ram and MX trying to run towards it for them to be able to pop that, but we are going to see She going towards the middle part of the map to chair Quan Lee. I believe this is the second time we're seeing Quan Lee see the rocket chair, so still a long way to go for him.
That is unfortunate in which case here for BL. However, the saving grace in which case is Quan Lee still has halfway on this chair, meaning they can still go for a rescue and try to bolster their numbers by the time they pop that last Cypher. But question is, what is the call going to be for BL in which case?
Going for a quick pause here just to get the most optimum conditions. Man, this is like in an anime arc. It's next episode. Guys, we'll see you guys in the next episode. No.
Oh man, I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh, we'll see you guys next week. No, we can't. We have to find out answers. We don't need sleep. We need answers, and the answers that are going to be received today is who will make it to Call of the Abyss. And again, we want the most optimum conditions, right? So, especially in this late game, I think the momentum's still up in the air. She was able to get one survivor out and has a chaired Gravekeeper. Second time, as you mentioned, there's still a little more time, but you saw how far that Cypher was, so she was trying to make her way back there.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, as I say, there's just so much uncertainty still. It's very much well within. I was a bit worried at first for She, because it did seem like it was going to take a while for that mechanic to eventually get landed so that he could start looking towards other targets. But I think what has been the saving grace here constantly is the pressure, and She knowing which ciphers that he should keep an eye on, just to make sure that BL is always on their feet, and didn't make it easy for that Cypher pop to come in. Now we're in a position where BL is ready for that Cypher pop. However, Quan Lee is someone that they have to account for here. They ideally want to put themselves in a situation where they have better chances of escaping with at least one survivor.
Yes, one survivor. So doing the Identity 5 math, they can try to sacrifice that, but then if they do that, they're for sure She will change targets and be able to hunt either both of them. So again, trying to find the most optimum position for them to have the best results, because again, make or break for the Mad Penguins, they do need to get all survivors taken down for them to be able to call themselves the qualifying champions for Call of the Abyss.
Exactly, and I guess at this point in time, really waiting for that timer to go down. It's just the suspense is, I'm pretty sure, just those last moments already, I'm pretty sure our audience was at the edge of their seats. We know
I'm sure.
we kind of need to, oh wait, there's a pause. We have to kind of...
We had to go down from we're actually on the table. You're like, oh my God.
Not literally on the table. Just forward.
Just forward, yes. And then we had to make sure that we're well composed, because the camera's going to be on. Quite the intense matchup. Still anyone's game. One Cypher remaining. She was going on a tear. Seer and Wildling, right? Again, we just see that the Wildling has made his way to Southeast Asia, like Identity 5, competitively, of course. And, you know, I think it was a great job on their part banning that Explorer, because she was able to, you know, get the mechanic right away. The Explorer harder to pin down, but the mechanic, though, once you get the puppet down, as you saw at the early chase, she was able to get a whiff of where he was at. And now we are here. One more Cypher remained. It is all primed up. Let's see how this will go. We see Ram in the vicinity, tries to go for that save, gets one, and now the Gravekeeper is running free. Seer will be going down, and we are at the end game. Last Cypher is popped.
Yes, pressure is on here for Shi, but of course, Trust Shi is going to do his damn hardest to make sure that he tries to keep the possibility of 4 survivors back to the manor alive. Will turn to Quan Li. Wants to ideally bring Quan Li to a rocket chair right away, just so that he can turn his attention to the other exit gates. It does seem like BL is currently split up right now, so they're trying to increase their chances here of getting at least one of those survivors out of here.
Wow, she was able to cut the corner there and really stop the exit gate from popping up. But Ram over on the other side doesn't have any utility to work with. No Owl. And we do see MX trying to be as bothersome as possible. The tension will be coming in, though. They really need to be very careful for the next move, because it can go any which way.
Yes, but however, take note, Ram is already going to be given leeway to start opening up that gate. But yeah, BL, they're just trying to weigh in their options here properly, because look at how easy it is going to be for Shi to just kind of walk around, and especially once those mirror images come up. Able to pick up a mirror image, but has to turn back.
Yeah, going for MX. Again, it's a tug of war here. They just need one person out, and they can call themselves the victor. She already popped that mirror. Can she do it again? Oh my gosh, the Gravekeeper. Oh, sorry, the Wildling is on his way out. MX, could it be it? Oh, wow, gets one out of there. And Ram still trying to go for the exit here, which is the dungeon.
Exactly, in which case it is a good done deal, but we're not gonna declare the winner until this last survivor is out of the game. It ain't over until it's over. Ram running for the hill. She's starting to gain some distance here, though. Ram, you really want to be careful, in which case is playing around in a interesting spot here, so, you know, prolonging a little bit of the inevitable, in which case she just looking for the swipe, actually gets the landing. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We have our champion.
GGWP on the side of BL and MP. It was a real nail biter. It could have gone any which way, and they had to play the safe game with just getting just at least one, and that was the Wildling. You saw how spread out, excellent timing on their part, and it just goes to show that their communication was really on point with how they were able to navigate through that end game, and how they were able to just keep the Bloody Queen's attention in 2 parts of the exit gates. So we have your champions, ladies and gentlemen. It is BL Brilliant.
Yes, absolute living true to their name, bringing lots of brilliance into the Call of the Abyss for C qualifiers. I'm pretty sure there's so many Southeast Asia fans that are happy for BL. But once again, before we celebrate, we have to give much kudos to the Mad Penguins. They fought super hard. They gave some of the best games that we've had so far for Southeast Asia. They've endured, gone through a hell lot to make it all the way to the grand finals, and I cannot be any more prouder of these players. Shout out, in which case, to Mad Penguins. Regardless, you guys have, without a doubt, have made so many fans. I just remember that last semifinals game earlier. So many people rooting for Mad Penguins in that moment. So, they might not be able to proceed to the global finals, but they gained so much value off of their participation.
For sure. So shout outs to Anchan, Elsie, Shi, Shuni, Siru, Yuri, and Exler Mochi. Amazing players. And you just see the journey they had from watching them from IVC, and how they have come to their own to really solidify themselves, you know, taking down Rename, winning over VX, and really pushing BL to the limit. And it was really just a matter of inches, and it was just BL that was able to cross that finish line. But I'm so excited to see how these teams will fare, not just in Call of the Abyss, but, you know, in future Identity 5 tournaments, because the Southeast Asia team is really the Southeast Asia community is booming, And you know, as we mentioned before, Articuno and I are just very privileged to be in this position to call the action with you guys and, you know, voice out and tell your stories. So amazing stuff. The MP, BL, all the teams deserve your love and support, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. And we will definitely be supporting OSM as well as BL going into the global finals. And yeah, as Poch said, we're just very thankful to be part of this, especially for the Southeast Asia community. You guys have been awesome, very supportive. There's been nothing but love coming in from the region. Now, checking out the game data just to, you know, put a close to this chapter of the second half.
Yeah, decoding progress really went with, you know, some of the kiters actually. Ram being the first one spotted, does have a decent amount of time being bought in terms of containment time, but triple digits go for MX, Ram, and Quan Lee. She, though, with the 65.4% attack rate, 2 pallets destroyed, and 9 knockdowns, she is definitely a hunter you guys have to pay attention to. And really, look out after if you're gonna go into competitive Identity 5. So excellent stuff throughout. I believe this is the match results. MP versus BL. BL scoring that win. My gosh, even though they won round number 2, the points do matter towards the end. And it was just a matter of time. It was 12 to 13. Wow, it was so
very close.
Yeah,
1
12
point.
to 13, just by 1 point. Again, a game of inches, ladies and gentlemen. And BL was able to secure that victory. Congratulations to them. My gosh, what a weekend.
What a weekend indeed. And that's the wrap up on the English coverage for qualifiers for the Call of the Abyss 4 MVP. There we go.
Yeah, surprise, surprise, Aris is back. Again, this violinist, we didn't see much of him, but when we did, it was beautiful. It was like a symphony, an orchestra being played out. Aris, 17 survivor hits, 9 knockdowns, 4 eliminations. So another hunter you have to worry about besides she is definitely Aris and Zen coming in from BL. And I believe we'll actually be talking to one of the members of BL.
Yes, we will indeed. It's going to be a great interview, in which case, always the best moment. But, you know, before we do that, let's go ahead and check out some of the big highlights that we have from earlier. It's been, you know, it's weird looking at these highlights because it feels like they were so long ago. You know, this series has been super explosive, super jam-packed, and yeah, giving it to both sides here.
For sure. It felt like long ago because right now, I mean, I think we casted more than, well, definitely not until like yesterday because that was insane. But you know what, it just shows that competitive Identity 5 in Southeast Asia is really thriving, and these teams are taking each other to that limit. Definitely one to study after, and I'm sure that, you know, other regions are paying attention to Southeast Asia and making sure that, yeah, they have a leg up in the competition by watching these top-level teams.
Agreeably so, and in which case, yeah, just these last few moments, once the swap came in, bringing in the violin. You know, this is the, if I recall, this is the only violinist we had today, if I'm not mistaken.
We were waiting for it yesterday, but man, just when Aris rocked that violinist. And also, speaking of specialty picks, she, with that Axe Boy, was so good. Really beautiful stuff. And we rarely see that much Axe Boy. Like, he's really in that mid to high mid tier. Because if you look at Sculptor, you look at Dream Witch, they're always being picked first off. It's awesome to see Axe Boy, especially she's Axe Boy, run a menace here in any map.
There you have it. That Axe Boy, I think it's going to be something that Southeast Asia will remember. She just being synonymous to being one of the best Axe Boys in the region for Southeast Asia. It's an interesting build-up just looking at these highlights here. If you notice, there's a lot more than usual to look at. So yeah, Bloody Queen, in which case this was tricky for the hunter for BL, but switching over to she, it was a battle of the Bloody Queens, in which case, by the way.
Very true towards the end. And you know what? They did tie things up, so I'm sure that we will see both these teams kind of run it back in other tournaments. And for sure, BL, you know, congratulations. I'm sure the entire community, or yeah, a lot of BL supporters are going to come out and just support the heck out of you guys as you represent us in Call of the Abyss 4.
Yeah, and gosh, we're just waiting to head in onto that interview so that we can get a feel of how fresh the win is for our champion so far. Actually, looking forward to seeing who we will have the honor and privilege of interviewing here. In which case, for Call of the Abyss 4, before we wrap up on a phenomenal weekend for our region.
Yeah, during the rehearsal, it was actually Zen, but I mean, we were able to see how he felt coming into this match, and you know what? They were feeling quite nervous. They knew that they were up against pretty high-level competition, but it just shows that they were really able to step up. So we might be actually seeing him. We might be seeing the captain, which is Rem. We might be seeing Aris as well. I'm just really excited to exchange some words and get a feel of how they are reacting to this celebratory time for them.
Exactly, and I am very curious to get this on. There's so many questions that I want to ask in this moment. I'm glad that we got that interview. We didn't get the opportunity to interview as much during IVC because it was the Thai broadcast side that was doing most of the interviews.
Right,
so
yeah.
I'm glad in which case we get the opportunity to do so this time around.
First question, why not Leo's memory? I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta bring it back. I brought it back. You thought I was gonna get rid of it. Well, yeah, just a lot of questions, especially in terms of how they prepared, how they felt about the win, especially obviously capping off with a message to what they have for the competition, and a message for you guys, because I'm sure both these teams felt the support. So yeah, we hear that they're just getting ready for that interview. We want to be able to see, definitely, we're able to see, have a more intimate face-to-face conversation with the winner of this team. They're just getting that ready. And I think, they're about to get ready.
Yep. So let's go ahead and head into that interview right now. I'm super excited to get the thoughts from our champion. We're just going to wait for that camera to pop up to get things going and get those questions rolling. Some of those burning questions that we have here on the MC desk. And
congratulations, Zen. Look at that big smile on his face. Welcome to Call of the Abyss. And first of all, how are you feeling right now after winning?
ดีด้วยนะครับผมแล้วก็ยินดีต้อนรับสู่ Call of the Abyss นะครับหลังจากที่เราชนะมาแล้วเรารู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นแล้วก็ดีใจมากๆครับ I'm really excited and I'm really happy.
Yes. Not surprised. I mean, just this big moment of being able to reach the global finals. So, for another question that I have, I guess, is BL got this far into the tournament, and I'm just very curious because the roster is so diverse. Were there any challenges for the team preparing for the tournament right now?
BL ก็มาได้ไกลถึงจุดนี้เนี่ยก็ยินดีด้วยนะครับคือทางแคสเตอร์เนี่ยเห็นว่าผู้เล่นในทีมเนี่ยมีความหลากหลายมากเลยทั้งเชื้อชาติอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมีการต้องเตรียมตัวยังไงหรือเปล่าครับเพื่อให้ BL มาได้ถึงจุดนี้ครับก็มีการซ้อมบ่อยมากครับก่อนแข่งครับก็แบบรู้สึกว่าเพราะว่าคู่ต่อสู้ก็คือทุกคนก็คือเล่นดีมากๆเลยครับเลยต้องแบบซ้อมหนักมากที่จะมาแข่งนี่ไงครับ We have prepared a lot. We have many practice. All our opponents are a really formidable opponent, so we have to get as much practice in as possible, and that's how we get here.
Okay, this is also a bit of a personal question because I know a lot of people want to be able to improve their skills. Can you share with us how training was like leading up to the qualifiers? Can you give us, what do you guys do in terms of preparing? Can you tell us that much?
ก็คำถามอันนี้ก็จะส่วนตัวนิดนึงนะครับคือก็คงมีหลายๆคนที่อยากจะขึ้นมาอยู่ในจุดเดียวกันกับที่ BL สามารถทำได้ทีเนี้ยเราก็ต้องฝึกซ้อมมาเยอะถูกไหมก็เลยอยากจะรู้ว่าที่เราฝึกซ้อมกันเนี่ยเราซ้อมกันยังไงเรามีการเตรียมตัวกันยังไงครับซ้อมกันก็ประมาณว่าแบบอย่างเช่นเราก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆครับแบบสลับโบกันเรื่อยๆสลับด่านว่าแบบด่านไหนที่เราโอเคที่สุดตัวไหนที่เราตัวละครที่โอเคที่สุดเราต้องแก้ทางฮันเตอร์แก้ทางซื้อว่ายังไงบ้างช่วยกันนะครับ so they keep playing and try new things on new map try new things on new character and try to find how to counter each character and they keep coming up with their own strategy and how they're going to play the game.
It shows.
Yeah, it really shows. Like lots of experimenting that went in just to figure the perfect formulas going into this tournament. Another question I have is, BL has had so many highlights throughout this tournament. Is there a particular favorite moment that you had going into this? Like, was there something that stood out for you that you will always remember as a shining moment for you in the qualifiers?
ก็ในการแข่งใน2 วันที่ผ่านมาเนี่ย BL ก็ได้สร้างไฮไลท์ไว้เยอะมากเลยเนาะมีโมเมนต์ไหนไหมครับที่เรารู้สึกชอบและจะจดจำมันเป็นพิเศษ
ก็เป็นตาที่เล่นเกชาครับเพราะว่าคือส่วนตัวเป็นเมนเกชาแล้วก็ชอบเล่นเกชามากที่สุดครับเลยชอบตาที่สุดเลยครับ
His favorite moment probably the geisha round.
Nice.
Because he is a geisha main and he
let's go.
He get to play the one he loves.
There we go. Awesome. That was actually one of the highlights I would actually say in the performance of BL. But let's look to the future. You guys are going to be facing different regions at the global finals. Any team or region you look forward to going up against?
ในการแข่งรอบ global final เราก็จะต้องไปแข่งกับทีมจากชาติอื่นๆเนาะรวมถึง region อื่นๆด้วยมีทีมไหนหรือ region ไหนที่เราอยากจะเจอเป็นพิเศษไหมครับ
อยากเจอทุกรีเจนเลยครับพอไปดูที่เขาแข่งมาก็โหดกันทุกทีมเลยครับเลยแบบอยากลองเจอพวกเขาทั้งหมดเลย
He's looking forward to play against all the region. All teams have their own style and they are really good. So I'm really looking forward to play against all of them.
That's true. It's a learning experience, being able to face different regions with different styles. And that's a good mindset to have, in which case just very eager to just get straight into the global finals and face whoever they do face much excitingly. Final question, not really a question, but more of a request, I guess. What message do you have to all the fans of BL and all the fans of Zen right now? Because there are so many fans that have shown love for you after the tournament today.
ก็เป็นคำถามสุดท้ายแล้วนะครับก็มีเมสเสจไหนไหมที่อยากจะฝากให้ถึงแฟนๆของ BL แล้วก็แฟนๆของทางตัวเราเองครับผม
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับที่มาซัพพอร์ตแล้วก็แบบคอยให้กำลังใจตลอดครับเดี๋ยวพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Thank you for all the support and all your love. We will try our best.
There you go, guys. Zen, show them your love. I know that you guys have a Facebook page, and I know everyone is supporting you guys, and I'm so excited for you guys to be representing us in the Call of the Abyss 4. Thank you so much for the time, Zen.
Thank you.
Make sure.
It's good.
Thank you.
You did good. So, yeah, with that said, thank you so much to Zen. Congratulations once again to BL. Not only just BL, to all the teams. To all the teams once again. As I said towards the start of this tournament, we are just so happy to be able to have everyone be part of this experience. And as further on, like all the teams, win or lose, you guys have gained not only fans but also a region that will be backing you all the way. And that's just Southeast Asia for us. It's built on a community of support for one another. And I hope that this continues moving forward because we have a great thing going on. This is why our region is, receiving a lot of support.
Yes.
It's been a long time coming, and we're going to be seeing a lot more support for all the countries that encompass our region moving forward, so long as we keep the positive vibes going on in the community where we just all support each other.
I have to say, this was a crazy weekend. It was just getting this all set up. So we want to thank each and every one of you guys watching, every one of you at the back. Awesome stuff. For the love of Identity 5, right? And as Artikuna mentioned, let's spread the joy. And it's a great time to be an Identity 5 fan. It's a great time to just spread that positive energy of this community. And above all else, we got to support each other throughout this tournament and throughout these times, because crazy times we're living in, and we have at least that joy of playing Identity 5 with our close friends and family. So that's all I have to say. How about you, Artikuna?
Yeah, same thing exactly. Just wanted to thank everybody That's part of the tournament. But as we go along, let's go to check out the brackets as well. I'll
Mhm.
wrap up on my message a little later on because I want to, get the visual picture painted of how things went on in this tournament, because we're finally going to fill up all those blanks, all those gaps to, just get the overview of from the start to finish. And here you have it, in which case the final bracket. It was the top 4 that started off today. And we
Mhm.
have our one sole team that qualified as the second representative for Southeast Asia. It's going to be
Brilliant performance by BL. Excellent stuff. They were very consistent, and it was really Mad Penguins to really push them towards that limit. Here are today's results. Oh, the left bracket actually got in. So, man, leave it to BL to change that trend. So you see BL versus FP. They got to round number 2. BX versus MP. What a barn burner that was. And capping off today with such a nail-biter of performance between BL and MP. And it is BL that'll be headed towards Call of the Abyss 4.
And just like that, guys, that concludes our evening. Yeah, just to wrap up on what I was saying, thank you again to everyone that has shown support. I've been receiving a number of messages, just backing the region, showing love for not only just everyone here at the desk, but also to the players, keeping, expressing their support of just keeping things positive here in the region. It's been great. I think that's it. Poch, in which case, I've been doing a lot of the outros to conclude the stream. I'm going to give you the honors this time.
Thank you so much. Guys, again, we feel the passion throughout the weekend. Southeast Asia is very close to me and Articuno's heart. And, we hear you guys and we able to see where you guys are coming from. And thank you guys so much for the support. We definitely feel that passion, and we want to take that passion and support our Southeast Asia brothers and sisters as they head on over to Call of the Abyss 4. Thank you guys for joining us so much here at the Identity 5 Southeast Asia qualifiers for Call of the Abyss 4. We have been your MCs, Poch, Spice, and Articuno. Thank you guys so much. We love you all, and good night.